Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids, just kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground and the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking in gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. Yeah, yeah. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking in gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dealing with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting. I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my jits. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. Had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking in gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot sit at the Oculus cage. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of I might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in hot. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. future is now, not backing down. 'Cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking in gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus, the case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I tell the God in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking in gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but what I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in a maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dealing with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting. I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut out some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. Out the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking the gang out of space. Expensive, you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in a maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams.
Peggy 18.
Friends, and welcome back to APAC North. Our final day is upon us. Yes, there's a bit of sadness and a bit of tears that are hidden behind the facade as we see, but these are tears of joy because we have our two teams qualified for Berlin, and we still have to figure out, not seeding, because that's already done, how it works when it comes to relegation, setting up stage 3. That is what's on the line for today, and I'm so glad you get to join us. I'm Fnatic, your host. With me on the analyst desk, as always, are my two beauties, Fresh and Fabian. Fresh, you're looking fresh today.
Thank you very much, Milosh. I was just working out. You're saying that, it's a little bit tinted with sadness that APAC North could be over. I think that I could make myself cry, but I'm not going to try it.
Oh, my love, come here.
Just force myself, force some tears down me. But yeah, no, I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm all right today. I actually woke up pretty early, 7 a.m. today. I was very excited.
Very nice.
I'm very excited for the last day of APAC. Then I get to go home afterwards. It's great.
I like how you said as usual, because this stage has been anything but usual when it comes to us being on the desk together.
The usual
I think this is about our fourth desk on stage, to be fair.
I mean, what I love to see is both of you in here, because if you ask me, the EUL show that we had on Monday was probably one of the most fun and entertaining shows that we've had together on the desk, but also relative to, well, the league in general. So it was good to have you.
As long as we don't have to work with those pesky UK casters, everything is fine.
UK analyst.
He's from
great.
all. He doesn't count.
From all. You're going back to
even
Hull.
the UK doesn't want the whole, so I get it.
I almost choked on my. Anyways,
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm choking up.
Oh no!
It's such a sad day. Oh. Anyways, let's get through our day here in APAC North, because, like I said in the beginning, there are two teams that are qualified and they're set to go, and that's Demon Kia and Sandbox Gaming. Korea on top here in APAC North, but there's still a fight for relegations, which is going to be the majority of this for today, and where our actions will be turned around to, plus some SI points, because number 3 and 4, they might not qualify anymore to Berlin because there is no more playoffs bracket, yada yada. But you still get 6 invitational points, and that's something that these teams will be going for, especially CAG in this case. Let's take a look at our previous Playday number 6, of course, out of 7, and what that looked like. We're able to confirm our 2 squads. That one was already set in, and our second one was Sandbox. But it was 7-2 victory for Demon Kia versus Cyclops. 7-5 Spear versus Reject. 8-7 Fnatic versus FAV. And finally 7-5 Talon versus Sandbox. At that point, it did not matter for Sandbox because it all depended on what Reject could do, and Reject could not push it across the line against Spear. And also, same goes for CAG. It means Sandbox was home clear, really. Not a single point that they have to worry about, but that means that they cannot fight for seeding now because it's out of reach, Jack.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that we're on the last APAC North Playday and this kind of, we're talking about only kind of SI points and relegations. I was hoping that the last Playday would give us a little bit more jeopardy. I know you were going down to the final Playday, but
Jack,
it is what it is.
Look, what I'll tell you now is what I've learned over 10 years of esports is that it's not about the destination, it's about the journey.
True.
And the friends we made along the way.
If you say so. I think it's more important to win, I'll be honest.
Well, but you remember the victory and the journey and the paycheck you get out of it, so...
Yeah, so the win, not the friends.
All of it.
Yeah.
I mean, look at us. Friends. Anyways...
I'm forced to be here. Contractually obliged to be
obligated.
On this spot. Well, okay, I signed the contract on my own will.
Sandbox and Demon Kia.
It's going to be a great game. It's going to be fun to watch, even if the game has no impact on anything. It's still going to be a game that's. It's just going to be. They're going to be firing on all cylinders because now it's just like, okay, both teams are qualified. Which team is? Well, even if they can't change anything in the scoreboard or on the stage, which team is going to be the best in Korea?
Well, if you missed the action from our last Playday, don't you worry about it. It's all voiced over and ready to tell. Enjoy.
Playday 6 saw us roll into the penultimate week of APAC North, and this was a Playday that was going to provide lots of decisions about those top 2 spots that would be heading to the Berlin Major. Match number 1 saw Damwon Kia take on the inconsistent Cyclops, who were still chasing the possibility of a major spot. Damwon Kia provided nothing short of a masterclass, seeing their performance reach sky-high levels on Skyscraper as they took apart Cyclops 7-2 with a dominant performance, just sending a message on the way into Berlin. Their spot at the top of APAC North now confirmed. Game number 2 between Spear Gaming and Reject threw up somewhat of a surprise, with Spear Gaming managing to find their first points of Stage 2 in APAC North. Seeming to settle into their roles a little better than they have previously, Spear Gaming were able to fight for a tight victory 7-5 against Reject. Our third game of the night saw the struggling FAV Gaming take on an unpredictable Fnatic, and this one was as close as we expected. Fnatic, ultimately on the back of a great performance from Euro, were able to find themselves a win, but only after being taken all the way to overtime, along with Spear Gaming. FAV seeming to find performances towards the end of this stage that maybe offers a little promise ahead of the next. Our final matchup of the night saw Sandbox take on Talon. Sandbox playing without the pressure of chasing that major spot, as earlier results had already confirmed their position in second place. They will be going to Berlin, and a good job it was too, because Talon really turned up for this one, and greatly assisted by the 24 kills from Marble and Soldier, they were able to secure somewhat of a surprise win, 7-5 against Sandbox. That now sees us with everything rounded up for APAC North. Still one Playday left to go, and that is going to be focusing on teams trying to grab points to avoid relegation. But as far as the major goes, it's Sandbox and Damwon who are going to be heading to Berlin.
A look into the action of our previous Playday. Thank you very much, Tim, for voicing over the reel. But now it's on to, what am I doing finger guns today? What's up? Let's talk about today and what we have in store for you. There's none pointing at yourself. There you go. let's take a look at our schedule for today, because the games are, like I said, are about relegations. We have two teams that are already qualified, and it doesn't really matter between Sandbox and Damwon Kia because it's just done when it comes to who can make it through. But for Fnatic versus Talon, important for relegations, especially for Fnatic. Spear versus FAV, incredibly important for both of them for those spots. But then finally, Reject versus Cyclops, which honestly, I would even set that as match of the day because that game could actually set us into the top 4, which is important for SI points.
Yeah, and it's the whole day, like I said, we're talking about this in the context of relegations, SI points, performances, players potentially even playing for their places the next stage, all that kind of thing going on. The one thing that APAC North is, for the viewer's perspective, we're going to have some goddamn entertaining games today.
Oh, yes.
Because if there's nothing to play for, the teams can therefore be as expressive as they want to be. They can go to maps that they want to go to. They might not have a major to play for. They can therefore pull out a map that they might have been saving for the major. They can play loose, they can play fast, they can play whatever they want. To that context, if you're a mid-table team, it doesn't really matter what you do today, so have a little bit of fun.
It doesn't really matter, but there are games that are very important, like Spear versus FAV. Both of those teams are currently in relegation, and whichever team wins that game actually closes up the gap. I mean, if you get the 3 points and your Spear, you actually go into the same points as Fnatic. So it's a very important game, left, right, and center. So SI points is on the line, relegation. And I mean, nothing else than the glory of being the best team in Korea.
Well. Let's talk about rankings. We'll start with APAC North, but we're going to go global for this one.
We are.
And be a bit faster about it because we got our match of the day to talk about it too. So here it is, Damwon Kia at the top of the 18 points. There's a 4-point difference between them and Sandbox, which means even if Sandbox defeat Damwon Kia today, it doesn't matter. They won't be able to catch up. 1 and 2 are set in stone as it is. Cyclops and Reject, they're fighting for 3rd and 4th. And then Talon is just behind them at 8 points. Fnatic also at 7. So that top 4 could actually change by the end of the day and would have impact on SI points.
Yes.
And finally, Spear and FAV Gaming. That's APAC North. Let's move on to our sister region then in APAC South. And to tell that there, Elevate are qualified. However, there's still a spot. Gaming Gladiators and the Knights are fighting for it. I believe that'll be in for tomorrow, as that is usually the scheduling for APAC South. And good news, Elevate have actually gotten their visas, which means, personally, I won't believe it until I see them in Berlin.
They will be in Berlin. Obviously, Elevate qualified already. Gaming Gladiators are actually going up against Knights tomorrow.
Perfect.
First game in APAC South.
Yeah.
It's a straight shootout for the major, so make sure to tune into that one. I think APAC South, you know, not seeing IG there, not seeing Direwolves up in the top 4. It's a little bit of I'd say, a competitive stage from APAC South, to be honest. But, you know, it'll be great to see Elevate in Berlin.
All right, maybe we'll get to see Onigiri breaking another record somewhere. Who knows? Now, on from our sister region, APAC South, to North America. And we talked about this stuff when we were here on Monday. Astralis, Sonics, OXG, and Exet are qualified through. And Fabian, you see any surprises here?
I wouldn't say surprises. I think North America is just so even that anyone could really have gone through. Maybe Mirage has been a little bit of a not so good team this stage, but other than that, literally any team could have gone there.
Yeah, and it got real close. You see the difference between 9th and 1st is literally 4 points.
Big difference in SI points on that region as well.
Exactly, because not everybody gets the SI points, just like we have in EU League. Only the top 4 can qualify, etc., etc. From that, though, on to EU League, because we already know the teams that are qualified, at least 2 out of the 4. And here they are. Wolves and Rogue have made it through. That's 18, 16 points. That still is up for grabs seeding-wise. That'll be up to the last Playday on Monday to decide it. But Heroic, M&M, G2, and BDS are all fighting for the last 2 spots.
Yeah, it's going to be a straight shootout on Monday. Pretty much you're talking about G2 against Heroic going up against each other. M&M are going to be basically watching them back, but they play Pones. And then BDS, they get a shootout with Secret, need as much round differential as possible. It's going to be very interesting on Monday as to who we actually send.
All right, and finally, down in Brazil, we're going to show BR6 specifically, but just so you know, Copa Elite 6 is live, and it's live this entire week, started last weekend. I hope everybody at home got to watch it or see a bit of the action, and it was action-packed last night, was it not?
Yeah, and I mean, order has been restored if you think back to 2021. Our 6 Invitational 2021 champions, Ninja in Pyjamas, and FaZe Clan, our Sweden major champions, both made it through and are going to their Berlin major. Now, both of these teams didn't actually even look destined to be in the top 4 4 of BR6 right up until the last Playday. FaZe played out a banger with Team Liquid to get in and basically deny Liquid out of the top 4. They've both gone through and won their games last night in Copa Elite. They will be in Berlin. For Furia and W7M, they lost their games and go up against 6 Karma and Team Cruelty, respectively, in the lower bracket to go to Berlin.
Yeah, and Furia had already defeated Team Cruelty. This time it's W7M that plays against them. Furia plays 6 Karma, as you said. But then from globally, what's been going on in R6 Esports in preparation for the Berlin Major in 2.5 weeks? It's getting real close. Let's talk about how things will be for our match of the day today. All Korean for Sandbox versus Damwon Kia. And like I said, there's not much on the line for this, not even seeding, but these two teams have to prove something to one another as top 2 Korean teams and in preparation for Berlin. I want to talk about Damwon Kia first because everybody looks at the squad and sees, oh, is this the best team in Korea or the best team in the entirety of APAC North? Yes, probably, potentially, but can they hang with the best internationally? Because it has been a while, Fabian.
It's been a while, but we actually prepared some clips that we picked up. And we've always talked about Damwon Kia and how good they are on their own, right? They are really talented on their own. I'm just going to start the clip immediately because we're a little bit short on time. But what I want you guys to see here is just how we know all the individual performance that they can do. But it's just about all the basics that they play as well. This is the game against Talon, which is at that point in the stage considered the most important game for Damwon Kia because Talon was last stage their top contender. And what I want to show is how good they are just doing the basics on top of all the individual performance. What that means is basically their communication is on point, their coordination is on point. What we're seeing first here is Termite and Sledge. They're actually taking care of the ADSs that's just inside by the trophy door. And then we're going to see that Yas is sitting here rappelling on the window to games. And what they're going to do is they're just going to pick it apart slowly but surely and take step by step. We're going to speed it up here a little bit so we don't have to sit here and see all the downtime. But what we're going to see is eventually they're going to just rotate. They're going to get the breach open onto games. It's going to come in just a second here. They're going to fly in some stuns, and they're going to get the breach open. When they've done this, it's going to come right now. When they've done this, they're going to just be able to pick apart Talon by going everywhere and nowhere. Yas is going to get the first kill in just a second here into Attic, which means they know Attic is clear. What we're going to see after that is actually that Boogeyman is going to go there with Ying and vault in. I just want you guys to get to the execute of this round, and you're going to see what I mean when I say that they are on top of being individually really talented. They're also really, really strong when it comes to the teamwork. They're just going to get, first of all, the kill in Attic, and then we're going to see a nade kill that goes in on the default shield. I'm just going to mark it for you guys so you know where it is. Right here. Just be aware of it. And what's going to happen now is that basically Damwon, they can just push in from everywhere because they have the communication so good and they know about all of the positions. We get the guy rapping white window. It's honestly, through and through, it's just perfection on how to play. They're just doing it really, really well as a team. We can pause the clip there because the round is over. It's a 5 versus 1. We have another one as well versus CAG. As soon as it wants to load up, that is. It's basically the same thing. They pick apart one of the top contenders in the region. What they've done here is on Skyscraper, we have one guy rapping karaoke. We have one guy on the door to Blackstairs, and then we obviously have the Monty right here that's going to push into the breach. And they're going to be really smart with their utility usage here. Monty's going to throw his smoke grenades down in the hallway. Glass is going to hold the hallway, and we have a Lion rappelling on karaoke window that's going to be covering this close range, and they're going to go for the plant. So we're looking at a team that we know have the individual performance, and I'm going to keep repeating it. Individual performance combined with good communication, good idea of understanding strategy. I think that we're going to see Damwon Kia being a top contender because even, you see, they've gotten 2 frags, they've gotten the plant down. Everything is just basically building up to be perfection. This round is going to go the same way. Suzuki goes down as an injury, and the round is basically over.
Thank you very much. There it is. And with that said, Fabian, I think it's time for us to get into our matchups because that Damwon Kia versus Sandbox game is our very first one. And it shows that Damwon Kia, as you've actually carefully explained, Fabian, that they have all the teamwork necessary to make it through, not just here in APAC North, but maybe internationally. So let's see how they fare. Game number 1. See you in a moment. back, friends, to APAC North. It's our last day and our first game. Sandbox versus Dam1 Kia. Both teams qualify to the Berlin Major come next month. And only, like I said, 2 and a bit weeks. I cannot wait to see how they perform internationally, but first, 2 massive rivals in Korea, in APAC North, and the entirety of APAC go up against one another. Some would say the 2 best teams in the entire region. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Alex Dometic. It's Fresh and Fabian. And let's, since we just talked about Dam1 Kia, start off with Sandbox Gaming. Fresh, what do you think? I
think this team have performed, I would say, as expected throughout the stage. They've qualified for the major. Now, they didn't go to Charlotte. You know, there's been a little bit turbulent for them, but they've had to, basically, they made some roster changes with the hope of long-term improvement. They've picked up, you know, young gunners, great players from other teams, decimated T1 in that roster that's now Spear Gaming. And my worry for them is always going to be internationally, and we can come on to it more about internationally. Domestically, they're great. They will always do enough to get into the top 4, especially into the top 2, and rightly qualified. A bit of a disappointing loss last week, I think. Most people just expected that they would win and confirm it. You know, they were actually confirmed before they even played last week.
Sure.
But I think for Sandbox, it's a really high-quality team with a really high ceiling. I don't think they're quite there yet, though.
I think they're a little bit too heavily reliant on their individual performance in comparison to Dam1. While at the same time, I do think Dam1 probably have a better squad overall. So it's a team that's definitely, as you say, Jack, they're going to do fine in APAC North. I don't know if they're going to challenge as well against the international teams as Dam1 will, but it's up to them to show me wrong, right?
Yeah, and this matchup, I mean, we're going to talk about it in the post-game and probably at the end of the show to see, you know, what are our predictions seeing from this region. But our head-to-head, my beautiful gentleman here, picked up 1 player from each one of these 2 teams. That'll be Arukaze and Yas. So what's the comparison?
Well, they're actually in a very funny competition, these 2 players, as the best 2 players in the league, not just head-to-head with each other. In terms of rating, Arukaze and Yas are very close to each other. In terms of KD, Arukaze is about 10 in front of Yas. But also, these are basically the star men on their team. Obviously, Arukaze, it's his first stage with the Sandbox roster. Yes, you know, we've seen him. He's known and feared internationally. But we just wanted to highlight how much these 2 players are basically 2 of the star players in the league. And them going head-to-head today, I think it's going to be quite explosive.
It definitely will be very explosive. I mean, I said in the first Playday that Sandbox, they have won the transfer window. They've absolutely crushed it. Picking up Arukaze from T1 has just been the biggest thing for them so far. And now we're going to see 2 players go up against each other. But it's not only that. We're going to see 2 squads. We could have put anyone really on this head-to-head.
Yep.
And it could have gone either way. Like, we just expect a banger of a game. And there's not much more to talk about because they're so good, both of them.
And there's so much bragging rights in this.
Yes.
The top 2 Korean teams, they go up against one another in APAC North. They played against one another so many times over the past year. So let's see. Why am I doing finger guns today? It's inadvertently.
Do you see me?
You need to do the click.
No, I did 1 thumbs up and 1 gun.
What's that about? Whatever.
So let's have a chat about our map for this series. The best of 1 series.
Gun game.
No.
No? No?
Honestly, it would be great. Imagine Golden Gun, but with a gun skin where
Even
it's literally...
joining in.
There you go. So we got Border as our map. Oh, Sandbox picking up Border, banning out Skyscraper. They start off on defense. Dam1 Kia on attack on Border, and they play against Sandbox. That is a recipe for a lot of action.
It's absolutely a recipe for a lot of action. We talk about these players being superstars, being great with their guns. APAC's known for kind of not run and gun, that's a little bit disrespectful, but very frag heavy style, very creative, very influenced. What I will say is both of these teams previously didn't like the map during stage 1, most of stage 2. Both have picked it up during stage 2, played it once each, both won 7-3 each. So they're both pretty comfortable on it.
Yeah, it's just going to be overall a game where each team can just frag out, and it's the aggression on this map that stands out. And I can't wait to watch.
Honestly, we're going to sit back, get something nice to kind of drink in, something maybe warm. It's a bit chilly in here. No, it's perfect, actually. Something cold. You're our resident polar bear here, Fabian. So there you go.
Say, this is cold.
Our game is ready. So Dam1 Gaming versus Sandbox. Thank you very much, Fabian and Fresh. Let's toss it to our casters for Border. It's happening.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Finger guns, cowboy mode. Whichever it is, we have ourselves an old style shootout.
It definitely is going to be a good one. Not per se for... I mean, it's not qualification anymore. That's on the point. It's just for the bragging rights. It's to see who gets that first seed out of APAC North to go up against the international teams. And this, to some extent, is also a bit of a tryout to see what these two teams have on one another, how they perform, because both of them will be going to Berlin. And of course, they both want to be delivering the best performance they can. Now, Damwon, of course, we know them from internationally being able to almost outdo the best result APAC has ever delivered on the international stage. But Sandbox themselves are also some sort of mainstays, right? We've seen them on many events, although with a different roster this time compared to last events they've gone through.
It's that sort of thing where if you were to ask about 6 months ago, if there were two teams that are going to Major, who would it be? It would have been these two teams, even with the roster changes from Sandbox. Obviously, Damwon have been pretty locked in terms of the 5 players in the server since then. 6 months before that, you wouldn't have said Damwon probably. Trying to get my dates in order. That would have been, I think, just before...
12 months ago now.
Yeah, I think just before the start of the rise of DK.
Yeah, their first stage was okay. The second stage is indeed when they started to show the potential that they've had. 2021, that is. And now, a fair team internationally. It's funny how quickly that can change. Definitely won a lot of hearts when they went over to the Sweden Major and basically won 1v1 away from making it to the Grand Finals. And I believe they could have won it if they went to the Grand Finals. I'm pretty convinced they could have been a major winner. Fresh agrees with that.
Fresh agrees.
Yeah.
Do you know what's interesting?
What is?
That they love banning Finka. And if you look back at the Charlotte stats, of the 10 top killers, 6 of them were Finka mains. 6 of them had Finka mains played off right there.
Yeah.
Of the 10 top players, 5 of them were Finka mains.
Surprise. Not
so,
really.
And you know, there's not many teams, obviously we've talked about it in NEL, where it is quite prevalent and the teams had great performance in Charlotte, is that Finka doesn't really get banned out because it's not that it's a reliance, but it's like a mutually assured tool. Everybody's going to use it and push that advantage whilst they still can. I'm curious to see how Damwon, who plays against it, has an impact. I'm just hypothesizing about the future.
No, that's
about
okay.
international play.
Yeah. It's funny though that, you know, Sandbox, of course, the team that, in my opinion, introduced Finka to the playing field.
Wow.
Might have been with a bit of a different sort of composition with the buffs that would still come out from the adrenaline surge.
Was it Sandbox or?
It was both at the same time. Both. There was 2 teams in APAC that played Finka a lot.
Was it IG or what they were called back then?
And I don't know what they're called back then.
I'm trying to remember the name of the player. I saw a post about it that reminded me. Oh yeah, but I think they played the Spear. Maybe.
I mean, yeah, but there was 2 teams that played Finka quite a bit. We called it a bunker buster back then, right? That was like the dub we went with. As it was Elevate actually. Yes, it is what is now named Elevate. So back then that was called Xavier Esports, I think.
We're throwing our minds back.
Throwing our minds back.
The same way they're throwing themselves into an approach here across East Stairs. Rin's trying to find the loose player that's actually on the opposite stair set, around the core of Metal. It's the Oryx. So Shyle can get himself a little bit of a hot foot move on if he wants. I'm not sure if the hatch is in a position. No, it's currently locked, but they could try and get themselves a big jump up towards break if they wanted to risk it. However, Static finds the opener. Woogieman gets taken out. A little bit more pressure around the bow of East. The Static just tries to keep an eye on a watch down here as they're trying to find that focal point of the breach itself. Some of that pressure comes across Office. They have themselves a bit of an isolated on the rotation, but with the gridlock now out of commission, those are only going to be the only ones thrown.
Good cam right here, hoping to find... That's a couple of feet there, actually, yes. Needs to be careful, though, because there is someone that just rotated into CCTV. Somehow still finds that kill. It's going to get swung on, though, from the outside. It's Envy Taylor on the Izami that quickly makes the way over, gets a kill, but instantly traded out as he tries to push back towards safety.
now as they're going for a bit of a hasty spray round towards the backside of the metal chairs. Good Boys tucked onto the close corner. They're trying to find that bit of pressure, that way to force him out, and they finally found it. But the 3 versus 3 and a minute on, this is sometimes where Damwon Kia can shine. Their little bit of rotation, their late adaptations are something that brings that sort of synergy around those remaining players. And you can see as they grab that intel, get themselves restructured, a bit of a rotate, one I think heading towards sandwich window. Now onto Vents instead to offer that crossfire.
Oryx still below Emmy, and that means he could be jumping up that hatch to suddenly come in from an angle that might have not been expected from DK. But if you look at their current positions, they are very well located around the office. Ren currently opening up Sandwich to stop the rotation back towards the site, and that makes the Orcs even more important. There is a Claymore there. That's the kill from Katzing as well. The Plank can now get down right behind the bomb chassis, and they need to try and retake this, but it seems like it'll just go down for free.
And there he is now. They're on sandwich window. Now they're holding off the rotation. Coated at the close cover, but doesn't quite make it all the way out there. The foothold angle should get the down. They're going for as much pace as possible, and a huge play there. Shire with the double kill. They got to try and find a way around the corner. Popped on the plant, realized there's 30 seconds, so want to try and find the fight against Rin first. There it is. Do they know where Rin is? Oh, they do. Good boy, able to get that security. The combination between those two players, we got a game on.
We get a game on indeed, and to be honest, if we look at the plant from Damwon Kia, I think it was properly set up. You had the cover from the sandwich window, able to cut down the rotate directly into the site, just not if they were already near the metal stairs. They could be finding themselves in Fountain and suddenly deal a bit of damage. Exactly what happened when the two players started to fall back, and then a lack of information or a lack of response, unable to take out the Oryx, who eventually Remadashed right into the action. And with that, Sandbox able to retake the site, able to get the diffuser disabled, and with that find that first. Headed towards the bottom floor now. And that, normally, you would say, you know, all the way back in the day, is always going to be Workshop, but that has shifted a little bit towards the bathroom and teller site.
Yeah, Border, I mean, it's the data that we had on it is very old. It sort of fell into the mantle of where Coastline was in the meta just before. It's a very aggressive map. You can find these fights so quickly. It's sudden at points of breach and broach. There's a couple of angles that can carry you across most of the map, and there's not a huge amount in terms of slower rotates. If you're making a rotate, usually it's directly into a firefight itself.
Or across from one.
Or across from one. So it doesn't give you too much breathing room, and because of that, we've started to see a little bit more of a shift away from Vents, where you have that quick jump in window, you have the control of the big double door, and here, where you at least have some solid above you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that verticality plays a very important role as well. The majority, like the major thing you need to be taking care of there is the hatches, right? Because those can be taken into control by the attackers. They can provide some nasty angles, but it's nothing really too big. It's not like the complete floor can open up above you. It's Good Boy finding the Yana Gemini there. It's not the real one, but it's definitely going to be getting quite some good information out for Damwon Kia.
Well, Shire was playing on this role before. They have themselves that stretch and that ability to put that pressure from a bit of width. Rin getting the call on the claw and anything else that might be around. The alibi was obviously spotted out. They're trying to steady in, and those Valkyrie cameras should be removed sooner rather than later. They can be quite problematic, even with that new internal structure that we've had over the recent couple of seasons, the splits. Talking over in is trying to split a bit of pressure, but again, that Damwon Kia rotate, the way they like to sort of formulate ideas, talk about what's going on and try and bring that together, as alluded to on the desk, that teamwork is the difference maker, but can they make the difference on the second round?
Can they make the difference? I mean, they do have an IQ. They should be able to deal with those. That's an impact from below. Boogeyman taking quite some damage there. And actually, it was just down the hallway there, finding a connection. The Trek Stingers are being set up, trying to stop any flanks from truly coming in the end here, so Damwon Kia can truly focus on the side. 80 seconds left on the clock, still no entry. Might hurt them a little bit.
Yes, waiting for a moment to lead in here across the Yana. But it's still this steady sort of approach from Damwon Kia. The Gon 6 put some pressure onto the site itself. They haven't really grabbed any of that vertical control. They've just sort of isolated a pocket here and hope that maybe they can potentially tuck a plant. You can see Static's not getting angsty, but he's wanting to sort of say, well, I'm up here, you're going to find me. Well, Rin found one. Envy Taylor, the rotate round on the far side. They were there patiently for most of the round itself, and they're finally able to net something from it. But they still have to make this the final surge and leap towards the site. Again, it's clearing pockets of space and hoping they can get round on the back of it. Woogieman's watching a rotate. He just sees the sliver in the side, but doesn't quite get the full finish. A 4 versus 4 Arakaze takes a huge amount of damage just underneath the window itself. Finally, Coated is in. Now he's going to see if he can tuck the plant, hoping they have the cover. Good Boy can't quite get the full connection, but is doing enough to cause some problems. Hey, there's problems being caused. Yas and
Oh, he's right on top of him.
Oh, right on top of him. Kazan gets the refrag. The kit now cold. Under the window, the rotate right into the spikes and into the bullets of Yas. Static. Now all that's left. Hot drops his way over the hatch. They know that the plant is or where it was last, but they can't quite get it around the angle. 40 seconds, a 3 versus 1. Control outside the window and behind a shield. This one is probably all she wrote.
But the impact now would have been very helpful to get rid of that shield. Could have actually gone for a bit of a push there. Might actually just spot the player there. That's Yana's head. The white hair showing. Instead, it could go for a bit of a cheeky pre-fire here. Will be able to find that kill? Yes, indeed he will. Goes for the second one, but just missed him as he translated it across. It is a ping, though, from the Prisma that will be giving him an opportunity to fight him. Question, though, with the time running out. Is it in time? The answer is going to be no.
No, that was it. I think as well as just having the window control, the positioning there, Damarkia, they took a gamble. They obviously, as I said, spent a lot of time building just enough safety to try and tuck the plant in. And then you could see the positioning of Yas was built for that. They had Rin on the swing as well to make sure that nobody could run around and just spray down. They were tucked in a corner. And then they sort of had that moment of, no, I think we're safer if we push around here.
Yeah.
Obviously, there was one almost flaw in the plan. If that was a double kill, that could have defined the round. The swing round from Arakaze was a big chance, but it wasn't. They had that extra player outside the window. They had themselves the trade, and now they had themselves a round one apiece.
Equalize the score. We actually get a question from Medics in the middle of that. He's like, since when can a Gemini replicator break the glass? And I was like, it's all little drones that are flying. They have to go through.
What?
Okay, so the Gemini replicator jumped through the window. This window right
that
here.
bit I get. That bit I understand.
Yes, but it's like, he's like, how does it break it? Because it's a hologram. But it's like, because it's little drones, like the Spider-Man movie.
Okay.
With stereo, right? We have like the drones.
Little drones.
Going around. That's exactly what it is.
This is science.
Science.
Science class.
Dutch
Welcome.
technology.
Dutch.
Supposedly.
Mini, teeny, tiny drones.
Yes, which break glass. Very useful, I know. It's
If you ever needed to do reconnaissance in front of you and not get shot, and your name is Iana, and you love space.
If your name is Nigemaya, just
that
out there.
Okay.
It's a real name. It's like the no code name.
I don't know many of their real names. I know Eliza Cohen is
some.
Ash.
Yes, true.
Monica Weiss is IQ.
Yes, also true. No, Medics.
Medics just said Joe.
Yeah, he's trying to get us.
I know what he's trying to do.
I know as well.
It's early in the morning, but it's not that
You're
early.
awake enough.
Thatcher. I can't remember his name, but I know he's got a boat called Iron Maggie. He's trying to make the approach here, which is strange for a miner, but we'll leave that minor detail on and see if they can try and, I guess, put the pressure here straight onto the double wall of detention. Looking for that cross angle, going in low to make sure nobody else can try and cause any problems, but there isn't really any problems to be caused. No electrics, no mute.
Exothermic being placed as well. And again, it is something we see more often from the side of Damarkia when they play Border, is the use of that gridlock. Using these track stingers to... this Yas is in so deep, they have no clue. That's just a free kill. If he realizes he walks right through the beepers, that's going to give his game away.
Oh, good boy. Can't get the connection though. Yas almost played a little bit of a flaw in his fatal plan. There's the cover from MV Taylor. Coated's inside with the kit. They're going to see if they can try and get it planted, and they're looking for the verticality tucked round, and Yas is covering the rotation. Woogieman gets Charles in the meantime, and suddenly they've struck gold right in the core of the site. Rim with the swing round. They had the cover from the main door once again. Static can't quite get the flood and the flea, and there's the cover over the top from Yas, who drove themselves in, sort of stuck it, and said, this is mine now. Envy Taylor. In the blink of an eye, all that's left, but not for very long. A trade out is the final one inside, but
I was afraid of for a second when Yes decided, you know what, let me just walk through this giant metal detector with a gun in my hands, you know, full body kit. It's definitely going to start sounding some of these alarms. I know they were experimenting with it. For example, that Nuck was not going to be caught by proximity sensors, all that kind of stuff, but they never pushed that through. So yeah, gave it away, and that suddenly made for quite some panic on the player on the other side. He's like, what? Someone is inside with me here? Unfortunately, lost that gunfight. Otherwise, that round would have been sandboxes, I will be pretty sure of, because in that case, down Kia, I mean, they hurried to the side quite quickly afterwards because they had that control. If they wouldn't have had it, then suddenly you have someone dead in the middle of it and 2 people stuck in detention.
Imagine if she wasn't caught by proxies.
And Banshees.
What a nightmare. I know it's just a hypothetical of how to make this operator terrible. Like, even more oppressive. But
I mean, proxies are not that common, right? So it's like not too bad. Banshees a little bit more, but the beepers on the maps, definitely people are relying on those. If you think of open area on Bank, for example, you know if you're being pushed through
the gadget
hallway.
Doesn't make metal not metal.
No, true. Definitely doesn't. But it blocks out.
That would be a heck of a gadget.
Now I'm wondering something, actually. I mean, does an EMP stop the beepers from going off? I've never tested that.
I don't know. Is the game that smart?
I mean, lights go off if an EMP goes off.
Maybe.
So maybe. I need this tested.
Someone run the numbers.
Someone please try.
Run the numbers. EMPs and beep. Mythbusters. We need Siege Busters. Oh, Arakaza, you're about to do some head busting. The Echo looking for the fight, but MV Taylor is actually the one that finds it out. We've seen him play this position quite aggressively before, actually. Arakaza does find Yas as well. That was right. Tucked in underneath the window. Suddenly they've got this 2-body advantage. This was obviously the site that they took last time round, but it was a 2 versus 2 sort of clutch and fight back in the post plant. Catching one just after the back. Well, actually, it's technically a 3 versus 2, but still. Can they try and make it a little bit further, a little bit more distance? Can they stop the kick going down at all for the first time over these 3 rounds?
Sandwich wall also opened up, so at least for a bit less safety of the Asami player out there. Good boy, but he has used one of those keeper barriers to at least provide him a bit of safety and allow him to challenge. As he has been spotted out, he needs to fall back towards the fountain because there is someone coming in right from the hallway. That's a good flashbang onto Shal there.
That's it. You could see the pressure swung around from the hallway at the same time. Damwon Kia, they knew they could try and isolate the fight and see if they could at least swing one more out of it. There's Coated. Huge take onto MV Taylor on the far side, but took massive amounts of damage in that engagement. And obviously with a finkerless game, you're not really going to be getting that back anytime soon. Shal is still holding underneath. He obviously got blinded out, but if he can go uncontested here, the breach is starting to come through. He's going to go for the hop under the audio. He's hoping it covers it, and it does! Shal! He finds 2! It's a 3 versus 1 now. Woogie Man locked inside CC. Open angles either side. Oh, that was a lot of moxie, Oryx.
That is some bravery out there. You just saw, he heard the exothermic go off, and he's like, you know what, that's the perfect time to start jumping up. They will not be listening for that hatch jump. I can just swoop in and get a double kill as a result, and that's exactly what he did. He ended the round there. He makes sure Sandbox is going to be winning his second, especially as the pressure now onto Woogieman rises. He's on about 1 HP. Even this Bailiff, I think, if it hits it from here, is going to be able to confirm that kill onto Woogieman.
Yeah, with the little amount of health he's got, all the intel coming round, it would even just be an Echo drone that could win out this round at this point. So you assume, unless Sandbox throw it away, it's theirs to take. They have a bit of a standstill. They have no more time. We have ourselves a 2-2.
Shal finding yet another kill near the end there. But what a beautiful jump up that was. The exothermic went off and decided, you know what, I cannot cancel that, but I can make use of it. And that's how sound plays a crucial factor into that round. The exothermic blowing up might have just lost them there, even though, of course, it already was a struggle to begin with, losing those 2 players very early on without any struggle back towards Sandbox.
It's such a ballsy play. Granted, you know, they're 5-3 in the body count. The pressure's coming through. There's about 40 seconds left. Why not make one of those swing plays? You'll either lose it and it's a 4 versus 3.
Or you win it and it's 5v1.
Or that happens.
Here you have it again. This is when it blew up, and that's when he steps up. Finds one. This one is free. The second one was more of a 50-50. Took some damage as well. An extra bullet than he would have been dropped.
Static as well, by the looks of it, rotated out the breach around the time of that first kill.
He was waiting for it. Like when the exothermic was being put up, he went even closer to the wall. It's like, if this blows up, I'm going to run right out to try and put some aggression towards the thermite. They were ready to go aggressive there with more than just one player that trimmed up.
I'm wondering if they had an echo drone, maybe feeding some intel information. Potentially.
Who knows?
Either way, it was a great play, and now's, I guess, the time to make a difference for them. They've won it twice on Armory. That's the first time we've had a round where the kit hasn't gone down out of the 4 that we've had to play. So can 5 be a better attempt here? Last time, down 1 Kia, they had a little bit of a quick change of heart and hands, and suddenly it was a post-plant 3 versus 1. They then went from a blink of an eye of an even game to full control. And it's going to be down to Sandbox to see if they can slow and maybe once again pull out an early first body that they were able to just there on the previous round.
I'm just going to ask Medics, did you see the little drones this time that broke the glass?
He confirms.
He confirms. He saw a bit of salt, but yeah. Either way, IQ on the board again. It's going to be able to spot out some PC utility. Last time found a couple of players on their phones. Not going to be the case this time, though. Drones might find those players, though. Shao is hiding, but it seems like they're aware. There is a ping. It's not accurate. Fall from underneath will find Cat Sang, though. That's a Heart Breacher gone. The Heart Breacher gone.
I think it was just out the window.
Could have been the case as well. And that means it's going to be even more troublesome now to take that verticality because that hatch stays closed.
Well, now they're going to see if they can try and swing themselves onto the door, but it's Yas with the cover of sandwich windows, able to find the back of Shyle, and Rin can move in with Coded applying the pressure there. A very different-sided take here, but you can see a presence underneath. There's a C4 placed by the Valkyrie. When it gets popped, I guess, is down to hoping for the call. It is pinged out. They have the attention. They have the idea of it. They have the swing round.
There's 70 seconds left. C4 is blowing up from underneath. The sledgehammer not working. Static is hiding right here. Finds a beautiful kill. Brings it back to a 4v3. It's a Gemini replicator that runs past. It's not going to be able to find the exact confirmation there, but Woogieman will definitely shut him down.
3 versus 3 now, and just under a minute left. They're just getting a bit more control. But this is the sort of difference to the take they had before. They tried to apply that pressure. They tried to get that confidence and clarity in that key idea of where can we get this kit down. Coated's still fishing for that. He's trying to find the tuck on the corners. He's forcing the players out. There is a ping round towards the swing of that Armory side, but with Woogieman tucked onto the window, that's the hope of the plant. Just missing that vital last bit of intel. The cover comes around. They want to go in close. They're getting rid of that bulletproof. It's a swing and a fire round. Good boy can't make the connection. Hoping to get the fight over the verticality. They do a lot of damage, but it's not enough. It's suddenly a 2 versus 1, though. The important fight happened around the kit itself. Coated. 10 seconds to hop over a barrier, try and drop down and either get 2 kills or a kit down, and amongst it, you don't expect it to go too well. 3 rounds.
And a super shorty.
A super shorty. Sandboxes.
It's a good half so far for Sandbox. I mean, normally we would say that the attack is pretty much favored in a game like this on Border. For now, Sandbox with 3 rounds, having the opportunity to fight for 4, definitely doing some good business for themselves here. But there's always 2 halves to a game of Siege, so even though it looks good now, it might not translate in the end. We'll have to wait to see whether or not it did. First, we still have this round 6 underway. The last round on the defense of Sandbox until we reach overtime. And Damokia will be desperate to pick up the extra point. Even though if they lose, though, they'll still be first seed. So it's like, not too bothered by it, maybe, but they still want to get that win.
You still
want to make sure that they beat their competition for the major.
It's also the tough sort of face of what is Border. Is it a map that plays better to the attacking teams? Is it ones where a couple of plucky defenders can pull a whole round based on the sort of ferocity of movement? It's something where Sandbox have tied a couple of these out. The 3-3-half isn't the most outlandish thing, but being able to pull those rounds better and better is that sort of, not worry, but a little bit of concern towards the end. The barbed wire just tucked around is going to say, hey, you want to try and punch this? We're going to swing you.
Yeah, definitely don't want to go for that in the end here. As he's going to go for a nade now. Probably just tries and see if he can find any PC utility to take out. Allow the breach to happen in detention. As drones are being sent in position. Actually bouncing back as well, unfortunately, for Boogeyman has to go for a rethrow. Border has been played 3 times so far. Just bringing that up. 44 overall defensive win rate, so the attack should definitely be favored here. But the thing is, you're also playing with 2 of the best teams in this, the 2 best teams, I have to say, of the region against each other. They know each other. That's an aggressive jump out. Somehow Katsang lives. Yas will again die though by a frost mat. Is able to be recovered. I'm not quite sure if they heard that, but the tension will open up.
I don't think they did. I think that was covered by the sounds of the hop out and the fight elsewhere. Obviously, it's a very loud rifle, and there's a spray through Rin. At least keeps that rotation from coming through, because otherwise, good boy, it would take a bullet to confirm that kill, and he could do it under no pressure, but there it is. Yas is back up, and wow, that's the trade-off of being a noisy jump out there. Yas, he's tucked back around the corner. This is going to just put some pressure around, but nobody's there to catch it. Envy Taylor, behind the server stack, is hoping he goes uncontested. That won't happen. That drone gets the reveal, and he gets out of there before he finds himself under too much pressure. No way around that way, and now it's a 5 versus 2. And now it's a 5 versus 1. Envy Taylor, all that's left. And he looks for anything, but nothing to be found. A 3-3 half.
I think Sandbox went a bit too aggressive there, Emmy, towards the actual frost mat. They did realize, you saw them starting to rotate around. They wanted to confirm that kill onto Yas. However, Sandbox holding the angles. In mission saving Private Yas. They succeeded in the end, able to get him back up and eventually lock it off with a flawless half. Flawless round, not half, because it's a 3-3. An equal scoreline. 50%. Won by the defenders. And now Damwon Kia will be heading out there themselves. We'll be seeing whether or not they can outdo what Sandbox was capable of. Or if Sandbox is going to be able to beat them up now to an extent where they will be taking a match as they have the attack. So, should be having the advantage.
Okay, DK, let's see what you've got cooking for this border. I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious to see how much confidence they start to build here, because Sandbox can be good on their attack, but it has a habit. It has a habit of either being really good and really controlling and dangerous, or slow and a little bit too cautious. And that's something that Damwon Kia are quite good at putting the pressure onto. They're quite good at throwing people into that, where are they? We're not really sure mindset, and that is definitely something that stumbles the Sandbox approach here. So, as I said at the start of the spiel, I'm curious how much they're going to try and stress and pressure this.
I took a lot of place on the ground there, just to make sure that the sandwich wall is going to be reinforced and electrified. There's a bunch of ADS behind it as well, so you can already tell that they want to play out there at some point, sooner rather than later. Now, as the utility is still being set up, keeper barriers are being tossed around, rotations are being expanded on just ever so slightly by Yas, because he doesn't want to get stuck behind that 1 centimeter wall piece. They're setting themselves up for the attack and a breach, a Sandbox. Now, Envy Taylor playing on that Dokkaebi is going to be able to pull out some calls. We'll give them some information on where these players are, and it's especially helpful for Shao, who's playing, of course, on that Nook. Trying to stay undercover is going to be very helpful if you suddenly get a bit of noise. If you suddenly do hear, hey, someone is around the corner, I might have to proceed with caution.
Hoping to maybe try and play some of the pressure underneath, and it's Harikaze that puts it flat across the top. With that breach now, Shyle might see if he can try and get a lucky catch on this. Yas just misses the movement. Does Yas know? Well, they know enough to not want to stick around. The grenades come from underneath a little bit too late. The pressure onto 90. Also doesn't get the catch. Does a sliver of damage, and Yas knows that there's eyes on him, but he's not entirely sure where. There's a swing round in and amongst the smoke. Envy Taylor took the damage and the kill in the body for the trouble as well. This is quicker from Sandbox than some of their other approaches. And you can see Damwon Kia are trying to get a truer taste of just where this pressure is coming from. It's a little bit everywhere. Sandbox is making a lot of noise.
There's noise below. It's also there horizontally. Yeah, Sean now waiting onto this little desk area, hoping that a drop through the hatch will come for a late flank he can shut down. But he has to be careful because Yas is currently below as well. He's on a hunt. He's trying to find someone. Actually realizes that, but gets caught sprinting. Not quite sure where he decided to go for at that very moment in time. But at least Sandbox strikes back. They find yet another kill. They know someone just came up onto the metal stairs, and that will be locked out with this grenade. No, it won't. It's going to be just Katsang fighting back, though, as Yas is currently below.
It was actually Katsang that got the kill down onto the player underneath. Swung to off as he asked some support there from the top of the hatch, and then just found another one on the top of the site itself. 30 seconds, and it's gone from what seemed like a very good bout of control to this. Static, what are you doing with the kit, mate? Get it planted, but the cover comes through. He tried to swing him for the fight there. It did bait a bit of movement, but still, when you had the pings and the number, try and add it all together. Sandbox find their 4th.
As soon as they realized Yas dropped down at the moment he was downstairs, they started pushing more towards that side. And you said it, he could have gone for the plant a little bit earlier, but eventually they still won as they locked out those final 2 kills. A 4-on-3 for Sandbox in the lead, as they are going to be attacking the bathroom and tellers now, as that can no longer be changed. It is going to be a question to see how this one will be set up. Of course, the Azami has been brought almost every round so far, if not every round. Keeper barriers are providing a little bit of cover, but they're not like used in that game-changing way where it seems impossible for the attackers to enter or to win the gunfights. Yes, it does provide a bit of an advantage towards the defenders, but currently Sandbox not struggling with that in that very first round. Neither did Damwon Kia on their attack, so it's like the ways it gets used, sometimes it's more effective than others.
Good boy on the Amaru. I'm super curious. After seeing the hatch play, Sandbox pulled off in their defensive half, I kind of hope for a little bit more crazy.
Might go super aggressive here. I mean, of course, we are playing on the bathroom tellers, but we know that the verticality is quite important, so I was going to say, you cannot go up there. It's just the camera you get to take out. But he's going to go quickly up on the bus stop here, hoping to cut down the rotation actually in already, so they want to take Fountain and the office quickly, but Yas strikes back.
Yeah, that was a very good reaction there from Yas. The fact that Gon 6 hit the window, that was when Yas reacted, ignoring the call and the call to arms from the Dokkaebi, went and tried to put pressure, and importantly, took Good Boy out of the equation. Now they have this. Rin with a spray through, but doesn't commit, gets dropped by Static, and well, Envy Taylor then finds Woogieman, and Shia finds Coated. Suddenly, it's all falling apart from multiple different sides. Damwon Kia once again suffering that multi-pointed push from the sides of Sandbox, leaving just 2 players slightly separated. The rest of the bathroom rotation, they can give themselves a bit of control and support to, but look at that, 2 minutes. More than enough time for Sandbox here to try and drone, get some intel, get himself called, and get an idea of a plant going.
Slowly starting to creep around the site now as well. That's a missed drone. I believe there was someone in that corner, but they definitely do know now as Yas has taken out that drone. Goes a bit more aggressive, gets picked up by Shao. Goes aggressive, again gets caught out sprinting. Needs to stop running around as much as he does because it is going to be costing you rounds sooner rather than later. But now Katsang close around, knows someone is up top. Could be going for a bit of a spray here, but he doesn't quite want to go for it. He wants the clean headshot. We'll find that. 2v1. The diffuser now being put down by Arakazi. Means he needs to go aggressive. This needs to be covered by Static, and he does have it covered as well. Sandbox expand their lead 5-3.
It's sudden when they go for their takes. It's very explosive here from Sandbox. And that was the thing that I sort of alluded to at the turn of the half, is the Warriors, you have the tale of 2 sandboxes. You have the Sandbox that gets cautious and slow and tries to be meticulous, but ends up a bit lost. And then you have a Sandbox like this that brings Amaru, goes for a rush with a combination of the Dokkaebi and the Gon 6 and tries to hit them hard and fast, but then still has that movement behind it. Doesn't sort of twiddle their thumbs and try and reevaluate the whole world and state of things.
And that's important in Siege. Hesitation kills.
It does.
So if one thing goes wrong, you cannot just completely overthrow everything you just set up to do. Like, everybody's in their positions, everybody knows what they have to do. Yes, you lose that first gunfight, but that doesn't mean the round is over. You do not need to win every single gunfight to eventually win it. So when they push through, when they decided, you know what, it's still time to go, it's still time to put up the pace, that's when they were able to make those changes happen, to swing the advantage back into their own favor. And Damwon Kia was unable to shut them down timely.
I really hope DK Damwon Kia, if you're listening, please
merch?
bring some merch.
Yes.
Please, to Berlin, bring some shirts to sell. You will sell out within
I'm just gonna
a minute.
call out. You know what? Gassan, if you're listening, I hope you are, can you ask it on the interview, please, if they can bring some merch?
Yes. It's the most important question.
If we see Damwon Kia on the interview days, that is...
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Ask Sandbox to bring merch as well.
Yeah, ask Sandbox as well.
Merch from the region is very tricky to get outside of the region. It's not even just spend a million billion euros. It's just tricky to get. You just cannot really get it. Please, I implore you. This is a public service announcement from the whole EMEA team. Your shirts are really, really cool. I wish to buy them.
It's such a cool color as well. You don't see it often.
No, you don't. It's a very nice design.
Yeah, definitely. Either way, 5-3. We might not get the opportunity to talk to Damwon Kia because they're currently lacking behind. Sandbox, their 2 attacks so far have been explosive and effective at that. That means that Damwon Kia needs to strike back. Now, they just had the tactical timeout. They just had their 45 to have a bit of a chat together, see what's going wrong, see what they can change to make sure that they change the momentum back into their own favor.
What are they expecting here, Sandbox? They're being very cautious onto these windows at first, whether they had the drone intel or they have some knowledge on how Damwon Kia likes to be and change things up after attack timeout. They're definitely going with a different approach onto their first couple of rounds here, and well, so far it's made sure everybody is still alive at this point. They'd taken out 3 of the opposing team on the previous round. Granted, it was a much quicker approach. Even before then, they'd got 2. But here, it's more cautious and is almost netted out there. Good boy. Takes a sliver of damage, gets the call on where Rin is, tucked in with those long angles and holding on to what is seemingly a more spacious defense.
3 ADSs onto that corner there. He really doesn't want to be taken out. And because they open up this wall like this, it's also not going to be possible to get an extra thermic, would they have had one, onto the wall to open it up from the side. So it's a good thought out thing there from Damwon Kia. At least keeps that position safe, as very tight angles being held there, but yes, again, just going off at the moment someone passes.
Well, that round to the corner of 90. No ADS is there. We'll get the shield. Rin gets static, though, in the meantime. Katsang's position is going to be a little bit trickier to hold, but not impossible. The Azami might offer some structure. It's a swing round and a blind. That is a very good smoke canister. Forces them out of that tucked-in safety. There's a swing round. MB Taylor gets caught out on the window, and this from Damwon Kia is so well put together. They do finally lose out that player, but they've taken 2 of their own. In that exchange, Shyle is able to at least make some ground underneath. He was entirely unable to on the previous round, and missed the lucky swing onto Yas, who's going a little bit more adventurous. Katsang gets locked out and caught by Shyle. There's 2 for the trouble. Now 1 either side. Coated. 1 more smoke canister is going to buy him a little bit more damage, but he knows he's under pressure from the backside of the staircase. Yas catches the drone. Will he go for a rotate back round to the site? Might get caught from the rappel. Coated definitely has. He's tucked himself in. Good boy. 30 seconds. The kit and the rotate round towards that back wall. They've got themselves a little bit of safety, and Yas has got himself a rotation out. That's the important part here with Shyle, though. He's the surprise, he's the pings, he's hoping to get a loose player, but he's got to make a little bit of noise. They can hear the broach coming. 15 seconds, and the pressure's going to start to mount. Yas is going to try and isolate this fight, finds it. Massive take. Doesn't quite get the full shot, but finds a lot of damage there. Arakaze, he's trying to swing around close, but he doesn't see the man tucked. It's Coated for the 2, and Damwon Kia find their first in these 3.
That keeps us 5-4, but I was going to actually praise the work of the Nuck there, opening up that door. It's a shame it wasn't opened up before. It could have been a true sneak in, but I moved the attention away, moved the 2 guns away from the actual objective they wanted to go for the plant at. Unfortunately, picked up early, not much of a fight he had to deal with there, and that allowed him to get straight back on that 2v2, digging deep in those corners, not being spotted out. Probably due to FAV, we have to say, or just being hyper-focused at your reticle. Now, Sandbox gets another attack. Damwon Kia get another defend. They will be going down towards the ventilation, towards the workshop, seeing if they can pull another win out of the bag, seeing if they can bring this up to a 5-5. Frostmats are being put down just to try and catch off some players that are not paying too much attention, not droning in their entries before they truly go in. Or completely droning, rather, because sometimes you see a drone being tossed right over the Frostmat and they will never really know it was there.
Damwon Kia, what happens next? It was something that we talked about when we started to see the swing round on the early half of this map.
The what?
The early half of this map.
Early.
Sorry, I've just started talking
Earlier?
Swedish. Fabian's like, that isn't Swedish, wherever he is.
Doesn't matter, we don't believe him anyway.
It's tricky on the other sites outside of Armory, and obviously that's where we've just had the first round win here. And there was some growth from Sandbox. They started to put some pressure onto the other sides after losing most of them. It then became a bit of a turn and a swing back round to the 3-3 half here. What can they do? Damwon Kia on a slightly different site, a slightly different bout of pressure.
Bit of danger there, actually, walking right in front of the window before you drop down. Could have been a pretty far receiving end from those defenders right after you put the Claymore down. Of course, no one there. Kazi opening up. He wants to go quick here. It's also the Monty inside. They want to go for a quick plant under the cover of the smoke.
Well, that's not going to happen, is it? Says Damwon Kia. The spray through. They absolutely locked down anything that was attempted on the pace there. I'm not quite sure what happened on the door. The Monty ended up tucked in, but instantly put to bed. Yas is going to hit the wrong side of a Claymore here and take that bit of damage, but there's still 4 more players to get through, and a cold kit inside the site. They've got it from above. They've got it from 2 different angles. Nemfi Taylor, he's got a minute 40 to talk to the team.
It's winnable, this. Don't worry.
Everything's winnable.
It's definitely winnable. He's going to go for it. Trust me. So he's going to start moving in. Gets the first. There you go. Needs to find 3 more. He's being challenged by the Servitor. He finds the headshot there. Suddenly it's just a 1v2 with 80 seconds left. So I believe he's just been called back because he went further down towards the back of the workshop there. So now indeed we're into that territory where he can either use those 60 seconds to talk, Dower left, or see if he can maybe still make it work. And there are some Frostmats all around, so he needs to be careful. There's also a pulse that will be giving out his heartbeat and his every motion. But there's definitely angles being held here. He's being challenged. That's dangerous. You shouldn't be challenging it.
I wonder, in that hindsight is 2020, if the pulse was the read that was able to sort of filter that the rush was coming through, and why Damwon Kia are able to react so quickly and so poignantly to it, because obviously they were trying to play a game of attention.
Yeah.
The Candelas and Sandwich Window, they were making a lot of noise. The Claymore, they were sort of trying to hope to draw those players up, and they were forced back a little bit. They suffered a bit of damage. But then suddenly everybody was dead.
I think the first Candela as well was meant to blind the player behind the half wall, because you have the verticalities there to shut people down who walk in from the window, to shut people down who walk in from the door, both alike. I think that failed. The flash is not really coming through, or at least the push after that was supposed to happen, not really connecting, because you saw them drop like flies. And as you said, the Pulse probably having an idea as well. The Monty will be given a lot of sound cues at the very same time that there is something coming. And if you have that Monty and you want to go for a quick plant, you're going to be at that main door. Otherwise, you're going to be clearing something out systematically. So with that, a lot of cues together with that Pulse given away to respond as quickly as they did. And that called for a timeout for Sandbox, because that round completely fell apart as quickly as it started, really. And it leaves us at a 5-5. And suddenly, it's very doable for Damwon Kia again. It looked like Sandbox was taking the driver's seat off this game, but now both are a round away from picking up a point out of this game.
It's the fun thing about the second half. It was a 3-3 even half. Obviously, on the opener, then we had 2 rounds from one team, an attack timeout from the other, and now 2 rounds from that team, an attack timeout from the other. So we find ourselves keeping a very nice synergy, a nice, beautiful reflection of each other this game.
Nice little rhythm that we're in.
Paradiddle.
A what?
It's a drum rudiment. Okay. Right, left, right, left, right, left, left.
Okay. I'm not that musically gifted. Or never really put the
if anybody
learn.
has ever studied percussion or learnt drums,
they will know.
Me just saying drum rudiments has thrown them back to grade 1 drums.
That's the next thing I was going to say is, like, I've also never really put in the effort to learn much about music.
Practicing flams.
Yeah, I have no clue.
Single stroke rolls.
No, also doesn't ring a bell to me.
Okay, I'll stop naming drama rudiments.
I know you can tap the stuff. That's about it.
Yeah, you
So,
do.
yeah.
That's part of it.
Drumming.
Can Sandbox tap the idea of winning a round?
That's a good question. The grenade will definitely be the first telltale sign. Now they know someone's out there, and that is Rin just sent to the wall face first. An entry kill for Sandbox. A more than welcome one as well. Good droning work there. Good information gathering by Sandbox. It's not just that they tossed up a grenade and hoped for the best. No, they knew exactly where that player was. They knew exactly whether or not Rin was moving, and they were able to punish Rin accordingly. Now, Katsing has been spotted on these east stairs, and if you look around, a lot is actually closed off. Needs to be careful here to not be finding the same fate as Rin did.
Now, obviously, it's the first time that we've seen this sort of approach here across this board because, well, okay, maybe we've had a taste of this round, but it was something where it became very bitter and aggressive on the opposite side. They got in quite fast and then locked it out. Suddenly kills all across the board. Almost a second grenade kill. Katsang isn't going to give up the territory. He's hoping he can sort of live in that space, but they know he's not escaped, and that's the important part. Just slunk away around the corner. There's Good Boy to get that final shot round. He's looking for the fight. Arakaze is offering some support and some pressure onto the other window. This is Sandbox, more focused on individual players. There's the next, there's the lockout, there's a blind of his own player, but Good Boy was at least able to take the connection. 3 sort of individual takes there on individual players of Damwon Kia, but you see generally how much is behind it from the side of Sandbox, and they're making sure that they have them wrapped around.
If you just look at those first 3 kills, those are 3 players completely isolated. One by information. They knew where he was going. The grenade came out and secured it. The other 2 was information game. They knew exactly where they were. They slowly crept themselves around, made sure there was no way out. And the only way to actually fight themselves out was to kill every single Sandbox player around them. So the first 3, very well used. Yes, using the proximity right here to get the drop onto Shao. That is going to be the Nuke out of play.
That was a very clever play, but Static's going to see if he can get the kit down in the meantime. They know that one of the players was up top. They could have gone for the rotate underneath a little bit too late on that smoke canister and not quite the right place. Waylaid. Coated. He's trying to dig himself in closer. They've obviously got the pressure. I talked about it before. Outside the window, above and flat across it. They're not down, but they're tucked and rotated and find the kill. Coated locks down seating and sits them down on the far side. They're going for the fight outside the window. They're watching the staircase as well. The rotate is very awkward and precarious to make, and well, Yas is going to have to go the long way around, but look at the timer. This is such a gamble. They're probably not going to make it back to the kit in time at this point. No, I'm pretty confident saying they're not. We are looking at Sandbox taking this round here, and well, taking, I think, a very good approach. Just the individual pressure onto the players.
Hunting for some kills there in the end, and as you said, good individual pressure, like isolating them one by one, not putting yourself to be prone towards their crossfires. Really, we're going to recap it again. Drone on the first one. Grenade coming in from below. That is suddenly CCTV/break room cleared out. You don't have to worry about that anymore. That means you can focus on east. Now, there's a couple of ways in from east. You can either hold it from like below, make sure someone is in passport, just holding down the staircase, make sure they can come down. Then you can put someone on east and someone on the west doors, so you can stop them from rotating back towards the side as well. And all you need to do is slowly start moving in onto the player from 2, maybe 3 different angles, and you're going to be able to pick up that kill because the pressure just gets too high. Now, of course, if a kill happens from the defending player, suddenly that plan falls apart because there is an escape route suddenly, but that wasn't the case. And then that third kill, which also was a player isolated. Drones, flashbangs, utility being used to get rid of the player around the sandwich area inside of the open area, and that secured them a kill. And that's 3 kills without really any challenge coming back from DK, and that leaves you in a 2v5 that is almost impossible to win. It's an interesting Izami very well. It allows for a good challenge whilst not completely obstructing the door.
It's something that we've seen Yas do. He really wants to just keep control of CC. He sort of does it, not single-handedly, obviously, when you have the control of 90 as well, and Coated sort of been historically sitting around that kind of Katsang, trying to throw my mind back towards their previous holds. This might be the focus they go for, though. Yes, he's always been in that sort of corner. We've seen them play those grenades underneath pretty well before. If they can force him out first, Well, he's not there yet. He's still doing setup, and that buys, I guess, some time here for Sandbox to do this. Look at the pressure onto the windows. Look at the way they've got themselves around break. It seems like they're going for Yas potentially as the lead in this time.
Well, they definitely want to put up some high pressure again and make sure that they can isolate some of these players as they start pushing through. Now, that's one of those important drones. On the top of the square area, they're able to see if someone is inside. They now have the knowledge that there isn't, so they need to... Oh, it's reinforced off. Okay.
EMP there.
For a second, I was afraid that it wasn't. But EMP comes out, and that's going to be an opening. Potentially used with a grenade to follow up.
That's very dangerous there now for that player. And there's the danger-proven Static. Just has to swing his head round. We think of the previous take there and how much they had to throw at Rin to get them out. And this time, it was just well-coordinated utility. A good idea with Thatcher when they're on the board. Some of these holds do start to fall a little bit. The pressure on the barbed wire, you can see Damon Kira trying to restructure. Shiles playing underneath once again. Hoping and holding out to have more of a second round than his first. They've got the lockdown and keeping sure that the plant is something that might be able to go behind that kit coded. So with 2 smokes in pocket, 1:25. He's holding on to Fountain for now, making sure they have some of that closed down on the door itself. Will there be a little bit more pressure underneath? The shield's gone onto 90. There's the ping on the Nook. But without that gadget off, it's going to not be a true read.
Hoping to put up some pressure there with those grenades. Not finding anything yet, but Coda falls, and that means that the Fountain is now slowly starting to drop as well. Katzing has to retake that. That means Metal is suddenly not completely safe anymore, and with Woogieman being in the back of the site right here, it's gonna seem like Sandbox might be able to lock this one out.
Oh, Harakaze finds one more, and Woogieman, he is all that's left. There's some intel, there's some vague ideas. There's the head of Static, there's the heavy hit rifle for the second, but Shile, he hits back. And now we have, well, no change in the leaderboard, but the 2 teams heading to the major from APAC North, they have maybe a score to settle.
They might have a score to settle indeed. And of course, you said it before, it doesn't change anything on the leaderboard, but it's the honor that will count in the end. I'm just wondering, where are the masks? Normally Shal puts one on. Arakazi joined the party last week as well as they qualified. Hope they bring him to Berlin.
It's extra luggage.
Like merch. Bring
like
merch.
Hi.
Bring merch.
Hi, both teams.
Hello.
Please bring merch. Hello, it's us, EMEA team. Please. And also bring a game we know you will. That was obviously 2 teams that had already qualified. 2 teams that their position wasn't going to change, and they threw themselves at border, a very aggressive map. It leads well when, I'm not saying they were hiding things, but didn't want to show things.
Yeah.
And what will they talk about on the desk? I don't know. Maybe they'll show you guys some knowledge. I doubt it. We'll see after a quick break.
Welcome back, friends. Our match today is complete, and Sandbox Gaming take the win. Now, that doesn't mean that Sandbox are on top of APAC North. They'll still be 1 point short of where Damwon are right now. It'll be 18 and 17, respectively. But they defeat the top dog in APAC North. 7-5, a close game. Honestly, one of the most exciting we've had this stage.
It's been very exciting, and I think it was a very enjoyable game to watch. Like, it was a straight, they were shooting back and forth, left and right and center, and it was overall a very good game. And I think that we saw a little bit slower of a border than maybe what we're used to. But I don't think that this game particularly will say too much about the stage of which team is the better overall. Today it's to claim the fame and saying like, hey, we are the best team, but the fragging power that they have in Sandbox, that's the sort of game that can win you games, but I want to see it win you tournaments. And that's what I think Damwon has. Even if they lost the game today, they have a slight edge.
It was loose, it was fast, it was fun, it was on a map that encompasses all of that as well on border. And it was very close in the end, to be fair. And I thought Sandbox probably were worthy victors.
We got an Oryx flank that actually worked. Honestly,
Super
the timing, honestly, it was so beautiful to see. But let's have a chat with our victors, Sandbox Gaming. Hello, Envy Taylor, our interviewee with Bubble, a translator in Korea. Congratulations! You beat the top team in APAC North, your big rivals in Korea. How does it feel, Envy?
축하드립니다. 지금 현재 1등 팀을 이긴 소감을 부탁한답니다.
원래 기쁘긴 한데 탈론도 이기고 담원도 이겼어야지 저희가 전승 우승했어가지고 좀 많이 아쉽네요.
He said that while he feels amazing, he's kind of upset that he couldn't beat Talon and Damongi at the same time, just one of them.
Oh, well, at least it was 7-5, 5-7 versus Talon last Playday, but still a successful day for Sandbox. Talk to me a bit about, first of all, Border. Why specifically this map? We know how aggressive teams can be usually on it.
국경을 왜 선택했는지 혹시 이유를 부탁한답니다.
담원기아가 꺼낼 수 있는 맵 중에서 저희 선수나 코치들끼리 상의하에 가장 담원기아를 좀 가장 공략하기 쉽다고 생각했던 맵이 국경이라서 국경을 하기로 했습니다.
So out of all the maps, the coaches and the players discuss what's the lowest or the weakest. They're really good in all the maps, but what's the weakest? And they decided on Border.
And then why the mute ban specifically from your side?
왜 뮤트 밴을 하셨는지 물어보고 있습니다.
여타 다른 오퍼들보다는 뮤트 기용을 너무 많이 의존하고 있어가지고 그렇게 밴했습니다.
So out of all the operators, he thinks that they rely on mute heavily, Damwon, so that's why they banned him.
Okay, and we did see you playing a lot of Nook. It was surprising for me to see that you didn't go for a Jaeger ban, for example, to combo with more grenade play. What do you think?
녹을 많이 쓰셨는데 왜 예거 오퍼레이터를 안 했는지 모르고 있습니다. 왜냐면 슈루탄도 많을 텐데 이런 공략을 왜 안 쓰는지.
예거는 솔직히 능력은 좋은 오퍼레이터지만 총기 이제 성능이 좀 안 좋다 보니까 교전이 확실히 더 좋게 이끌어 나가야 되는 맵이 국경이다 보니까 예거를 안 쓸 거라고 생각해서 뭐 그렇게까지 예거를 상정 안 하고 플레이했습니다, 저는.
So Jaeger has really good gadgets, but his gun isn't as strong as they were hoping. So he knew that if Damwon chose Jaeger, they're in a map that relies heavily on gunplay, they were going to have a disadvantage. So they decided Jaeger isn't worth the ban.
Fair enough. Well, Envy Taylor, thank you very much. Now that this stage is done, you prepare yourself for your trip all the way to Berlin. How do you feel Sandbox is going to fare there?
이제 드디어 독일으로 가시는데 샌박스가 메이저에서 어떤 모습을 보여줄지 물어보고 있습니다.
저희가 이제 스웨덴 메이저 때는 이제 담원기아한테 패해서 8강? 이제 8번째 순위로 마감했었는데 이번엔 또 더 좋은 높은 순위로 마감하고 싶습니다.
During Sweden, they unfortunately lost to Tamongia and they couldn't rise up the ranks. But then during Berlin, they hope this isn't the case and they rise up higher than they did before.
Well, good, because we missed you in Charlotte. So good to see you'll be able to watch Sandbox at the Berlin Major, of course, in only a couple weeks. So the team is getting ready to go to it. Envy Taylor, anything you want to say to the fans to close it out?
마지막으로 팬들한테 하고 싶은 말이 있는지 물어보고 있어요.
이제 에펙 로스 이제 경기 일정 끝났고 이제 곧 있을 이제 베를린 메이저도 있고 이제 저희 자국 리그인 코리안 오픈도 있는데 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
So now that the playoffs, now that the APAC North is over, there's still Berlin, there's Korean Opens. He still wants the support and love from everyone, and he wishes his team good luck.
All right, Envy Taylor, congratulations on your victory today against Damwon Kia, and good luck in Berlin. Hope to see you soon in Europe. Bubble, thank you very much for the translation, and we'll see you two very soon. Till then, thank you very much, and 안녕. 감사합니다. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
What are you two snickering about over there?
Nothing, don't worry about it.
Anyways, it is done. Sandbox are victorious. Unfortunately, they couldn't defeat Talon in our last Playday. That's something that would have made, Envy Taylor even more happy. But still a victory nonetheless, and a hell of a tactical game despite it being on border.
And realistically, the difference across the whole league between Damwon and Sandbox was that one loss that Sandbox had last week against Talon. 6 wins for Sandbox overall in the league, 6 wins for Damwon, obviously having lost today. I thought you mentioned it just before the interview, Milosh. That play with the Oryx by Shail was just incredible.
Beautiful.
And it was expressive. Teams don't do that when they're under so much pressure, and they've got to get 3 points to qualify for majors. Once it's all qualified, you can go up a Hatch's Oryx, timing it perfectly with a thermite charge going off to cover the sound, get a 2K and win the round.
I mean, it's just overall a really good show from Sandbox, and Arcasa being the MVP. I mean, we spoke about it before the game. I've been praising him the entire stage. He's just really started to show up, and I think Sandbox should be happy about this. I think there's a lot of things that can go into showing like how strong Korea as a region is, because if Talon beats Sandbox, Sandbox beats Damwon, and Damwon beats Talon, it's like a circle of which team can beat everyone. We had this segment before I went on my vacation about how Korea have been dominating Japan, and I don't think we're going to see that change anytime soon, as good as the Korean teams are playing.
All right. So with this matchup with at least our top 2 Korean teams and the top ones in APAC North, we'll move on to our second matchup. Talon, that we were just mentioning, that had beat Sandbox in our last Playday, they go up against Fnatic from Japan. So let's take a quick break and come back to it. See you in a moment.
Second, but Shail, he hits back.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you, because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah. I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it. Oh, you mess up the mood. Alright. Ooh, I worked too hard for it. And I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside.
Welcome back, friends. It's time for game number 2. Talon versus Fnatic. Korea versus Japan. And this might be the last time we see Fnatic in this form, as things will be changing. Mag is coming in come stage 3, but that's only in stage 3. The roster has to prove itself today and push itself even further away from relegations, because they've actually played not too badly over the past few weeks, Fabian.
Well, not too badly, and then Fnatic together, that's a hard combination for me, because I don't enjoy their playstyle. I just don't. Even if they won their game against FAV, I mean, they won by 1 point. FAV has 2 points in this stage total. They're dead last in the overall standings. And then they won against Spear, which, well, they're still playing with their coach, because 11 is still recovering from, was it illness surgery? One of them. So, yeah, Fnatic playing well or not as bad. I wouldn't put it that far just yet. They can still do some upsets, and I guess going up against Talon, I still see them as the weaker team. It's just that they need to show that they don't make these individual mistakes anymore. When they show me that, then I'll praise them. But until then, I'll be very skeptical about their playstyle.
Fnatic like the APAC North G2 for Fabian. He's like, he just wants to go in on them every single time.
He talked nicely about G2 last time.
He did.
Because they actually are starting to win.
And I will get him talking nicely about Fnatic at some point. But what I will say for Fnatic is they know there's a roster change coming, because they know Mag is coming into this roster.
Yeah, it's confirmed.
The org does obviously clearly does not move somebody to Japan for them to not come into the roster. He's coming in. So there's probably a few players that are thinking today, this is maybe my last shot inside of a tier 1 game. I need to step it up. I maybe even am playing for my spot if I'm one of the Fnatic players. So I'm expecting big things out of them today.
And Talon on the other side took an L against CAG, but they beat Sandbox, and we just heard it from MV Taylor from Sandbox that they were quite sad that they couldn't take down Talon in that match. Of course, all 3 top Korean teams between Talon, Sandbox, and Damwon Kia were looking for the top who can be number 1, at least in between them, not even looking at the entire standings. And like you described it over the past few weeks with Talon, Jack. We've seen them on the up and up in stage 1.
Yep.
They're about to hit it, and then they quit it.
The way that I see Talon is, and I go back to like literally stage 3 last year, was one step backwards when they brought Heady Endemic into this roster for 2 steps forward in stage 1. And I feel like this is another 1 step backward stage for them. Obviously, they changed out 2 players again this stage. Had to take a step back because obviously new players, integrating them into your system, etc. But I think there are very promising signs from this team looking towards stage 3. I think they started to show a glimpse of that against Sandbox last week. I think they can continue showing a glimpse of that today. And then stage 3, this is a roster that I can probably genuinely get a little bit excited about.
I completely agree with that. And looking back at their game against Damwon Kia, it was one of the first times that we saw Damwon Kia being actually challenged by a team, and a team getting to the position where, well, we can actually execute a round against Damwon Kia.
Yep.
We hadn't seen that for a really long time, and now obviously Sandbox beating them today is kind of, I guess, an upset, but Talon is the only team other than them we've seen do so. So yeah, I just hope it's up for them because they've been playing well stage 1, stage 2. I felt it was a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction replacing 2 players, but yeah, maybe Jack's right. They took 1 step back, 2 forward, and now they're taking 1 back and 2 forward again. I hope that for them because they're fun to watch.
And this game will be proving ground for both of these 2 squads again in preparation for stage 3. Talon can get those extra points and really put themselves in the middle because should Talon be victorious, they might have the shot of being in the top 4. Maybe not the top 2 that will go to Berlin, but have some SI points at the end of it all. So our map for the series, which one will it be out of our 9-map pool? Of course, you'll see the same pool as we go into Berlin. That'll be Clubhouse. Talon will have the last pick. They remove Villa, start on defense. Fnatic opting for the attacking side of one of the most 50-50 maps at this point.
Yeah, high preference map for Fnatic. They play it quite a lot. We've seen them on it quite a lot. One thing I think back to it, I think it was stage 1, was Chibisu and his Fawn gameplay on it. He actually was quite good. But for Talon, it's quite a low preference map, and I wonder again if it's kind of a case of not too much to play for, just go to a club that's very generic. There's not too much new stuff you can do on club. Get it done, get it out of the way. That's my kind of vibe that I'm getting from this map pick.
Yeah, it could also be that they've studied what Fnatic does, because Fnatic is a very repetitive team that keeps doing the same thing on paper, as I've spoken about in previous match days. They just keep doing the same thing over and over. Now, it might be that Talon have studied exactly what they need to do to counter that, which is basically let them peek you 1 by 1 and you'll win.
Yep.
We'll see if they keep doing that in Fnatic, but I do think that Talon have a chance here to go above CAG in the overall standings if they grab the win. So they wanted 3 points. They want to climb as high as they can for SI points. Even if the game for this stage is not so much on the line, for the overall picture, there's still some stuff to fight for.
Talon are 5th right now at 8 points. Cyclops are at 11 points, a 3rd. So should Talon be able to get all 3 points today, then they would be tied with Cyclops. However, since Cyclops beat Talon, I don't know, the differential would be in head-to-head or would be in total, at least in APAC North.
Head-to-head.
And head-to-head, which means that there is a potential today, depending on how the reject game goes versus Cyclops, that we would see Talon in that 4th spot, especially if Cyclops are able to beat reject, in which case Talon's victory today, that might actually give them quite a bit of a side points preparation for the next stage. So yeah, lab is ready, gentlemen, though. So let's see how it goes. Jack, Fabian, thank you very much. Fnatic versus Talon. Let's toss it to our casters. It's Isindas. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. We are going to be bringing you all the action today. You got me, Ace Pirate, and Desertree joining me from home once again. Looking cool there, Des. I'm loving the shirt.
I was really hoping blindly you'd match me with like a short sleeve.
I mean, we're fairly well coordinated in terms of colours. I mean, this hasn't been discussed.
We are.
How do they build that synergy?
How do they build that synergy? You know what, Tim, a little fun thing about this map as well, Clubhouse coming into it. I did a little bit of a stat dive just before we got into this game. Interestingly, Clubhouse is the 2nd lowest defender win rate map in every major region around the world. Across NA, across APAC North, EU, and LATAM. It's all coming for all of them, coming in as the 2nd highest defensive win rate. So looking at these 2 teams coming into today, we know that we've spoken a lot about Fnatic's attacking form. It has improved over the weeks, but is it good enough they can really crack this one wide open? That remains to be seen, because looking back at history, both of these teams have played FAV and both have beat FAV in overtime. So they've got kind of a similar history on it against a relatively similar team. This could actually prove to be a really banger match.
I've got a feeling that it will be. I've got a feeling that Talon haven't really, I think, fulfilled their potential, I'm going to say. And I feel like, unfortunately, that's something I've been saying for 3 or 4 stages for Talon now. It feels like they're always on the cusp of something, and it never seems to get delivered. But we'll see whether they can put up a good performance against Fnatic, who are on a little bit of an up at the minute. We've got Hibana and Monte are going to be our first 2 attacker bans, and we will follow that up with 2 defenders.
Absolutely. Rifle through these nice and quick. The Monty ban, not the biggest surprise in the world. We've seen teams in EU abusing this a little bit. Even with the Thatcher being left open, they feel a Kai ban is the go-to play here. So I guess that more looking to afford a bit of flexibility on the attacking side for Fnatic. Maybe not worrying too much about the Thatcher. Though we see a number of teams still bringing Thatcher regardless of whether or not you have a Bandit or Kaid available, for example. Bandit doesn't really matter that much anymore. But looking in towards things like Mute Jammers, Mozzie Pest, that you'll often see out on the roam around the map, still very, very valuable at getting those switched offline. Same with things like ADSs. It's just kind of we want to be lazy about it, chuck down a couple of EMPs and away we go. We'll see if Fnatic want to employ that in their attacks, though, as we're going to start off in the basement, Tim.
We are all the way down to the bottom. Church and Arsenal will kick us off. Talon on the defence to start with. Immediately catching my eye is Soldier here at the moment. He's on the Vigil, an operator that we do see from time to time on this site. We've commented quite a few times before that it is a bit of a selfish operator, and I don't say that in a negative way, just that his utility is very focused around his own performance and what he can do. He's not really bringing too much to the team. He's getting out there, he's keeping himself off the drones. His visual signature is removed from any attacker drones that go in so long as his scrambling device is activated at that point in time. They will get the little white lines that will notify them there's a Vigil in the area, but that area is quite considerable, so it leads to them having to go in and face check everything basically, and it really can slow an attack down, but Soldier has to use it wisely. He needs to burn a lot of time and he needs to get a kill or 2, because if he doesn't, he's not really brought too much to the team.
I was really curious to see how Talon would roll their lineup today. In the interview with Misa last week when they won their game, I asked him, what's going on with your lineup? Because you've had Marble move from being the Jaeger main, out on the roam, being aggressive, down to playing things like Mute, and then finally being pushed back onto the smoke and taking Misa's role. And he said, yeah, we've actually had a little bit of experimentation. We haven't really felt fully comfortable in our roles, but now I feel that we're getting there. They are rolling the same sort of lineup that they did last week, where you've got Marble once again playing hard in that smoke role, hard support for them. Misa supporting him in the second supportive role. And Hedy getting kind of a promotion. He was playing flank watch last week, a lot of Nomad. Here he's on things like the Azami as well, leaving Demic and Soldier to be your entries. So I feel like finally we are starting to see some structure coming through for these guys. Structure that may well have just been shattered, though. Chibisu, the early entry onto Demic.
Nice from Fnatic. They saw him on the drone and they took action, managing to get that kill straight away. They're also going to spot out Soldier now, who's tried to get himself down to that bottom garage, but he could find himself in a position where he dies exactly the same as Demic did here. But as you can see, that Vigil Scrambler just able to keep him off the radar there. He gets himself away down Oil Pit, which is exactly what Demic was trying to do. And Demic's death there has forced Soldier back to site, because what he doesn't want to do now is overcommit on that roam and leave his team short-handed downstairs. We're halfway through the round, so it's not a terrible effort from Talon on the roam here. They've burnt half of the round, they haven't got any kills, but now Fnatic are working against the clock. But without Kaid there should be nothing really to slow them down.
Absolutely that, Tim. They've got so much time still to play with here. I know you're looking at that clock and thinking 65 seconds. That's not a lot, but they've been getting to work for the last 30 seconds as well and getting things open. Some teams barely start to even get starting to set up for an actual execute itself until you get to the last 50 seconds or so, because you've got to force those roamers back downstairs. So a good job being done, but Soldier is looking to get a little bit cheeky here and maybe thinking about trying to get his way back up. Obviously needs to get rid of the Claymore, which is done by impacting on towards the grate on the left. Just wants to make sure no one's going to hear that. Otherwise, they will be watching the angle from Lounge and he'll be dead as soon as he gets up that ladder.
That's the problem. Maybe just mistimes that by a second or two there, but it does allow him to slip up that ladder, clearing it out. Didn't quite manage to hit at the same time as the explosion that we heard elsewhere in the map. Chibisu, I think they're aware of this, Des. He's got the drone straight in there. They know that there's the potential for a flank coming above. Yura's going to get Marble, and I tell you what, Soldier's going to have to move himself quickly here, because it's 2 versus 5 down on site at the minute. Teddy gets taken down, 1 versus 5. Diffuser's going down. Misa manages to get Chibisu, nearly gets Lily in Dirt Tunnel as well, but nothing can be done to stop Siru planting that Diffuser. It's successful from Fnatic. It's all up to Misa, as we saw the Vigil taken down as he tried to move back off the flank. Lily with the final kill, and that is a beautiful attack from Fnatic. What I've particularly been impressed with there is their use of information and utility. They had Talon locked down throughout that round. They knew every step they were taking and they punished them.
What I like the most is what you kind of touched on there as well, is the identify soldiers out and about around the map. Oh, there's only 3 on site. There's 5 of us. We can overpower them here. They get a couple of kills. Plant goes down. Soldiers left trying to make something happen and simply can't. You maybe will ask a couple of questions about positioning there. I think we had the smoke, playing on the double door coming out of church. Normally you'd have something like a Maestro sat holding that angle so the Alder can go down long corridor. It can look up to towards the hatch drop, for example, inside a kitchen. And Smoke might normally play much closer with a shotgun on something like the Moto door. But really, they were a little bit light on the ground. There was only 1 player inside a church because they had those 2 roamers out and about around the map. So, well read by Fnatic. Talon may be a little bit inefficient there with the positions their players are playing in. Have made it all too easy for Fnatic to get in and win the round.
We're going to move on then to our second site, which, Des, we've seen so much more of this site over the last couple of weeks. It's going to be Bart and Stage once again. It's going to lead to Talon trying to hold on to that top floor. They want to keep hold of construction. They've got the Echo from Marble as well. Always an interesting choice and one to watch out, particularly how well those Yokai drones survive, because obviously, you know, that's the biggest weapon in his arsenal, really, is being able to deny that diffuser plant later on by using the stun ability of his gadget to prevent the attackers getting that down. So he's like a last line of defense, really. So Marble needs to be keeping himself alive deep into the action this round.
I do keep on speaking about mirrors for this site as well. I really enjoy when teams bring a mirror along and have one facing out towards Jacuzzi from bathroom, which is obviously not going to happen here because there is no mirror, and one inside of construction as well, looking down, well, inside Logi in towards construction. It just gives you some really, really effective spots where you can sit and hold and basically block off construction. You stop Jacuzzi being free entry for them, because otherwise Fnatic can just basically march in once they've got these breaches opened up. For now, at least, they're relying a lot of teams on the Dinar. They've got the Evil Eyes on site, for example. They've got a bulletproof camera down there. They've got the castle barricades. Really a lot of actual site-focused utility and nothing on the top floor, which is exactly why Fnatic can just march their way through and slam everyone into the ground. If you're going to hold in that upstairs, boys, you've got to bring some utility for it.
Euro's just going to hold on to that angle to prevent anybody else trying to rotate back up. It is something that Talon may try to do, but in a 2v5, they're a little bit light-handed to be able to retake that top floor. There is somebody actually flanking around the back. It's going to be Misa on the Maestro, not the ideal operator to be doing it with. Shut down by Chibisu from the CCTV window, and right now it's all up to Marble. At the beginning of the round, I said that he had to stay late into the action here. He is the last line of defense. Well, right now, he is quite literally the last line of defense in a 1v5. They're all training and heading down the stairs to try and find him. He manages to get the first onto Euro, but the problem is they know where he is now, and they're just going to push in and start getting that diffuser down. They can just keep him at bay with nades and utility. They don't need to overly challenge this. Light is successful, I think, by a fraction of a second, but Lily manages to get that final kill. And as you mentioned, Fnatic's attacks at the beginning of this game, and well, they're sending a message right now, 2-0.
They are absolutely shining, Tim. Yeah. Again, I think for me, it's just a good read on their side. They're identifying opportunities or cracks in the armor of Talon. Back in round 1, it was, okay, only 3 are on site. Even if we play for trades here, we overpower them. Go, 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 go. In that last round there, again, there's barely anything on the upstairs, guys. They've got 3 playing upstairs. There's no real utility up here. Go, 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 go. And again, this is where I think for a team like Talon, I know you're trying to get aggressive and get out around the map. Fnatic have got an answer for you at every single turn here. And again, just a small hole in the defense that Euro can walk in through bedroom like this and get a freebie just walking in towards Secret. Again, it just shows there isn't enough cover being provided by Talon. There isn't enough setup upstairs in terms of utility. Mirror windows, again, was a wonderful example that I brought out. Just find ways to really cement yourself in your hold here, because otherwise Fnatic are just going to keep on running through you.
Back we go to Church and Arsenal. Talon deciding to give it another go here. Soldier is going to be on the Vigil once again. I'll be honest, I felt that the impact of that operator in round 1 was pretty limited. You know, he did try that late flank manoeuvre, but Fnatic were well on top of it and able to shut it down. So we need to be seeing a little bit more, because obviously you look at that situation and you think, right, well, if he's not going to play the Vigil, what other utility could he be bringing? You know, could he be bringing a Mozzie along? Fnatic have been playing fantastically well on the intel and the drone game, so let's hinder that. Let's get a few of those pests out there, capture a few drones, just prevent them being able to use them in those key areas. You know, so without a couple of kills here, you got to question that operator pick for Soldier now.
It's kind of one of those, okay, look, it failed once, guys, we can make it work this time. If they really feel like they know what didn't work out last time, and arguably it was Soldier being pinned down inside of Oil, had to then work his way up past the Claymore, up across the top floor, by which time Fnatic had already smashed the site. And maybe they were somewhat lamenting the fact that Demic had gone down early. If he was alive a bit later, that roam could have been more effective. So maybe that's what they're gunning for in the round. But I am with you, running the same thing again. I feel like Fnatic will just look for that same opportunity. 2 of you off site. Guess where we're going to be? On site.
Exactly that. Right now, Fnatic droning across that top floor. Soldier again getting chased out. And this is because Fnatic are doing such great work on the drones. But if anybody can avoid it, it should be a Vigil. But right now, he can't. He's had to wriggle back to site. That's half health, tail between his legs. And Fnatic's push continues. They've now got control of the top 2 floors. 1 minute 40 left to go. As we've said previously, that is plenty of time here. They've got the hard breach on side. They don't have Kaid to work against. They've got the Maverick as well. And they can just start pressuring onto site now. But Talon, the one thing they've got for them, last time Fnatic tried to push onto site, as we've said, it was a 5v3 effectively. One was dead, Soldier was top floor, he'd rotated. But that's not going to be the case this time. They're going to have to play into a full complement.
I think at this point, yeah. I probably will look at changing away that Vigil, because clearly Fnatic have just got the answer to it as well. So thinking about how this plays out, cool, you got the 5v5, not bad. I say that, and the Smoke is yet again the first to die. Marble, well, I think he wasn't first to die last time, but on site he was the first one to die. Twice now he's been caught out on that exact same door. Does have more support, but Demic there has been watching elsewhere, hasn't been giving him any kind of cover, and has just gone down for free. In fact, Euro was on bottom main stairs, so... Okay, he was peeking him. Is that what you want a Smoke to be doing, boys? Probably not.
Lily is going to get the kill onto Misa, and that leaves us once again in that 5 versus 3. Soldiers half health as well. Lily has taken a little bit of damage. We've got a battle going on around main stairs there. Soldier trying to fight that long angle, but it's likely to be a loser against the attackers with the superior scopes. Chibisu trying to push from blue as well. I love this from Fnatic. There's pressure all around us. They're in Moto, they're in blue. They're making it difficult for Talon to focus in any one direction. But here goes Demic. He might just get away with this. Finds himself a freebie, but they will now know where he is. Heady manages to get Yura. Chibisu leaves it in a 3v1 as he gets the trade onto Demic. It's all up to Heady in behind the bar, but Siru, he's in a position to start putting this diffuser down. Doesn't need to, as Lily gets in and gets that final kill. And Fnatic go 3 attacking rounds, 3 attacking wins, 3 entry kills as well. Fnatic flying.
It's just one of those again, Tim. I know I touched on it in the middle of the round, but Marble being dead first in the terms of site push.
Big problem,
on the smoke,
big problem.
on double door. They brought a shield along, which I imagine, I didn't see where it was, but I imagine it was covering the rotate through from Stack. But at the same time, if you want to play a Smoke in that kind of spot where he can challenge onto bottom main stairs, that's great. Put a shield inside of the hallway. Bring one along. Drop the Vigil out, for example. Bring something that has that second shield for you. Because at the minute, again, Fnatic are just tearing them absolutely to shreds here. There's nothing they're really doing that suggests to me they even have an outside chance of winning this round. Even when things look like, oh, okay, someone's got a small flank off here and got a freebie, instantly Fnatic flick to that spot and get the trade back straight away. It just feels like such a one-sided game right now. I think across the 3 rounds, we've seen 4 kills for all of Talon. It ain't pretty.
I don't think we've seen a toxic babe canister deployed either,
No.
which is a big problem. Because look at that situation there. So you've got the push mainly coming through blue and Moto. Both areas that if a Smoke is playing in a more default Smoke position, so I'm thinking in Dirt Tunnel, or I'm thinking inside of Church Double Door, and in and around Small Bar area, plant spot. At that point, both of those pushes can be denied by, you guessed it, toxic babe canisters. You put them onto Moto Door, you're going to burn 30-40 seconds of that push. From Dirt Tunnel, you're going to put them into blue, you're going to stop 30-40 seconds of that push. And that is a big problem for Talon on the defense. You can't, like you say, have that Smoke peaking early and losing that utility, taking it with him. And then guess what? The pushes come through avenues, lanes that you would have been able to shut down. So, you know, if you're going to do that, the only time that we see a smoke play aggressively like that is where you've got your alternative denial. You've got a Tachanka in the lineup. You've got another plan. But that's just not the case for Talon here. Hedy has taken some... It's just all going wrong, Des. It's all going wrong. He's taken half damage during the setup. It's easy. It happens, yes. Is it helpful? Absolutely not. They're going to be in CCTV and cash. Hedy trying to hold on to Catwalk as well with half health. Good luck.
It makes you nervous, right? I'm looking towards the Wamai here and asking, okay, well, where's the Wamai in this case? I understand why you got the Azami there, but you need these magnets to start flying all around to keep them safe. They're being deployed mostly instead inside of sight. So a little bit nervous here that he could just get spammed out. There's 6 nades on the side of Fnatic, for example, plus the 3 flashes. A little bit of coordination here puts Hedy under a lot of pressure. That's
it. They don't even need a nade to land cleanly. He's half health. You know, it doesn't even need to land right on top of him and it'll get the job done. We're going to have the East Breach. I've got to say as well, fantastically quickly Fnatic have worked here. We've got East Breach open. We've got Lower Garage open. We've got pressure being applied to Hedy straight away. They are absolutely not messing about. They are straight in here. This is absolutely lightning quick from them. And I love it. But they're still keeping up with that intel game. They're still keeping on the drones. They have got Talon's backs to the wall.
I think what they're slightly mindful of, though, is the number of soft holes that have been opened up in these walls, or the holes that have been opened up in the soft wall. That's what I was going for. They've got the one through stage, for example. They've got one through into garage. So someone inside of stock can control basically the entire ground floor of this map. They've got to be so careful of that. But Marble, once again, is going to be the first death. Now, he had a C4 in back pocket, I'm pretty sure. What's going on, buddy? What's going on?
Soldier's going to make...
I don't understand the push down.
Soldier's going to make the push onto Europe, but it's not going to be enough. He always wanted that kill onto Demic. He gets himself a triple des. Manages to find Soldier at the top of red stairs as well. 5v2 now. There's another one there for you, Euro, if you want it. Mees having a look as well. Come one, come all, Euro says. I'll take you down one by one. He gets himself the 4th. Can he get the ace? No! Seru manages to get the final kill, but it's another Fnatic round of total and complete domination.
And yet again, it's frustrating because Yura there has got into stock, has walked into lounge and killed 3-4 people in separate 1v1s, all completely isolated. Now, the first kill onto Marble, I really feel like I'm hounding on this one guy here, but he's really caught my eye in the last few weeks as a player that has really got to step up. There's a reason why he's being juggled around in roles. Like, why? There's a very good chance you heard stock window get shot out. You know someone's like either pushing in or droning through. So why are you walking down when you've got top red control? For them to then be stuck in a 1 versus 1 in lower lounge is a little bit silly as well. Like, Marble doesn't hit a single shot onto Yura as well. It's just one of those that I look at and just think, boys, that could not have been played any more wrongly if you tried it. They've had their time out. There's no time for amendments now. And I want to say it's time to get it right, but that was last round. We're now into 4 rounds where they have been utterly slammed. They only got 1 more kill in that round, which was onto Hedy. They've now got 5 kills across 4 rounds, Tim. It's tragic.
I'm going to double down on that Marble death, Des, because there's another frustration, shall we say, about that death. So I dare say that they probably wasn't a drone watching red stairs. It's more likely to have been keeping an eye on Demic and Garage. They may well have been a drone, don't get me wrong, but when Marble died, if you noticed, if the keen-eyed amongst you will have looked down to his feet, and the fact that he was stood in the middle of the barbed wire on the stairs, a defender has walked into their own gadget, giving that audio cue to Yura to say, I can hear the barbed wire on stairs. Guess what? There's somebody on stairs. I can just peek around here. And he gets himself an absolute freebie. And it is little mistakes like that where they are just completely throwing away their lives to Fnatic.
There's going to be so many things you can look at that play and just say it was done wrong. From the barb to having a C4 in back pocket to knowing you've got top red control anyway to no communication onto Demic inside lounge stairs. Just, again, lots went off there. Let's see if it improves in this round, but I would be not unreasonable in saying I don't think it will, Tim. Fnatic here could very well just steamroll this half 6-0. Misa now sat at the top of red, though. We're seeing this extended hold come through for Gym and Bedroom. We're very used to seeing this by now. He is alone. There is Demic on the downstairs. Sometimes you'll see 3 players holding up here, but Demic's down in the basement. Misa is very much isolated. Has got to be so careful because getting pushed into here is going to be so easy.
That was my concern for Misa, was the isolation.
And
there you go.
go.
Siru's got him cleared, and once again, quite quickly, halfway through the round now, Fnatic have got that control of CCTV and Cash. They're going to realise that very quickly. They're going to push forward through into construction, and they're going to be able to start using those windows. We've got Keeper barricades trying to block them off. The big question in this round is, has Demic been picked up? I've been waxing lyrical about Fnatic's information game, their droning game so far. The question is, are they keeping on top of it? Do they know about the Jaeger? Because he could hit them hard on the flank. Yura's movement below suggests that they just might.
They might have the idea, yeah. I mean, my only slight concern here is you can get back towards site quite comfortably, and they'll no doubt know that he's penned in on this side, as you can see from Yura. The rest of them can just focus entirely on looking in towards site here. They've got the Cash DC control. The hold from Talon was pathetic, to put it bluntly. They had one player there by themselves that was so easily picked out, and now it's all focused on towards site again, where Fnatic have got tons of time. It's a nade through the floor. Down goes Soldier. We're in Fnatic's playground here, Tim, and my God, Talon are hating every second.
They really are not enjoying their day-to-day.
Hey,
Lily is going to get headed. There's the kill from Demic onto Yura. Marble manages to get one onto Siru. Talon might be fighting their way back here, but unlikely, as Demic needs to get himself back into sight. The plant is going down, but once again, time is cut short by Lily as he manages to pop around the corner, get himself a kill onto the Jaeger, shut down the round. It's 5-0 Fnatic.
The only real bit of resistance being shown by Marble on site, instantly traded out. So even when Fnatic is saying, oh, okay, something's gone against plan here, we've lost out on the 1v1 we were looking for, there was no trade play coming out from Talon in the first place. So Fnatic go, thank you very much. We'll take the free trade. Get the kill back onto Marble inside a bathroom. It's exactly like when Demic got the flank off on the downstairs. They call his in Moto. He's hit us on the flank. Someone immediately, it was Chibisu, flicks over towards Moto and gets the kill. The exact same thing has happened just then. So even when Talon are finding step one of success, there's still 5 more they've got to get through to actually win a round. And I just don't see a world in which they fight that now. This is their 6th defensive round. Again, the number of kills they've got, it's it's miserable, Tim. It's 7.
The big problem here is we've lamented over the fact that Fnatic have not been great on the attack. That's been one of their big problems, but they're absolutely steamroller in Talon on the attack at the minute. So my question here is, forget this round, let's for argument's sake say it goes the way of history and it's 6-0 Fnatic. Do Talon stand any chance against Fnatic on the defense? Because if anything, I expect them to be even better. And I just can't see Talon being able to turn this around. As you say, there are no kills going in their direction. There's just nothing happening for them at the minute. Fnatic, they're going to be straight onto the attack once again. It's going to be Church and Arsenal. And Des, you'll be happy to know the Vigil has gone.
The Vigil has gone, and taking its place is the Azami. They moved a couple of things around there, mind you, because, for example, Heady here is on... Hang on, my cat has just jumped all over my keyboard. Thank you very much. Heady has gone into the Wamai as well, so there are a couple of changes that have come in terms of their setup from what we've seen previously. More rotating that Azami off towards Soldier and saying, right, you're not on a hard roam anymore. Heady can play the Wamai. We can try and shut down this very heavy nade game coming out of Fnatic. But obviously the problem with the upnades that we've seen so far is they're hard to shut down. On the downstairs, it's not so bad to do, but you're still going to have them raining through the ceiling, so those magnets have got to be really well placed.
Look at this chase from Yura. The confidence is just absolutely brimming in the man at the minute. 10-3.
Does he see the barrel?
He just wants the fight, doesn't he? He's like, give it to me on a plate. He's heading down behind that drone and he's just looking for anything he can get. Bottom of main stairs already. This could be a little bit unexpected for Talon here. They might not be expecting to be pressured inside a site. Yura's poised. He's ready, Des.
They have no idea he's here as well. This is the worst part about it. I think now they have an idea. Yes, they do. Shots come through. So clearly the communication must have been okay. I think he's actually slipped through here, boys. Be aware. So he knows at least he's been spotted. But if he gets Marble again, I'm just done, Tim.
You're logging out. Logging out. You've had enough. We're going to see the hatches getting opened up. So Yura now has that support. He's been able to hold his angle. It's not actually got him any joy so far. The nade comes in. Ooh, he nearly gets his man. He was looking for Marble, but it's going to be Soldier to actually open things up. That's the first entry kill that we've had on the side of Talon so far. Can they find any sort of benefit out of this man advantage now? 5 versus 4 as Lily is first to fall.
I think Marble's so scared of challenging it towards this hallway. Like I said earlier, if you're going to swing, have a shield at least. They still only got the one shield on side that I'm pretty sure isn't put in towards the hallway. But death is starting to rain down from Fnatic. The pressure coming in. Kitchen side, Moto side. At the minute, Talon just completely frozen up. Not quite sure exactly where the aggression's going to come from.
so weird, Des. Look, the lane is being shut down by those magic smoke canisters. You know, when you keep that operator alive, it's almost as if you can stop the attackers being aggressive. Yura does, however, manage to find Demic. Chibisu onto Marble. There will be no more toxic gas. Misa, he manages to find the trade with 2v2 as kills start to rain in. 15 seconds left to go, and this is turning into chaos. Siru, he thinks about getting that diffuser down. He's going to go for it again. He's going to look to make it stick. He's got Yura on the cover. He blasts through the soft wall into blue, and then manages to flip around 180, turn and burn. Hits Soldier as he tries to push through into Moto. 2 versus 1 now. Advantage Fnatic, diffuser down on the ground. It's all up to Misa. We've said that once, twice, 3 times before. He's trying to make the Alder sing, get anything going that he can, but Fnatic are happy to just dip back and play this from deep. Yura takes some damage, but he has the nanobot boost and can juice himself back up as Misa, pushing through, knows that there's going to be a man inside of Moto. Is the challenge going to come in? It's working from both sides. Fnatic, they know there's a matter of time. Siru finds the kill, and that is Fnatic with a flawless 6-0 half.
Well, that last round, I'll give it to Talon, was better. Fnatic were given some roadblocks they had to overcome, and they overcame them very, very well. Yura's rotating between long and threatening down towards main, but also putting pressure in Moto. He was doing the job of 2 players there, because otherwise normally what you might see is a drop into Moto and a player at the bottom of main holding that long angle. So he was just creating absolutely massive pressure whilst the rest of the team got themselves set up. And Tim, I got my answer where that shield was. Don't think I really like the position it was in. It was next to the bomb chassis inside of Church. So literally right above it, attached looking out towards Church triple wall. And I was like, why? Like, what is the purpose of it being there? You're not covering off on towards the stack rotate, for example. You've got no pressure coming inside of hallway itself to stop the player coming down main stairs, challenging you immediately. It just felt like a really weirdly placed shield overall that I'm still asking questions about why, to be honest with you.
You know, I don't disagree, Des. You know, you say there Talon were it was a little bit better for them that round, but I sort of feel like that's saying, well, I'm not going to kick you in the leg again. I'm just going to punch you in the arm this time. You know, that's the sort of scale that we're talking about. I'm not going to put anchovies on the pizza again, but I am going to chuck a bit of pineapple on there. You know,
don't you get started on that.
We are, you know, you're not seeing much of an improvement.
No, absolutely. And the thing is, I don't want this to be all about Talon and the questionable decisions they're making. Like, Fnatic are playing incredibly well.
Yes, they are.
I'll always go as far as saying they're playing a good attacking game against a team that simply cannot defend this map by the looks of it. So, of course, it's going to make them look absolutely excellent. The one thing it does encourage me for is next stage when they come up against some big teams. Can they roll this kind of momentum against bigger teams? Because although they slowed down in that last round, they still overcame the problems that they had Talon put in before them.
The thing that's impressed me, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again, about that Fnatic attack has been their information, their use of information and drones. A team can defend as badly as you want, but if you don't know where they are and what they're doing, you will still find it difficult to attack into them. You can only take advantage of their weakness if you know where it is, and Fnatic did a great job of that. The question is now, can Talon do the same thing? Can they find the same sort of advantage through that utility? Now, they're going to have the opening kill. Yura's going to get taken down, and that does suggest that they know what's going on ahead of them here, but Lily, he manages to win the fight onto Marble, level things up, and again, getting kills out on the roam, it's not something that Talon were able to achieve on defense.
It's one of those I'm looking at and just thinking, this is so... I mean, look back when we had Fnatic pushing in a 3 versus 1. Lily's done it all by himself. A massive 3K. But think about Misa when he was stuck at top red by himself. Fnatic swamped him with nades, with everything, flashes. 3 players swinging in for kills. What's happened here? They've given Lily far too much room. He's found 3 kills and now can just say, right, boys, done my job. Back to site we go. It's a 4v2.
1 minute 20 left to go. And like you say, it's pretty much job done for Fnatic now. Let's not forget, they've also got Banshees on site. They've also got Vulcan canisters from Goyo. They've also got the potential of a couple of Kiba barricades that can be thrown up. This is extremely difficult for the 2 players remaining of Talon, one of which has only got 1 kill, the other is on 2. Soldier and Misa have got their work cut out for them. They're going to start to try and get something going. Misa's pushing down Dirt Tunnel. They're now going to be aware that he's there. Oh, look, there's one of those Goyo canisters that's just burnt out. Another 20 seconds of the time that he's got remaining before he can even think about pushing in through there. This is pretty much writing on the wall for Talon right now as they just try to get anything going. all you can do here is focus on one kill. Get one kill and then try to get another and another. That's the best hope.
Let's see what he can do here. Soldier inside of blue. He is the real one to make something happen, but I'm just not convinced it's going to work out for them necessarily. Lily takes a couple of chip shots coming in, but not quite taken out. Over the fire he goes, down to the Vector at the end of it. Fnatic just showing they are different class to Talon at the end of stage 2.
Absolutely built different there, and you've got to wonder where, like you said, yes, there have been mistakes on the Talon side. There's criticisms that we have made and that we will continue to make, I am sure, of that performance, and they themselves will be doing that, I'm sure, when they break it down. So yes, it was a little bit of men against boys, really, for Fnatic there, but you know, if Fnatic had played like that a little bit more through the stage, you sort of feel like there could have been a bit more joy for them along the way. I'm not saying that they would have had exactly the same outcome against the big teams, but what they were doing, the fundamentals, the drone work, the fragging, the shots they were hitting was clean and could have done better, I think.
What I think has been missing for Fnatic for a long time is showing that they are above the bar, that they deserve to be fighting for one of those top 4 spots. And I think, like you said, with the fundamentals we've seen today, they're showing, look, boys, don't write us off just yet. The improvement over the last 3 Playdays has been honestly spectacular from Fnatic. Talon, really disappointed their stage ended like that after they said last week they really feel they finally got to understand where they're going. Maybe it's the map, but they're going to have to do a lot of work in the offseason if they're going to come back in stage 3 and look strong.
They absolutely are. There's, you know, there was a big gulf there between where they want to be and where they were. Like you say, lots of work to be done. We now are going to head into a short break after that very short match with Fnatic demolishing Talon 7-0. And when we come back, our analysts are going to pick it over, and I think they might have a thing or two to say about that Talon performance.
I can't wait to hear this.
Surprise, surprise. That was a really, really quick one. But Fnatic demolished their opponent 7-0 against Talon. Let's have a chat with the Richters. Hello, hello. We're joined by Yura and Gunboy from Fnatic. Well, Yura from Fnatic and Gunboy are translator for this. Yura, congratulations. What the hell kind of game was that? That was incredible.
まず、勝利おめでとうございます。かなり一瞬で終わった試合で驚いたと思うんですけど、試合どうでしたか？
いややっぱり最近の自分たちの練習してることとか新しくやってることがうまくいった結果かなって感じですね。
The result was definitely something that we've been recently working on, and it's getting into shape, as you can see, and that is it for us.
How did you prepare for this? Because you went in, you started off on the attack on Clubhouse, and we felt, okay, they're really starting to gather up some, I guess, motivation early on and momentum in this this game. But Talon going into it were the favorites for it. So how did you plan for it?
この試合に向けてどのような準備をしてきたかっていうのを教えてください。
まあやっぱり相手の基本的な まあ、対策じゃないですけど、結構そういう元々の動きの理解を全員で共有することがメインですね。
The main thing that we did was to understand how they move and how they react to strats and stuff. That was the main thing that we did.
All right, and honestly, what more can I say? You had a great game day today. How motivated were you, and how did you kind of motivate yourself to do the work that you ended up doing on the server, Yura?
ユラ選手自身かなり今回の試合かなり調子良かったと思うんですけども、どのようにモチベーションを保って今回挑みましたか？
いやまあ僕は結構いつも通りプレイするタイプなので、そのいつも通りできてることが、まあ、今回はうまく相手に適応できてたっていう感じが強いですね。
I just do everything as always, and if I'm able to perform as always, I'll be able to make some results.
Yura, performing well as always. I mean, you can take a look at it. You're the MVP of this matchup. I believe 12-4-3 is the total that you had for it. That is very impressive. But now what I'd also like to ask you about is, now what is the preparation for Stage 3 for Fnatic? Because you've collected so many points over the past few Playdays. You have a lot of flexibility for Stage 3, for relegations. So what do we expect to see from Fnatic in Stage 3?
ステージ3に向けての準備というのを今後していくと思いますが、その中でどういったところに期待してステージ3見ていっていいでしょうか？
まあ、僕たちは結構今は作戦数がかなり幅広い、いろんなことを知るチームになってきているので、全体のメンバー一人一人でのその作戦だったり、そういうものの共有がかなり今の勝利とかにつながっていると思うので、それをさらに質が高くできればなと思います。
Currently, we have more strats to rely on, and we try to make everyone understand and make the quality of each strat really high, and that's what we want everyone to see on Stage 3.
All right, then very excited to see Fnatic coming back in Stage 3, seeing you and the squad with Mag, of course, coming back come Stage 3. So, Yura, congratulations. That was the last matchup. Anything you want to say to the fans?
最後にファンの方に一言お願いします。
そうですね。いつも応援ありがとうございます。今回は、世界まで行けなかったんですけど、これからもちょっと精進して、次のシーズンはもっと高みを目指すので、これからも応援していただけると嬉しいです。
Thank you for cheering for us, and we are sorry that we couldn't make it to the major. We will be working really hard next stage, and I hope we can make it to this major next stage.
Okay, thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu. Yura and Gunboy, of course, our translator here in Japan. And hey, we'll hope to see you soon in Stage 3. Till then, take care. Sayonara. Bye-bye. Hello, friends.
Hello.
That was really fast. That was so incredibly quick. You're one to talk. Here's Fnatic. He's trashing all over them in the pregame.
Your introduction was totally trashing Fnatic, Fabin. Explain this one away. Sorry.
While I was on a vacation for 10 days, I've never seen a team work harder than Fnatic has, because they showed proper coordination, proper droning, individual performances they haven't shown before. They've just worked on every single thing that there is to work on. I mean, just look at how one-sided the scoreboard is. We have 3 players on 100 cost, 2 players on 86. We're looking at basically one team playing against bots on Terrorist Hunt. That's how good it looked like.
Jesus.
No, but I mean, am I wrong? That's the question. It's like they played really well, while a team we have considered an actual good team, they didn't show up as whatsoever. I think that's more on Fnatic performing and showing up and doing the things that I've been asking for them for 2 entire stages.
Yeah.
They showed it all in one game. Every single thing.
When the pressure was off.
When the pressure's off. I don't want to say that that's the reason. No. I don't think it is the reason. They played well.
When I first spoke to Dizzle about when Fnatic picked up this Guts Gaming roster to add Mag into it, and the whole plan is, he said, yeah, we're going to give it a little bit of time, but we expect this roster is one that will be at the top, will be going to international events, that can improve and does have that high ceiling. I think we saw a glimpse of that from Fnatic today. Obviously, not more than a glimpse. 7-0. They looked ruthless.
6 on attack.
They looked dominant. 6 on attack. Then getting one defense. It was so good. I hope that's a flavour of things to come for Stage 3. And just one more point is that they were in a relegation fight 2 weeks ago. They're not anymore. They've got themselves out of it, which means stage 3, their focus 100% can be on making that major and being a top team in this region.
They almost doubled their points over the past couple of weeks. It's incredible. Their points for the whole year. I mean, so this is going to look incredible for them. They're steering clear of the bottom at this point with FAV and Spear. So, yeah.
If they play like this, sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead, please.
If they play like this next stage, they're definitely going to the major. There's no question about it. This was basically the best siege I've seen in APAC North after, well, whatever, most of the time Damwon produces.
All right. That's all the commendation really you need. So Fabian Fresh, thank you very much. That was, again, a really, really, really fast one. I guess the last two will really have to be as long as possible. Spear versus FAV Gaming coming right up.
He goes down to the vector at the end of it. Fnatic just showing they are different.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know toes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Ain't where the money at. Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby. I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder.
Welcome back, friends. APAC North continues, and we're off past the halfway mark at Game 3. Yeah, our second one was really quick. But now it's Spear Gaming versus FAV Gaming. Two teams at the bottom of the standings, so they are fighting for relegations. And after that, we'll have a big fight for the top 4, and maybe somebody can get some SI points out of it, but that's for later in CAG versus Reject. Let's have a chat about Spear and FAV, starting off with FAV. Fabian.
Well, FAV have been very much struggling this past stage. They've been only gathered 2 points, I'm pretty sure, so far, which means that they've lost every game, and they've had 2 overtime losses. So they've at least taken it to 6 rounds twice. It's something. It's hard to look at this team, because they did play pretty decently in stage 1, I'd say. I'd say that winning 3 games and losing 4 it was somewhat acceptable for them. But they seem to get... I don't know. They seem to make a lot of mistakes. They seem to make a lot of individual plays, which then leads to them getting killed, which leads to the round opening up. They seem to play some odd strats. I have a hard time really reading into them and seeing what they're doing right, because right now I don't see that part. We have seen number 2 and Afro kind of stepping up, but it needs more from those 2 players. And the Ramu effect we were talking about in stage 1 seems gone.
And Jack, we've been talking about this over the past couple of years, that FAV is always that team at the middle, and then they got to the point where, yeah, they can crack the top 4, much like Talon, but that's not happening anymore.
No, and it's hard to come and then compound that onto what Fabian's saying, but it appears to me that they just don't speak to each other inside of the server. I think that's probably... Communication, I would say, is the cause of a lot of teams' problems, and I think that's becoming very apparent with FAV. And I'm wondering if, you know, it was the start of stage 1 when we was all getting a little bit excited about FAV as a roster, and it's never really materialized since then. They've got some quality, but they've got some big issues they need to fix.
Well, Spear Gaming on the other side also has some issues to look into, because, you know, they started off the stage with 7-5 loss against CAG. At that point, CAG were seen as a team that actually, yeah, they are in the top 3 of the region, and then just kept on dropping. But they did collect 3 points off of a victory, Fabian.
Well, they collected 3 points against Reject of all teams, and Reject have been playing well up until then. I've been very reluctant to give a judgment on Spear this stage, because obviously they have their coach stepping in instead of one of their star players in 11. So it's hard to really say, yeah, I've been always saying, oh yeah, I can't judge them because they have their coach. I can't judge them because they have their coach. Well, now it's the last game of the stage, and they still have their coach. So it is the roster that they have right now, and they obviously haven't been looking as good. It's been rough for them, but I think that they have been innovative. They have tried new stuff, and it's not just because they have 3 points. It doesn't say too much because they've tried stuff.
I think so. It's a tricky situation, and I've said this a couple of times now. It's tricky when you lose your best player to Sandbox, and then you lose your second best player to surgery or illness or whatever it was, and you're scrambling around to pick up players to try and represent just a roster, right? Because in stage 1, they were actually going places as this roster. They were getting very competitive in most games against most teams. Sure, not winning them out, but they had a platform to build on. They've got to completely rebuild that, even if you think about going into stage 3.
Sayora and Royboy haven't really shown up on the new pickups either. Then that was probably the biggest reason why they fallen. They lost 2 of their best and haven't really been able to replace them with the same quality.
Well, our map for the series then, like I was saying, this is a big fight for relegations, setting up stage 3 for both of these squads, because relegations is only at the end of the year. Chalet is our map for this one. Spear will have the final say. They'll take out Border, start off on defense, as FAV have picked up the attack. Jackers?
I seem to remember FAV playing Chalet a lot during the past few stages and throwing a lot in man advantage, and that's been one of their big problems. So, you know, neither team, I'm just looking quickly at the records there, neither team's really got a good record on it. Both teams have played at this stage, lost it. Both teams played it last stage and lost it. Both against Talon and Sandbox, believe it or not.
the map, I think it doesn't really lean either way. And me saying that, oh, I think it might lean a little bit more into Spear's favor than it does into FAV's, kind of comes from the idea of neither team have been good at attacking. Now they're going on a map where it's important to attack, and Spear gets the defense. I think it might lean a little bit more into Spear's favor because they have been more innovative. They've been playing with Sense, for example. They've been trying new stuff.
They tried a really nice Osa plant in stage 1, if I remember rightly, in Dining.
So they have these ideas that really work. And I mean, if you look back at T1, when they were back in T1 still, in stage 1, they did, as you said, with Osa, but they also had very innovative defenses where they used Goyo before anyone really started to use it. So they have really good brains in Spear. I think that Chalet is a map where they can fit that in. And I don't think FAV has the same abilities with their heads. Maybe shooting back they can, but the brains not so much.
Who knows? We saw Fnatic doing a lot of preparation to get them to where they did. Maybe today that'll be the same for either FAV or Spear, but we're going to have to head into the server to get it done. It's on Chalet. Gentlemen, thank you very much, Fabian Fresh. Let's toss it to our caster. Why am I doing this all day? It's... FAV and Spear to our casters. Happening.
Honestly, why is this a team today? Everybody's just snapping their fingers at each other, pointing. Milosh is looking like a crap now. Yeah, exactly. You know what? Let's just head into the server. Let's just go.
There's nothing for me to add. Thank you.
There we go.
Spear versus FAV. It's the story of two teams that have struggled this split. FAV pulled one of their 2 points on the most recent Playday. The other one was on the very first Playday. Spear pulled all of their 3 points on the most recent Playday. Technically, they're both on and up, but I guess only one of them can leave the day with that continuing.
Yeah, only one of them will be able to define the majority of the points here today, because we do no longer have ties. Now, if any of you might have been wondering, all right, Hap, you always talk about steaks.
Yeah.
Not the meat, but like...
I thought you were hungry.
No. Well,
this
yes,
whole time.
but it's fine. But at the same time, you're looking at it, and it's like, okay, well, the top 4 get SI points. Have these 2 teams an opportunity to reach top 4? I can be very short about that. The answer is going to be no. Way too far back, not enough games to make that comeback happen. So the next thing we start looking at, Emmy, is going to be relegations. It's the overall standings. And you know where these 2 teams are currently located?
No,
we have number 8, FAV, with 11 points.
Okay.
Number 7, Spear, 12 points.
Oh.
Those are instant relegations.
What's the jump to 6th?
Well, that is Reject, 15 points.
Ah.
So today, Spear has the opportunity to close that gap completely.
Can I just keep pushing you?
Yes, you can.
How many points of those 15 did Reject get from this split?
Let me quickly pull that up. I think it was 9 or something like that.
That's a lot.
So they have definitely had a very good stage. Reject currently 9 points indeed. So they had a way better stage than both Spear and FAV combined.
So that gap, that one that these 2 teams are potentially trying to chase to not have themselves in this do or die battle, has gotten further and further. It's going to be trickier to try and make up that gap. They would have to have an outstanding split in the final third. So this point, oh, it's one of them old-fashioned 6-pointers, Hap.
It definitely is. For the relegation, that is definitely true. Because Spear or FAV have an opportunity to, first of all, hand out a blow towards the other team, but then as well close the gap towards a third team. So we'll be looking at it like that as we continue. No major, no SI points. No, none of that matters here today. It is only about the overall standings that will determine in the end which 2 teams are going to have to play the relegation tournament at the end of stage 3 throughout what is probably going to be December or January.
We find ourselves starting on bar, a lockdown with a little bit of that top floor control. You can see Royal Boy already in the power position. The OMI is going to see how long they can survive there. And if they have to move out, see if they can slip a drop down onto the hatch and tuck themselves around the corner. It can be covered, but it's not the easiest way to get a kill. It's more of a force. To be honest, it's quite rare to actually see them get the lockdown kill on that player in that corner, the suppressor on the Iana, and they have the grenades to try and bait the fight itself. They do have the pressure that can be applied from Flores drones. They might be able to just force the movement in that way, taking a very aggressive play round. That is a run out that hasn't netted anything, but they have found Roy, but I said they don't get the kill every time. They definitely did that one.
Yeah, they're tossing those flashbangs first, and that tells you, oh, that means the grenade is coming up next. We need to start moving. But actually caught up by the ARX. The grenade was not pulled out yet. It's going to be a free entry. Now, Frostmat still keep them at bay, but I believe that just has been taken out as he hops back out towards the balcony. It allows him to play with a bit more security, with a bit more freedom later on in the round when they actually do decide that they want to go for a push. As a bit of a ping coming through, the Frost actually digging in quite deep, and a grenade coming around the corner just zapped by an ADS.
Oh, the Candelas start to pop, gets the tail end of it. You can see Shin wants to put the pressure down onto the double window itself. They're trying to force NL out, but Afro's the one with the kit, and he's not in a position to act so quickly. Siora, he's offering the support there to the player on the far side. This, another blind over the top, but, well, they need some movement behind it. It comes number 2. Puts the pressure, Ramo on the back line, forces out that player onto that pillar. All of the necks will start to fall towards the top of the stairs. A minute 19, Sayora, he goes for the swing, he finds one, and he doesn't. He does, he finds the second, he finds 3! He had an idea, a hope, a spray, and a pray, and Crazy Boy getting 1. Suddenly Sayora said, in a world where everybody's blind, I am king.
Game is over. We could call it a game there. Camera still up. Might have been receiving a little bit of guidance from some of his teammates there, but that insane. Fully flashed, able to pick up the triple kill, coming from multiple directions. Finds the 4th in the end as well. And a round where I was convinced it was going to be FAVs, based on how they open it up, is going to go to Spear due to 1 man and 1 man only.
Okay, the fact that we're going to a technical and the fact that they typed cam makes me think maybe a problem with comms. That's really me putting numbers together and coming to a result.
Yeah,
do not take that as fact. That's just my assumption. I could be incorrect about that. We're in again quite quickly. But also, you would expect a bit of a comms misplay. Even if you had comms, the fact that the 2 players swung around on the Candelas, all they had to do was wait for that Candela to pop and then swing, and it's a free kill. It was a great swing from Sayora to go for the Ying, who obviously has the protection. That was fine. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But everybody in that engagement was blind. It was throw everything in the air and 1 player is going to land. It might not have been Sayora, but the position he had, the little glimpse at the 2 others he got, and the ability to not have to communicate that to anybody.
Yeah. The thing is as well, Emmy, Ying was the first one to die. So
First to die.
The one person that could actually see.
It was clever from Sayora. That one play was very clever, and the other 2 was just the fact that he had the upper hand.
Yeah, he was behind that shield. He had that bulletproof gadget he was sitting behind. And everybody being blind at that moment in time, well, it's literally just a spray and pray, hope for the best. Worked out well. Shin taking care of the camera quickly here, was about to be swung on that window. Defender actually moving on to the different window now with the SMG-11. Crazy Boy looking out. Might be going for a jump out. Actually decides against it. Falls back a bit deeper into the side as windows and the display cabinets are being opened up just to make sure that you don't have someone just cheekily hiding right behind them, using it to watch through it without really being able to reply.
FAV. Now they put some quick pressure onto the windows. You sort of make a statement and say, if you're going to rotate this way, well, we're going to see you and catch you. That's why Trophy gets cut off there, isolating this side of things, forcing the play potentially from the top over those Solarium stairs. And, well, currently nobody's directly there, but they can try and pressure NL. It's a trade out. Roy Boy and Ramu find 1 apiece, with Typon being the first piece pulled, but they're removing Typon, they're removing the Sophia. The LMG and those charges are going to cause a couple more problems now on the approach. The grenades might have to do a little bit of lifting towards any utility that could otherwise be in the way. There is the tucked-in player, the corner, and the hot pings are coming through. A red ping, but it's Sayora still popping off, finding 1. They're waiting. The man, Warden, with those glasses, hearing the swing round, the pre-fire, but they're tucked behind the hard wall. There's a attempt and a chance, and there's a take from NL. Here's all the pings. The pressure comes through on the bottom of the staircase itself, but they've just torn this approach apart here.
There's no reason for him to use the glasses here, but he decides to keep them on anyway until the end. Leaves it only up to one extra player. So Yora having an absolute great game so far. 6-0. Of course, that quad kill in round 1 helps massively. The C4 just not catching Afro. He's trying to sneak around the corner. Might find a ward, and NL close tucked around it as he's about to swing, but the sound just came through. Still will be able to find that kill. The second of Afro swings around. Knows someone was in the bathroom. Will be using these flashbangs, but they land in the bathtub. Will actually not get the flashbang out. Kill still. His though. Brings it up to that 1v2. Suddenly it's a lot more doable for FAV.
It's a 2 versus 1, 40 seconds. He's got a drone, he's got the time, and he's got the ability to try and find where they are. If he can isolate these two players, if he can put them into a more difficult position, then he might be able to just push this into a 1 versus 1 versus 1. They are slightly separate, they are tucked, and they do sometimes have a habit of going for the swing. It's whether he can bait it, that's the most important part here.
Crossfire, I think.
Yeah, they have the crossfire. As soon as one gets caught, the other's going to swing round. He's looking for the first. There's the pop, there's the reveal, there's Mephi.
Playing on contact, really smart there. They started to throw it away a little bit. 2 players picked up on the top floor without any response. Here they chose to play on contact. If one would take the engagement, the other one was instantly able and capable of striking back and finishing the kill. And that's a 2-0 coming in for Spear Gaming. A good round, a great round from them, especially around the Solarium side. And I believe a pause has just been called. Now, I'm not sure if that is a tactical or technical, because we haven't seen. Everybody's still in the lobby. So we're just waiting.
Well, I'll take this moment, because I was checking.
Yeah, go ahead. It's all yours.
You're the only person that's predicted FAV.
Am I?
Yeah.
Well, rest in peace.
No, it's only 2 rounds. It's only 2 rounds. But if I'm honest, I couldn't remember who I'd predicted. That's why I went to double check it.
Yeah.
Because I love this roster of Spear. Because they have this habit at the end of a season is when they play their best Siege.
No, you're totally right.
You have a look at stage 1. You have a look at when they were in their previous roster, even with full strength on the previous splits. The last 3 Playdays is when they take their points. It's a problem, which keeps them in the relegation fight. But they do technically play their best game. Okay, that first round was a blinding spray around Lost. It was great movement and reaction. But still, you know, a stray bullet, and you never really know.
It should end.
Everybody was blind.
In Fast favor, right? It's only up to Sayora being able to find a kill onto Gate.
Yeah.
Everybody being blind in about 2 square meters. Everybody just firing their guns at random angles, and Sayora able to find a double kill.
Yeah.
So, well played by him. We cannot say anything else. Like, great decision making there. But if we're honest, if we're objective, FAV should have won that round. They had a very quick and fast clear. Sayora was just the last hurdle they needed to get over before they had complete dominance over that top floor. It's a bit too high of a hurdle, apparently.
Wow. Another moment, another break, and another bit of here for FAV to see if they can try and take something. It is Chalet. Spear have technically already done what they need to on their defense. If they start running away with this, we might start having another runaway game as we've just had in the previous showdown here. A little bit of an idea towards Royboy. He's been able to at least find 1 scratch, but they haven't been able to find them together. That's the big problem. They had the start of a good lead-in on the very first round, to be honest, until that sort of disastrous moment, and that's something that's given Spear a little bit of energy here. Royboy, he's suffering on the swing round. Number 2 gets the cut out and gets that first take once again. He is that early body off the board around the same place he was in the first round.
Now, we aren't actually playing for VAR and Gaming, even though there's a lot of pressure currently arising there from the side of FAV. They're working through the hatches. They're starting to open up vertically as well into the library, making sure that they can shut down anybody out there if they would like to rotate underneath those hatches. And of course, there is a man on a mission, and that is going to be Sayora. It's currently around in blue, hoping to go for a late flank. Now, openings are being made very high up. That is just to create a small angle, which they can then use to get a grenade through. That grenade would destroy the Mew Jammer. However, the wall is also soft. They could just go for a simple wallbang, not having to use that grenade. So FAV have 2 options here.
Yeah, it's that sort of idea. It forces the players to not be able to tuck in. They have to swing around in the soft as well. It means an awkward conversation. Whether they're going for the mute jammer or not, they now cannot tuck themselves that close. But they don't Need to. NL caught out there. The swing of the showers and the bathroom door. Number 2 is going to move into the free space, and Crazy Boy gets a C4. Ramu's gone off the big double window, but Afro's moved up with the C4. They have an angle, but it's a crossfire. Siora pops the head round and pops a player down. The 2 FAV players got themselves lined up there. Neither had a clear idea of the angle. Afro, instead of tucking for the plant and trusting the cover of the piano player, just tried to swing into the engagement themselves, and it left 2 birds trying to solve 1 stone's problem. Number 2, he's going to see if he can at least lean back in. There's a rotation from the back that gets caught out. He's doing everything to try and keep FAV in this round, but 15 seconds and a cold kit in the middle of the room. The pre-fire, they know he's angling around it, but they still have the pressure and the mantle of getting this planted. Tucked on the corner, and there's a rotation. The spray comes through. Number 2's actually going to stick it out, though. He does the job that needs to be done. A quick rotation, a 1 versus 1, but it's number 2 to lock in FAV's first round.
Number 2 able to salvage the round there, and as you said, he was right behind the piano. He saw someone dig in deep there, and an Afro stepped up right in front of him, decided it was time to toss in a flashbang, got picked up. As a result, number 2 unable to provide the cover, and that made it a lot harder for them than was actually going to be necessary. But FAV, they still win the round. They managed to bring it back, salvage that round, because it could have gone wrong very quickly there after that moment struck. Now, Bar Gaming up next again for Spear. This is where we saw the Ying come out from FAV, where we saw the Ying blind a lot of people in the round, we have to say. There's no denying them. The Candelas definitely did their work. Just didn't really result into the expected outcome they wanted to hope for with those Candelas. So if I'm just having a look over towards the attackers, there's currently no repicks coming now. So no Ying currently being brought. It's the 5 that they chose first, and soon they will be locked in. Now the Florist coming out. I think that's a good pick. There's a lot of utility you can clear. Just look at the double window on games already. A Banshee, 2 Frostmats, 1 well-placed Florist RC Matero. Taking care of all of that. And let alone these ADSs right here on the mezzanines. You're going to be able to at least disrupt that player from playing there, make sure grenades are going to be more effective.
FAV, as said previously, they were leading in on this, but the last round was definitely a number 2 round. He's making sure that he can sort of try and drag them through it, even with the mistakes that are happening around. You hope the same way that it gave Spear Gaming some energy for the following round on there, this could be the drive for FAV. If Spear are able to get 1 more, suddenly an even half, that's kind of dangerous on their turn to go over to the attack. Bit more pressure, and NL suffering out from the wrong side of a grenade, which has been pretty well used so far throughout this by FAV. They were able to pull a couple of bodies. Here it's going to be the quick burn and the mute jam, the catch, and an easy removal of a Flores drone. Hey, there's a mute jam there.
Yeah, the first Rotero won't be hitting anything. This grenade should be caught up by the ADS, exactly. The second one might follow. No, number 2 waiting a bit too long. And if he really wants to get rid of Royboy there, he needs to act quickly. RC Rotero's coming around the corner. That's the shield of Siora gone. That's going to be pushing him out of position and allowing them to even get more RCs around the corner to get rid of those ADSs that Mephi's currently playing behind.
More discs being thrown. Royboy's locked in. They need to try and find a way to apply some spirit pressure, but it's Shin that finds an L inside the site. Royboy bites back and has to, but Afro's going to see if they can lead in, gets out. They've got the body down inside it. They can apply some pressure there, but Afro's the man with the kit. That's the big worry. That's the thing they've got to keep an eye on. Mephi's tucked himself in closer. He's hoping somebody drifts around. The flashes, all the swing in the world. There's one. Can't get the second. Afro secures the trade out. 1:10. Siora's still stacked up in the power position that defined the last time we were here. Crazy Boy is that backline. The quick drop on the drone and the quick retreat. It's a very good move at this point because they know that he's close. So find a new house and find a new way to cause some trouble.
Him going all the way to the basement, though, as he comes back up the Snowboot Garage stairs now, provides a bit of an issue, though, because that means someone is solo on the site. He needs to come back at some point, and with this window being opened up, he's definitely going to be a bit worried about that. So if the push comes in, we definitely need to hope that Crazy Boy's in a good position to stop any clamp from happening. And him opening up this actually gets the down. I was going to say, could be ending up to kill him instead, but they do manage to at least get it down.
Oh, the spray through. They've hopped themselves down. around, just sees the edge of it, sees the player drop. He's under all the pressure in the world, but he's keeping himself alive until then. There's the spray now. Sayora, he gets one, he gets two. It's just the plant at 20 seconds. He finds it, Sayora!
He's on a heater today. That is his 10th kill, I believe, already in this game.
He's got 7 on this site alone.
7 on this side, just playing it to absolute perfection, coming in. And I'm not even sure what I think I was watching. I mean, the kill came in clearly from the bar, was watching the door instead from the library or blue stairs, whatever you want to call them. And now a tactical timeout gets called by FAV because one man is on a mission, and that mission is to pick up another 3 points of Spear here to close the gap up towards 6th.
It's that frustrating thing here for the side of FAV.
Yeah.
It's not that they're doing everything wrong. You're not sort of insinuating that, but it still seems the points that they alluded to on the desk where you're trying to work out the communication. You're trying to work out the route, regardless of language barriers, regardless of anything. You can still generally get an idea of what a call has been. You can see the movements, the rotations, but it's a struggle to kind of break that out of FAV's approaches sometimes. You're trying to get an impression of what they want to achieve, and you can kind of go, they want to kill this player, they want to kill this player, but the grand picture is blurry until, I guess at that point it comes through.
I mean, from the start of the round, you can clearly see what they're going for, and you have to say their starts of the round, especially on that bar gaming, very effective, able to take that top floor under control with one casualty on your side. It just gets problematic once the times runs out, and when Sayora's still alive on a roam, looking to have an impact there. And that is where the communication comes in, because the first kill on the bomb chassis, they knew exactly where he was. And then the other, like, you could have gone off the plan at that point. You could have gone for a 2v2. After your cover dies, and you're still planting, you know that your head is going to be tapped off. So it's just some small mistakes being made, maybe communications missing in the heat of things, calls that don't come through properly, that is allowing Spear to clutch up these rounds, or rather is allowing Sayora to clutch up these rounds, because the man is currently 10 on 2, 10 on 1.
A little bit more sharpness there from Afro on the lead and on the kills game as well. Obviously, you know, we sort of saw a bit of a mistake on the round before that number 2 was then able to clutch out, but if we start seeing a couple more FAV players start to spark into a little bit of life, they need to try and get these last 2 attack rounds if they want to have any basis of grounding here onto this chalet. It's going to have to start coming a little bit more of a spread. The Finker's trying to find a fight outside, and the Crazy Boy decides it's his to take. Gets the hop out, knocks Shin off the board early.
He was thinking about doing that in the last round they played here as well, but then decided, you know what, it might be better if I stay inside. But Spear having 3 rounds on the defense already, they basically do better than the average team in APAC would. A double run out here from the garage coming through. Are they going to find a player on the rappel? Yes, they do. That's a diffuser dropped as well. That needs to be recovered. And that is going to be a massive time spent here, as Ramo well has a player in his sights, but as he was an ADS, not able to reply to it.
I mean, it was clean. They went in with that idea that we're going to definitely net a kill. We might lose somebody in it, but we'll take them down. Waste time. The kit dropping cold. Typon's isolated inside. Number 2, he's doing some of the business over the top that he was able to do on that round that they took here. The pressure and the grenade bounces through, catches them on the rotate out, and there's that coordination that we've started to want to see. That cleanliness that isn't 2 players trying to hit the same firefight, but that little bit of a spread, that little bit of a width to bring themselves back into the 3 versus 3.
Smart play from number 2 there. Wanted to take care of that Banshee for later, but wasn't quite sure if someone was in the hallway right behind it. So instead just uses that drone, uses the information, there's plenty of time to do so. Typon now opening up vertically as well, taking care of some extra pieces of utility, especially ADSs. Those could definitely be hurting you if you clear all the players there. You might want to fire or throw a grenade and suddenly it gets zapped out because you forgot the ADS that was at that position. The breaching charges are coming through, and that is a good position because that desk, that table, is currently unable to be played.
Ramu on the drop gets one, number 2's able to get another, and this is what we wanted to see from the team. The multi-swing round. 3 different directions. They kept the verticality. They had the player on the hatch. And the one swinging from the trophy side. It's something that we've missed from these FAV approaches on the previous round, where they'd end up stacking and sort of incidentally bumping and crossing each other's fire lines. That was so much cleaner. that time round. And the team talk seemingly getting their heads on a little bit more straight. 3-2. They can still pull this one back even.
It can still be a 3-3, but if you look on average, 2 out of 5 rounds are won by the defense on Chalet. Of course, he has 6.5 and already 3-1 by Decided Spear. So they do better than usually a team would do on the defense here, and that will give them an advantage going into that second half. But again, we always say it, there's 2 halves to a game of Siege. And it could just as well mean that FAV turn it all around. If they manage to get the 3-3 now, their defense might be impeccable for the attacks that Spirit Gaming have to toss up. And it could just end this with a 7-4 even. You know, it's possible. I'm not saying it's going to happen, just saying it's an opportunity that we need to be wary of.
First time, we head down to the Stellar Hold and see if the site is something that brings it back together. The Lion is sticking around. The Pulse didn't quite get the run out on the early player and didn't quite get the run out on the second player, but did at least have a little bit of an impact in terms of getting in, getting aggressive, and getting kills. If it gives them the confidence to try and drive it, maybe they'll start to tweak that and bring it back together. The open wall, the shield, and the swing round with the potential of a man with Seora's glasses behind it.
I was going to say, it's an improvised mirror window. No one even put a mirror on that wall. Deciding to not go for it. So you know what? We'll just open up that wall. We put a shield behind it. We play an L in that area so you can just get the fire. The Shumika's down at the very same time. That's the first EMP, but that's going to be a trick to come through because you cannot EMP an active bandit trigger. You need a grenade. You need a concussion. Not there. And that means one extra thermic left. The last piece of Heartbreach, of course, except for the blowtorch that will now be used to open up the wall instead.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a change of hands there. They're going to make sure that they keep that thermite charge for likely that. The wall that we've just seen get electrified, turning into the default plant spot. They're just tucked in on the side of the wine. If the hatch is locked, then it's easy to do. If the hatch is open, then you've got to get the control of dining as well. And that might be where they're heading off to now, because Roy Boy's there, that hatch is open. So you got to make sure that you get that control of that play space.
I actually like how they open up the snowmobile garage. It's not completely open, it's just a line of sight plus some viewing holes they could use to provide some cover. It leaves the attackers or defenders guessing where you might be if they need to rotate back in at some point. That's the Mozzie drone. Good catch there by Afro. Sees a second one drone now, and they probably knew that only one person was droning at the time, or maybe even 2, but knew where the drones were, so you can quickly see which one is the fake one.
They're putting pressure above now. As I said, they need to try and get this control of dining, otherwise there is no way that you'll be able to get a plant out without a hell of a flick shot. Mephi, he's rotating and causing trouble, whether he was heading up and we just caught him on the tail end. Either way, he's decided that the top floor isn't where he wants to be at this point. And to be fair, with a minute left, may as well. You can either try and push that rotate a little bit later, or wait for the pressure to start to come and then collapse around on the back side of it, which it seems like all the top players are doing. They've generally peeled and pulled themselves off entirely outside of Mephi, who's just locked in. They took the hatch drop. They'd rather have the 5 versus 5 fight and see if they can stop the site because, well, the walls are still electrified. They still have some of that control. And sure, a Thatcher Thermite combo should get through it kind of quickly. It's still something that they've got to get done.
Yeah, you need to make sure the Crazy Boy doesn't just pick one up and suddenly goes for it. So that's where the opening of Typhon comes from, as there the breach will come through as well. However, the Shumika's still in play. There's quite a couple of them as well, so if they want to go for the default plant, that might not work. That grenade also too short, and that will actually net a kill to Typhon as well.
Shin has to try and swing and find the fight, and does, but the kit's cold outside. 8 seconds, Seora with another C4, and I said they pulled themselves back to say try and plant, and they definitely made it a challenge. 4 rounds on the defense for Spear. They threw everything at that default plant spot before it even began to be opened.
Like, the wall wasn't even open yet, and they were like, you know what? Let's just toss the Shumikas in already. Make sure they cannot even go quick. As we have a crash happening, that will be a quick pause, waiting for them to get back in, and then we get underway with our second half of this game. But you just said it, Emmy, 4-2 on the defense. That's a massive scoreline. Normally 2 is what you can aim for as a defending team. They have twice the number of that, and they will be heading on towards the attack now. And if they show up with the same aggression they have been throughout this game, they might be able to surprise FAV here and there.
I I think now it's that question of their approach. Because is this a game of two teams that are struggling with attack currently? Maybe. It's two teams that are at the bottom of the board, and it's attack-driven meta. You can only really look at their previous games and see how those halves have gone to base those sort of ideas. But at the same time, with this much momentum behind them, with 4-2 on the split, and with the guns that are currently popping off on the side of Spear, you know, it might be another quick day at the office.
Could be. We're about to find out. FAV setting up the defenses, and look at that. That's a Ying currently on the board. Hasn't been. It's been 6-2. Glass as well. Yana, Zofia. Instead of Lion, that is, and a Finka. Now this shouts to me they might want to go for a bit of a quick-paced plant. They might want to go for some smoke, some Candelas, and a Glass watching over the shoulder, whereas Crazy Boy runs in to try and get that diffuser down as quickly as he possibly can. And where could that come from? Well, it could come from the window. It could be coming from Solarium. They could even go for just the balcony door. I mean, there's so many opportunities they could go for.
Well, that's it. I think when you see the kit in the pockets of a Candela carrier, you assume the Ying's going to try and make a little bit of a brash and crash movement here. The pressure on all the windows. They've rotated their way up. It's Typon, got himself on trophy stairs. Number 2's in a position to try and offer some support. Just there's the Candela. There's a big win there onto the bathroom window. They're able to find out one elsewhere. Mephi's got it. Crazy Boy's sticking a kit down. Tucked in. Afro waited, baited, and took them out, but instantly traded off on the far side. There's Ramu going for the spray. Gets one. They know where he is, and they know that they can probably get themselves picked up with that kit and get it planted on the far side, which they are doing. They're watching the top of the stairs. Don't need to be massively aggressive on this at this point, just in a position to try and find the fight. Now it is, though, a 3 versus 1, and there's a big gun saying, we know where you are. As soon as he swings his first fight, well, we won't even see the second player.
I was going to say there's 3 players watching this staircase now to know exactly where he's going to be coming from, and they're not backing down. They're stopping him before he can even fully reach that top floor. And with that, a very quick round, a little bit of an oversight as they did not completely clear out the office, which led, of course, to the unlucky one-tap, making sure Crazy Boy couldn't get that plan down. But after that, the quick trades coming in, the quick kills that Spear was able to put on the board really allowed them to turn the tides again quickly after that diffuser was stopped.
Maybe in comp, one of the first plants, if it had gone off, I've seen on the bed from Crazy Boy.
I mean, it's a spot people plant if you know there is people below with nitrous cells, for example.
Yeah.
Right? So it's
like, I get why they did it, but it's rare to see.
It's rare to
Just seeing that moment of a man hopped up on the bed, very visible to the people still in the site.
The smoke the smoke was half a meter off. If it pops just a bit earlier, that would have been completely blocked off line of sight and wouldn't be able to actually stop that plant from happening. So yeah, like at that moment in time, like every angle is covered, but the office. So indeed, you go and plant on the bed just to make sure that the nitro cells won't catch you. But unlucky smokes.
Unlucky smokes.
You need to get them in the right position.
From 1 speed to 1 speed. Roy Boy picks up the role of the Monty. This time they've got the Thermite and Thatcher combination. This is something that looks okay. Sure, it's got an Iana and a Finka, but what lineup doesn't nowadays? It's got the idea of more of a standard pace, and with only Kaid Claws as the stop here, they should be able to get this wall open without too much trouble.
The thing is, right, if the Kaid Claw can reach the wall, then the EMP can reach the Kaid Claw. Ooh. That's gonna... Oh, very smart. Okay, so what he wanted to do there, actually, is it's already activated. You place it on the window, you fire down the one little piece of wood it's on, and it drops down and it like instantly electrifies the wall, but he failed, unfortunately. And it got EMP'd at the same time.
He got EMP'd. I think the EMP was the failure, because it looked like it connected.
It might have.
It might have.
But the EMP just shut it down before it was even able to stop the exit.
Yeah, if you were wondering.
Yeah.
That was a very clever Kaid play that works better when they don't have a Thatcher.
For sure, yeah. You might be able to trick with that at that moment in time. Quick shield taken care of. Wall is now electrified in the meantime, though. Maybe take some tick damage if the attackers would like to move through, but normally this is not where they want to go for the plant. However, a Monty's on the board, and that changes things. They might just as well go for a bin plant with a Monty reversed.
There it is. The Monty's trying to find his way through. It's obviously electrified. He's going to take a little bit of damage and then pull the smoke and take a little bit on the way out the door. Mephi's able to get one. Mephi's taking control of the top. Seora's there as well, and suddenly Spear has started to strike here. Typon, he's also in the job of protecting this claw right now. He's waiting for some of the pressure to otherwise come round, but it's down to, yes, Shin and Afro to see if they can just hold that Monty at bay. There is the C4 too. Maybe that's what Typon's having an explore with. Just tacked out, just getting a bit of the bait and the play. They've still got some idea and support. Roy Boy takes the second canister, a minute for one more, but it's at least finally a kill that comes through. There is the pop of the gun 6. There's the pop of the player. Mephi, the Finker is driving themselves through on the back. The Monty's pressured the player all the way up the stairs. They can't quite win the fight out. Seora goes down as well. Not entirely sure what that was to, but suddenly it's a 2 versus 1. Shinran on the backside. The grenade's just going to make sure he can't swing as the plant goes down from Crazy Boy. That's why it went in uncooked. He's trying to pop the pistol, but it's a post plant. 2 versus 1. 1 on trash. Now they can get themselves tucked out. Shin taking the moment to reload.
I believe there's a rotation coming in from Mephi as well. Yes, going all the way out. Doesn't want to stay inside because they can stop this defuse or counter defuse from outside. They just need to hold a tight angle. Could even go up to the top floor maybe. Play some verticality, not quite sure. No, Mephi stacks himself up onto the garage wall as well. And with 19 seconds left on the clock, Shin really needs to put up some pressure. But from underneath the snowmobile with a tight angle from the backtrack, through the backlight, able to find that kill, lock it out. And that's the second attack in a row, won by Spear, where they didn't take more ground than they needed to. They open up the wall, they send in the Monty, they found 2 kills up above, which is great because it stops forces from coming back. And they go for the plant. They manage to shut it down. Good Gon 6 pop as well at the very same time, allowing Mephi to pick up yet even one more. And now a 6-2. Match point. Not just 1 Emmy, 4. 4 opportunities to find 3 points. Or 6 points, as you would say. It's a 6-point game.
Hap. It's a 6-point game.
Which is really letting FAV, letting them sweat. Because they don't want this to go down this way.
I mean, obviously, FAV used their attack timeout in the first half after they sort of found themselves on the wrong end of, I think it was even the 2-1. Maybe the 3-1. The 3-1. It was the 3-1. They then took the moment, and since then, I've only really been able to net to the one immediately after that. Okay, some of the early game was defined by Seora, but he hasn't stopped. He's kept himself going. Mephi's there combined as well, 10-4. And that not being the highest statistic for your team?
I was going to say, like, Seora, he dropped 10 kills onto the defending half, right? He only got 2 during the attack, but in the 2 rounds, that is still 100% cost.
That's a 100% KPI.
Yeah, exactly. There's 1 KPI. And Mephi, sorry, I
it's fine.
out there. But Mephi is definitely stepping up during this second half, during the attack, allowing these openings, these backline pushes to truly come to fruition. And with that, Spear have found himself a good duo for this game.
Okay, Typon, what can you do tucked in here on the pillar position that we've talked about being one of such power before? The early break gives them that rotation underneath if they want to take it, to see if they can lean into maybe applying some pressure towards the underneath of the site itself. You have some grenades. You don't really have the Maverick to burn the hole across the bow, but a quick burn towards those ADSs all the way through. Will the grenades follow? Yes. Bounce around the corner, clears the ADS, and that's the big part of that done, because the second grenade does not quite get the full end of Typon, but boy is it close.
Certainly a lot of verticality down there as well. I mean, there was some punches, but those grenades have definitely helped. Typon still alive, though. That's the most important part. Crazy Boy will find Shin at the other side, though, and that is actually the first hit that happens. Typon quite low, just needs a single bullet, but a nade comes in, pushes him out. Mephi finds the kill, and now the execute starts to arise on the top floor.
I'll talk about that in a second, but first the fight happens over the top of the stairs. They get one and drop back instantly. The right play. They have the castle to give them some rotation. Ramu's getting aggressive, though. He's firing low and high, whether that was a ping on a drone or a bit of an intel. He went for the player first as they popped round and pulls himself back. Cause some problems, and then pull themselves out of the situation. The thing I loved, just before I was about to say, they put the grenade on the left-hand side of the player they had drone out, so they knew he would run to the right. They didn't expect it to down him. They thought maybe he'd survived from the damage before, and they just wanted the gunfight, but they were so prepared and ready for where he would go.
Unfortunately, Dosa Yora blocking the line inside of Mephi, making sure they weren't quite able to find Afro. But look at the preparative work they're doing right now. That's a second smoke canister, third smoke canister even popped. 50 seconds still on the clock. That means they will have about 40 seconds to get this diffuser down. Frostmat's already cleared. This, though, number 2 playing this close is going to be the troublemaker. They need to shut him down before he can swing on this window, but they're all stacked up above and below.
I thought there was 3 of them on the window. They've rotated, obviously, to the box, just round on the opposite side. Number 2, as soon as he swings, they're going to get him dropped. There's the kick cold. He rotates off around the back. Ramu suffers the next. Sprayed through against the door, but he doesn't need to put the pressure back on. They're rotating underneath. They've recollected the kit. Are they going to tuck for the plant? They're finding their way round onto the wall. There it is. The bit of width comes through. The spray a bit too high, but now they're going for the plant itself. Number 2, he's seeing if he can try and stop it. He just does. Catches the head of Crazy Boy. 8 seconds, and FAV once again pull themselves back. Number 2 takes the round. The second time he's done that of the 3 that they have.
Number 2 indeed keeping them in it here, sniping that diffuser, well, once, shutting it down a bit before as well, and then getting that final kill, truly putting the nail into the coffin there. But it's still a 6-3. There's still a big comeback that needs to be made, and as they head towards the kitchen and the dining now, it is Spear that still have a lot of opportunity to close this out. And they will be droning, and they will be, you know, checking the situation, seeing what they need to do to lock out the game at this very moment in time. And they still have the attacker repick to make use of. Now, of course, Finka, mainstay, Hibana, you want the Heart Breach. Sledge, the grenades, they make sense. But they might just go for a pocket play, for a pocket strategy. We might see the sense coming out again.
Defenders, protect your bombs. Love a bit of cheeky sense, don't you?
Especially on this site. I mean,
you do. I've
seen.
I actually tried to do this play.
I have you
with my friends.
Did it work?
No. Okay. One of them accidentally grenaded the sense wall that I rolled. And I should have, in hindsight, I shouldn't have been playing sense because it's the easiest roll technically for that.
It is literally go stand here.
Go stand here and throw it through
and
head.
roll it.
I should have given it to somebody else, and then I took the fight inside the site itself. But we didn't, and it didn't work. But it's fun to do. I saw your play with Miss Marie.
Yes, going for CCTV. Stole that from BDS, I think. At least from some of the teams.
Yeah. Well, that's all of what I do.
All I said is like you just go, okay, I toss this thing in, you just push Rafters. You get that kill, we have a free plant. That's as simple as that. It worked out. That one did.
Perfectly.
Finding some drones here, Shin, or at least pre-firing to see if there was any. Didn't think he'd find any of those drones. Now, there's 2 players up, repelled near Solarium, and Typo is quite close, but you have to remember that this staircase here, especially if you start ripping into that C4, is often prone to grenades. And that's why there's 3 ADSs placed on the exact same position. Now, they could, of course, work with those flashbangs that NL carries. They can then toss in the grenade of Mephi, but it needs to be in very quick succession, otherwise Typon has an opportunity to move out.
You also have Ramu. He's in a place where he might be able to swing round. The first one doesn't quite get the pop on the ADS. The second does, so that grenade's going to get caught, and... oh, that flash gets it. There's the roll, and yeah, no, that was unfortunate. One ADS, I think, might even still be standing. Typon sure is. The C4 doesn't get the catch on the player. The drone does. You can hear the gridlocks on the back end. He's just going to deal with them whilst he has a moment to, but again, the fact that they got all the ADSs, but it's cost them quite a lot. Someone else is having to rotate up. I think it's the... maybe even the sledge.
There's 3 people now. They're going to go for the repel in. Double repel in. Are they going to be able to pick up the kill? Yes, and not even a trade coming out. But it's Ramu that's tucking close. Will be jumping down. Now might be caught off. No, not from the window. Will still stand. And they still have the position in hand and a man advantage.
Number 2, once again, finds a double. Does the X-Kairos first and the drone second. It was risk spear and it didn't quite pay off. You knew that all of your presence had sort of been advertised as being in that location. The EU1D movement didn't quite come together. And now they're just hoping that they can maybe get a grift and a thrift on a freebie. But as we saw in the previous round, FAV, they're more than happy to pull themselves back. Seora's finding a fight there through towards Shin. Takes a lot of damage, but not enough to end him. There is obviously still the pressure waiting from Crazy Boy and hoping they can force this player out of this position at this moment in time. But there's no one else to really force it. There's no pocket utility. There's nothing.
Well, they could have actually sent Crazy Boy down, used the super shorty that comes in with the gridlock to open up below, at least create a bit of an angle, make sure that they're further up the stairs, which provides you some freedom. But Crazy Boy is currently occupied with holding the angle, make sure that they cannot actually walk off there. So with NL now joining the party here near West Main, he's definitely looking like he might be able to find a different angle to achieve the goal that they're looking for the entire round so far. No, just Rama shooting him down. Never mind.
Well, Seora's got a kill inside the site, and then Afro is able to find Crazy Boy, leaving just Seora inside the site. He's driven himself and taken out the Echo, but the kit being a little bit isolated in only 10 seconds. Well, he's found one more, but there's two. One's on the stairs, one's rotated, I believe, all the way off to Narnia. Out of time, and the round difference gets one thinner.
Two more opportunities for Spear now to try and close this off for a full 3-pointers, and suddenly it's starting to get a bit close. Wondering if we might see a tactical timeout to appear. Maybe to wait one more round before they call it. Because it's still a match point. They still have a bit of buffer before the overtime starts coming in. A fuse just quickly shown there by Roy Boy. But picked off again towards the sledge. We're headed towards Wine Cellar and Snowmobile. Now, I've seen them play with that Monty before. Yes, of course, Monty did unfortunately take a bullet to the head as soon as he unshielded. Not quite the impact you wanted to go for. But you managed to get the plant down. But you managed to set up the crossfires. You were able to stop them from retaking the site. You were able to win. Put yourselves up onto a match point. And you have the opportunity to lock it off here, to close it off. Now there is some fire being set up to stop any players from planting down there. It's the Goyo canisters or hot pockets. Unfortunately, we cannot see it due to the staircase being in the way. Also one being put onto the breach here. So if they do open up the breach, that is going to pop and will prevent a quick push from the side of Spear Gaming. They cannot open it and run in because it will just burn alive.
Alright, Spear. Let's take a moment. It's gotten a little bit wild, a little bit loose. We saw some very tight play, and I get the idea of throwing yourself into that position, but when you've already burnt that much utility, sometimes the sort of slapdash idea of throw ourselves in and try and kill everybody in the room, it's not a standard reliance. It's something that's gone well, and you did get the first, but FAV have obviously since then stepped up. They're learning. They're having a little bit more awareness of kind of each other more than what you're doing, and that each other awareness was something they definitely didn't have in the opening half of this game where you took most of it. The pressure comes through, that wall should get opened up, the Monty is instantly ready.
Yeah, he can't go for that rush because of the fire. For a second I was afraid they might want to send in Roy Boy instantly. Been a lot of damage done. But they'll drone it out instead, and we'll be trying to gain some of the information. Shin will have to fall back because they realize what's going on. So that fireplace might become a bit of an issue, so they need to start taking that under control. Number two, of course, doing that from the rafters, from above. As the rest of Spear looking to prepare themselves to go for a bit of a quick push.
And that's it. They're trying to bait some of that play out, bait that utility. The pressure still is going to come around onto the top. There's most likely an opening. Very well played and placed there. Mephi takes out number two. Takes out the biggest problem causer that they've suffered on the opposite side of FAV, and now's the time for the other players to step into the mantle of the man that has taken pretty much 50% of FAV's rounds for them. Ramu's creeping his way closer towards the chance of the plant here. Taipon's on the swing. Spear Gaming currently aren't opening up anything else as of yet. They're seemingly full sacking and sending the plant idea around on the back. The Monty's hoping somebody swings out, but look at this. Ramu, he's prepped. He's got special glasses, and he's got the spray right through. Just misses Sayora! Has the cover at the best possible time. A lot of damage was done. And now there's a Monty in front of the kit. They had a second of an idea of breaching it open. Afro smokes his way up out of blue, forces the player, is chasing somebody all the way. The sprint might give some of the audio away. And there it is. Mephi has a very easy pickup job, is looking for the next. It's a Finka on the top floor outside of the window. Doesn't really need to be in this situation. Royboy's suffering inside the site, some pressure. Batted against him, and he gets the drop shot.
With a Monty. I mean, the knife drop shot kill. I mean, it's fair, I guess.
It's the trade. And it's 10 seconds, 9, and it's all she wrote. Spear Gaming take the 3 points at the end. FAV started to look like a team that could do more, but it was unfortunately a story of too little, too late.
Started to come back, but not enough. And Roy Boy putting out his...
he's written his name.
On Anonymous handkerchief? What is that? Oh, he just froze. All right, that's how he wants to go out. Just with Roy Boy under screen.
Roy Boy.
Of Roy Boy.
Roy. I want a tweet that just says from the socials, Roy Boy, with Roy Boy.
That's the tweet.
That's the tweet.
But also, Sayura. Incredible game from him. Mephi able to step up during the attack, especially as well. And with that spear, able to find 3 points, but also denied 3 points from the side of FAV. And with that, they have closed the gap to 6th, allowing themselves to truly put their eyes onto stage 3 to avoid relegations.
And that is it from us two for APAC North for this split. It's been a wonder and a pleasure as always. There is still one more game and still one more desk. Still 2 more desks at least.
Yeah, 2 more.
But who watches those?
3 because you have
I don't know.
Post-game.
We'll find out after a very quick break and some more finger guns.
Welcome back, friends. A victory for Spear Gaming, 7-4. Let's have a chat with the victors. Hello, 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 Sayara and Bubble. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the victory for Spear Gaming. How are you feeling today?
축하드리고 지금 기분이 어떤지 물어보고 있습니다.
기분 되게 좋고 좀 초반에 부진했던 걸 씻어내고 있는 것 같아서 뿌듯합니다. 되게.
He feels super great. He feels like he's slowly making up for the past mistakes that they have been making.
Well, it definitely shows. You've defeated Reject, of course, last play. That was a big game. But today, going up against FAV, you're able to collect all 3 points again on Chalet. You had a good start on defense on Chalet, which is unusual in the meta game right now. Why do you think that was the case?
별장에서는 원래 수비가 그렇게 안전적이지 않다고 하시는데 이번 수비하실 때 너무 잘하셔서 왜 이런 결과가 있었는지 모르고 있습니다.
상대가 좀 잉이나 섬광을 넣고 빨리 들어온다던가 그런 전략을 자주 사용해서 좀 천천히 받아먹자라는 마인드로 임했더니 좀 쉽게 풀린 것 같습니다, 수비가.
So he thinks the opponents use flashes, yings, or tactics that they need to push hard or fast. And they just said, you know what, let's take our pace. Let's make them come to us and just take them head on while they do that.
Okay, and I want to ask you about the Twitch ban. Why was that for specifically?
트위치 오퍼레이터 밴을 하신 이유를 물어보고 있습니다.
아까 얘기했던 것과 같은 맥락으로 잉이나 투척률을 활용해서 빠르게 푸시를 하는 팀인데 이게 별장 맵 특성상 ADS나 마그넷을 트위치가 지우는 걸 알면서도 막기가 힘들어서 그냥 트위치 밴을 하고 편하게 ADS를 쓰자 이런 마인드로 밴했던 것 같습니다.
So it's the same as a while ago. They believed that they were going to use ings and flashes. So Twitch isn't a crucial operator that takes out Jaeger gadgets or any Wamai gadgets, mutes. And so he thought that by banning Twitch, or they thought by banning Twitch, they were able to use their defensive methods much more easily.
I mean, turns out quite well for you on that defensive half. Do you think the Buck ban affected you in any way?
Buck 오퍼레이터 밴을 했을 때 타격이 있었는지 물어보고 있습니다.
저희는 보통 연습할 때 뭔가 뭐 하나의 픽에 구애받지 않고 연습을 해서 솔직히 얘기해서 밴이 큰 타격이 안 와요. 특히 이번 벅도 그랬고 어차피 벅 밴 되면 뭐 슬래지 하면 되고 이런 밴이라서 정말 타격이 없었던 것 같습니다.
During their practices, usually, they don't really fixate on specific operators. They always keep in mind that operators could be banned. And so even here, when Buck was banned, they thought, oh, you know what? Let's just use Sledge.
Fair enough. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense, especially when you put it that way. And Sayora, you are our MVP for this matchup. So with this being our last Playday here of the stage, and you having gathered the victory and have been MVP, what do you think we can expect from Spear Gaming in Stage 3?
이번 경기에서 MVP이고 그 마지막 모습들을 너무 좋은 모습을 보여주셨는데 이제부터 저희는 스피어 게이밍한테 무엇을 기대할 수 있는지 물어보고 있습니다.
APEC 강팀, 약팀 양상을 다들 어느 정도 이제 머릿속에 예상하고 경기를 보시는데 저희가 아시다시피 모인 지 얼마 안 됐었기 때문에 진짜 이제부터 시작이라고 생각하시면 될 것 같습니다.
He believes that everyone holds their belief on who is APAC North's strong team or weak teams, but then he believes because this is his beginning, he's a newly formed team, their new positions are still getting formed. He thinks this is the start. This is the beginning for their new team.
And would you like to say something to the fans?
마지막으로 팬들한테 하고 싶은 말이 있는지 물어보고 있습니다.
저희가 되게 여러 팀에서 선수들이 모여서 특히 팬분들도 되게 재밌어 하시는 것도 계시고 성적이 안 좋을 때도 항상 꾸준히 응원해 주셔서 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶어요. 꼭 보답하겠습니다.
So he knows that because of the different styles they play, the fans must love them. But at the same time, he loves all the new fans. And even with their bad results, he feels like a lot of them still support him. So he's always grateful for everyone's support and thankful for all the love he's been receiving till now.
Well, massive day for Spear Gaming with the extra 3 points. There's a big fight for relegations between you and FAV, and Sayora and the squad came out on top. So, Sayora, thank you very much for the interview. Thank you, Bubble, for translating. That's the last time we get to hear your voice this stage, Bubble, so thank you again. And, well, thank you both for being here. Take care. We'll see you in Stage 3. Get some rest.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It was an honor. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And there they are. Sayora MVP. Spear getting extra points. Fresh. That looks good going into Stage 3.
It absolutely does. And not just in Stage 3, but in the context of the relegation. Spear have now gone 4 points clear of FAV and leapfrogged Reject into 6th place in the overall standings, putting a whole heap of pressure on Reject, who play next. And to be honest, I thought they were pretty good for it today. They had that clutch ability. Sayora, in particular, some of his rounds obviously had massive KD, but particularly that, it was at 1v3, got 1v4, big multi-kill rounds coming out of him.
It's just good to see that they have the individual performance now. I just can't wait to see them get 11 back on track and start playing with their actual roster, because we're looking at, like, this week has been really good for Spear. They grabbed these 3 points, as Jack said. They climb above relegation, but they've also beaten Damwon Kia in the, I think it was semi-finals for the Korean Open, 2-1. So if you have that sort of a week where you beat Damwon Kia and you also get more points in the league, could you ask for anything more?
It's a good way to end this stage for Spear Gaming. So FAV, they have a lot to work on in the meantime, but they'll get the rest in between stage 2 and 3, and we'll see them performing hopefully to their best of ability come stage 3. But so the heavy heart that I must announce this, that we're only one game away from the end of the stage of APAC North. So let's take a quick break, and then it's time for an all-Japanese matchup. This is a big fight for the top 4 and how that all comes together. CAG versus Reject.
To look like a team that could do more, but it was unfortunately.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life.
Welcome back, friends, to APAC North, our final matchup of this day and the Playday. And the entirety of the stage is upon us. All Japanese between Reject and Cyclops Athlete Gaming. Let's break it down the way we always do. Welcome back to the desk. I'm host Fnatic. This is Fresh and Fabian. And Fabian, Cyclops have a shot today to hold on to their top 3 position.
They do. With Cyclops, it's always this, like, you don't really know what Cyclops is going to show up on the day.
No.
Either they're going to just smack Reached out of the server completely, or they're not. It sounds silly, right? But that's just the CAG we can see. Either they win with
50-50,
yeah.
50-53.
Everything is just, yeah, you have no idea. Either they beat them super easily, or they just get flopped over. I don't know which way it's going to go today. I'm excited for the game because I like watching Reject play, but CAG, yeah, they're aggressive, individual, peaks a lot. That's all you kind of need to know.
The way that I see CAG is kind of an old-fashioned saying, but it's jack of all trades, master of none. Is that they want to be this ultra-flexible team, they want to have this ultra-flexible lineup where everyone can play everything, but because of that, they don't have a solid base or foundation. Which then means when it works, it looks great. When it doesn't, it looks horrible. And that's what we see. You know, you saw even on the graphs there. When they win, the graphs are really high. When they lose, the graphs are really low.
No, Jack, I compare them to 2 players that we have in our rank stack. That's Creeds and Adrian. They always bait us. And that's kind of what CAG does to each other. They just bait each other. Well, and they all just peek. And then they're sitting there, look, I have most frags, but they baited all the frags.
So what you're saying is you're looking for a new stack because you just thrashed on the APAC show.
I mean, they're youngsters. They need to learn. Hopefully they'll learn eventually. After I've screamed at them a few times.
He seems to be a loving father. Let's talk about a Reject, though, on the other side, because this team, unfortunately for them, they lost the number 4 spot to Fnatic, so they actually have a lot to play for, despite this being their second stage in the league.
And that's the thing, Milosh, is number 4 spot, they've got to try and reclaim it back for SI points, because, you know, there is always a chance. And relegation, they're now in the relegation places, given that last win that we just saw. They've dropped down below Spear Gaming. So Reject are a team that impress people when you go and watch them, and I think that string of 3 wins together that you see in stage 2 there against Fnatic, FAV and Talon really says it all. Ultimately, Reject have only lost to kind of Sandbox and DK. Who doesn't lose to Sandbox DK? And then they slipped up against Spear last week, and I think that was the first time, probably, that Reject have gone into a game as favourites. And they didn't put in the best performance, but I'd say overall for the stage, it's an encouraging stage looking into stage 3. There'll be a lot of teams and a lot of people waiting, when does Reject play? Because they're really fun to watch. They have a really aggressive style, a lot of energy.
And lots of confidence. That's the biggest difference between this stage and the last one. And Window replacing Naughty Meg for this stage have really like raised up the mentality. Yeah, you lost your Naughty Meg.
Naughty Meg?
Yeah.
With 2 Gs? Well. Anyways, my terrible accent. I'm sorry, Emmy.
Move on.
Anyways, let's talk about our map for this series.
Done.
No, it doesn't matter. You can talk right after this. There it is, Cyclops picking up Oregon. Okay. They start on attack, Reject defense. Fabian, you were saying?
Yeah, I wasn't really done with my point, but it's like watching Reject play, it's... Now I can't remember it. Thanks, Kazan.
Naughty Meg.
I've lost it.
Window.
I've lost it. That's not. It doesn't matter. Let's look at the map. Jack, thoughts?
It's a low preference map for both teams. It's not one that I actually had pinned. I've got Oregon being the 9th preference map for Cyclops. They do play every map, it is worth saying. And then Oregon being like the 6th preference map. So I think it's another one where, in the context of the major, obviously there's not too much to play for. There's only one team, I guess, playing for something here, realistically, which would be Reject. So we're going to see some odd maps because it's not one I was expecting is what I'm going to say.
Gassan, I have it again.
Yeah,
Reject slipping up.
I've waffled enough so you get it.
Reject up against losing against Spear. I don't says too much because Spear showed today that they're on their upwards trajectory. They beat Damwon Kia, as I said, in a best of 3. And while losing towards that team that can do that, I don't think it's too bad. So I don't know if Reject, I think they're at the same spot still. I hope they win because I enjoy watching them.
All right, well, let's see how it all comes down in the server. Fabian Fresh, it's time for a final game of the stage. It's Reject versus Cyclops, and it's Ace and Des take you through it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. We will be getting into our last game of APAC North Stage 2 then, Des. We've got Cyclops versus Reject, and I think this could be quite a fun matchup.
I'd bloody well hope so. A classic Japanese showdown, explosive as all hell. I'm always talking about how if you look back at Japanese scrim VODs or anything like that, or clips, I suppose you should say, rather than full-on VODs, you can see the aggression that comes out. These teams love being aggressive. They love getting up in each other's faces. What happens when you put two of those team styles in the same server together? A hell of a lot of aggression. I still always think back to this map for Cyclops at the Mexico Major and how they bullied Team 1 on it. I don't think Reject will give them quite as much space, but either way, an explosive showdown to end things out.
Yeah, I think so. I think both of them probably looking to just put a marker down here against each other, really. Reject obviously looking to say, you know, we may be coming through as a new dominant team in the region. Cyclops looking to defend that position, not had the best of stages, struggled with consistency. Really our roller coaster team in stage 2 of APAC North, so looking to no doubt finish on a high and build towards stage 3. So definitely plenty to be played for between these two. Reject are going to kick us off on defense, which means they will go for the first ban. We're going to be playing on Oregon, so that will no doubt shape our operator bans a little bit. The first attacker coming in will be Glaz. I mean, okay. I mean, I've been saying for a little while that Glaz is feeling a little bit more powerful lately.
Tim, honestly, you haven't shut up in the last few weeks about Glaz should be banned out every single game. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, this is 100% against Cyclops because they are the kind of team to pull out some kind of mad bullshit that involves the Glaz, so completely understand that. Flores a little bit more, I don't want to say a normal ban, but definitely targeted out here from Cyclops against Reject, I want to say. One thing to note quickly, Sim, while this is rifling through, have you noticed the speed at which you and I catch Milos varies wildly different? I give like the graphics a second or so to process, then as we come on camera, I'm like, thank you very much, Milos, but you're like, he's like, over to Ace and Des, thank you very much, Milos. I'm like, whoa,
I was trying to get into it, Des. It's Siege is coming.
Mate, straight in there. No room to breathe.
Siege is coming. Who needs to breathe? We breathe Siege, we live and breathe it. Valkyrie is going to be taken out as our first defender, followed by Jaeger. Funky bans coming out of Reject there. And that is going to see all four rounded out. Interestingly, though, we have the Monty available.
Christ, get Lycan on the phone. He'll be loving this. Yeah, really interesting bans coming out from Reject there. The Glaz and the Jaeger coming in as a pairing. Let's see how that affects things. No doubt you'll see Wamai in pretty much every single round because the number of nades that come in from below, for example, through security when defending top floor, nades that come down E-box, that come in towards highway, that get worked in towards elbow down here in the basement. Like, you have to bring Wamai, so I would not be surprised to see the Wamai on every single site in this, or every single round, sorry, in this game.
We're going to be getting our laundry set up. We've got window on the Warden. Window on the Warden. Window's going to have a window through the smokes and flashes because those glasses will allow him to be seeing straight on through there. Interestingly, the entire freezer wall being left soft at this point. We've got one laser gate on there. It's all open. This is a funky strat for some funky bans, I would say, from Reject here. Usually you will see at least half of freezer wall reinforced and the right-hand side opened up as it has been. But that's quite an open defense, I will call it.
It is, yeah, but this is exactly why they've got the shield. It was going to be my question when I saw that. I was like, right, they can't not challenge inside this room, else they're going to lose Freezer entirely, and you may as well not even bother playing it in the first place. So having that shield on the rotate means someone can play inside of that rotate. Arguably, you can have one person hold down the south side entirely by themselves. They play inside a cubby, for example, rotate out to the shield. You're perfectly safe and not really exposed to any angle at that point unless the attackers completely break open the softball that you see inside of cubby itself. So I think it's a really interesting adaptation to it. It will make Freezer harder to push through, and it gives the defenders two spots they can play, either behind the shield or behind the laundry machines on the south side of that room. It's interesting.
A lot of caution here from Cyclops. Working across the top floor, making sure that there's nobody present. Up there, we have dropping away from security. Reject get themselves back into sight, but it's going to be Tadonike who opens things up with a nice kill onto Ayagator.
Where did he come from?
Excuse me?
Yeah, did he push down into Freezer or was he somewhere else instead? I didn't quite see exactly where he died because if he sprinted way ahead of his team then when they're still busy securing the top floor, there's probably a couple of questions to ask. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, so we swung out onto stairs. Okay, that you can forgive. That's, yeah. I said, Tim, you got two very aggressive Japanese teams in the server. That's exactly what you're going to see.
Yeah, a little bit of a push onto Laundry Stairs, and it's a very nice pickup for Taraniki. Obviously, a little bit of a risk being that he was on the smoke, but they've not cleared T3 either. And Window is going to pick up his man, finding some vertical shots down onto Attic Wall. Gatarada is going to be taken down 5 versus 3 now, as Salty is holding on to Shaiko spot. We're going to hear that meeting hatch getting opened up for the time being, trying to open Shaiko Wall as well to make that spot holder harder to hold on to, but we will see the X-Karos pellets being shot off there, and that's from the angle being found in from Bunker. Salty needs to be careful here as an aid rains into pillars. Down comes the drop. Anaton takes some damage. Salty's going to rotate around. He's going to get his man! Easy as that, as he just sidesteps around. Fancy footwork gets him the kill. 5v2.
Tim, are you the music man?
Certainly am.
Do you come from far away?
Far away.
You can't play though, I know that's true. Salty with another shotgun coming in here onto Suzushi this time around. A 5v1 and Cyclops almost given a taste of their own medicine from that game against Team 1 that I mentioned back at Mexico when they were doing this kind of stuff against Team 1. Rejects have gone, we've got the playbook, boys. We know how this works out. It's a flawless round to kick us off for the last game of the season.
How does Take even get... Whoa! What a flick from Take there. Coming across, it looked for all the life like he was going to lose his then as he came across that classroom door, but no, manages to wheel around 90 degrees and find the head of the final attacker. Reject with a beautiful defense there, absolutely on top of that at every single stroke. Aggression at the right times, picking up kills. Wonderful round all round. Reject 1-0 and flawless at that.
Really impressive stuff. Yeah, I mean, again, it's the aggression that came out. The T3 hold, the swing onto Laundry, going hunting for that last man inside of lobby. Like, everything they could have done there to really disrupt Cyclops, they did, and it all went their way. Will they have the same look every single round? No, of course not. But I think if you've got that level of aggression, Cyclops will have to really slow things down and start asking questions. And the time when Japanese teams look the weakest is playing that really slow, methodical playstyle. They're just not built for it, Tim. They're built to be aggressive and hit you hard and fast. And sure enough, Anderson in this round, DeKB coming out straight away going, right, boys, we have been truly rattled by the Romans there. Let's get them back in line. Let's get that Mark 14 on the go, and let's get those phone calls ringing.
Oryx for Taraniki is going to be one to keep an eye on. Obviously going to have the freedom to roam underneath. I don't know whether they're going to open up that kitchen hatch to allow him to get directly back into sight or not. Could be a risky play should they choose to do so. They haven't at the minute. There's no debris on the floor. There you go, still soft. So it is a possibility for him to open, but it's going to be something that he needs to do himself should he find himself in that position. It could be a costly couple of seconds as he tries to shoot that one out. Now then, immediate approach towards Master Bedroom and Armory Corridor here from Cyclops as Anna sneaking up there, but he will be spotted out by the default camera. Take out the bulletproof as well. There you go. He has to think about it, but he gets his shot. Salty over, surely not. Candy is going to pick up Suzushi, so another entry kill there, but this time Ayagator manages to get one of his own, and it's 4v4.
I think at this point, Salty's clocked. Okay, look, no one's trying to push their way through. Let's get this reinforced off. Interestingly, last second, dips back through the rotation. So now he's trapped on green stairs side of things. He's not working his way back down towards site. That just screams that he wants to get out around the map and cause a little bit of carnage. Tadameki's still on the downstairs, though, giving a bit of a threat inside of here. And we clocked on this a little bit yesterday, Tim, when G2 were playing on this map. They completely reinforced off all the walls inside of security, and Virtue was very much locked in there. It's the exact opposite coming out of Reject. It's less soft all the way across. They've got to rotate looking through, and they're looking to get busy around the map.
Salty still being able to play in T2 of Big Tower at the minute, which is preventing any access in towards the attic. He's also able to continue holding those external angles. Needs to be careful here. There was a man in meeting, has moved away. It was the Dorkaby of Anaton. He just heads his way back in, and he's watching that attic hatch fervently there to try and catch a glimpse of absolutely anybody, but nobody's going to show him a pixel at this point. They don't want to give anything away, and Cyclops just feel like they're faltering a little bit, but this push up White Stairs might just get them going.
It's got a little bit more structure to it than last time round. That is timing and a half. Did he just run into friendly fire there?
I'm wondering that.
I don't think it was, because it was Irrigator's decoy coming up, but it looked like it for a quick second. It could have been a spray also coming in from game as the player rotated through, and he was just unluckily looking the wrong way at that moment. Got himself down nice and low, but still finds the kill back onto Candy as well. Looking good. Salty, finally, the king of this north side of the map, has had tower to himself, green corridor to himself, and then came into the kitchen looking for a snack and found himself a kill.
The thing is, for Cyclops now, they've got Salty in the map. They know he's out in the map, but they have no idea where he is, and they don't have the time or the manpower to hunt him down. Ooh, they just catch the boots as he heads his way back upstairs, but that is going to be Window taking down Gatorado, leaving Black Ray half health and in a 1v3. Finds his man from underneath, cannot find the shots that he needed though. Going to head back up the white stairs, one onto Salty. He needs 2 more. He's got 8 seconds left to find them. He moves through into game. He checks out Pit. There is somebody in there, but he can't find the angle. He's caught between a rock and a hard place, and he will manage to find a kill onto neither. And it's going to be Reject taking their second site. Dorms is locked down, and that's 2-0.
That's it. Now we get to the offsite though, Tim, and this is where you're going to see the metal really tested. If they can hold on the offsite, Cyclops probably have that timeout come through, because then they've got to go through the same 3 rounds again, the same 3 sites, and try and get it right. And I spoke about this a little bit on EUL yesterday, how we don't really talk about the game enough in quarters, in my opinion. Where, sure, there are 2 halves to a game, 6 rounds of each, and all right, it's a bit early coming in. But, like, having that quarter, you'll see 3 sites rotate through. Chances are, in the next quarter, you'll see the same 3 sites getting played. So trying to split the game up into that 3-3-3-3 block the whole way through, I think is the smartest idea. And that's why tactical timeouts after 3 rounds can often be the go-to.
I think there's actually a tech timeout that we're seeing.
This one is, yeah.
We're seeing a technical issue. We're just going to get the player involved back in as soon as possible. But still an opportunity for the players here to just take stock, to have a little think about what's been going on, particularly on the Cyclops side. What can they do better? How can they improve? They managed to win the entry battle last time around. Sorry, no, Candy still picked it up. So that's 2 rounds, 2 entry battles lost for them. So maybe getting in there, getting an opening kill might just perk up the confidence a little bit. But also they're playing onto a tertiary site this time. They go into dining and kitchen. So there is an opportunity whereby they don't necessarily need to take too much map control. They can get dorms locked down and then go in through small tower, straight through dining walls. So if they feel that some of the problem has been with dealing with those roamers, like Salty in the last round, for example, might be an opportunity not to play into that for Cyclops.
Absolutely. The big wars, but 100% they're going to be around these mirror windows. Now, you get an interesting setup here where sometimes they'll reinforce one panel, leave the bottom of the other one opened up, and you just chuck a bunch of impacts through as they try and open it up. And knowing here there's no Hibana on side, there is just the thermite coming in from Suzushi. They are limited in terms of what they can get open on Cyclops' side, so no doubt looking towards the main wall inside of dining here. I doubt they try and work their way through the backside. It's normally quite a risk, although a couple of teams have got control of meeting, open up the meeting wall and then plant it in behind the box. But normally it is small tower where teams will start.
Action phase is underway. Gatorada is dead. Not a good start once again. No sooner have I mentioned the entry battles and Cyclops' inability to win them, does Gatorada on the sledge with the nades get himself peeked out at the beginning of the round. Not ideal. Of course, you're wanting a little bit of verticality here, and Sledge can deliver that, but not going to be the case anymore as they have lost the operator and the man.
I'm going to have to start naming those kind of plays. I might start saying he got Japanned, because again, all the Japanese teams will play like this. This hyper-aggression is just ludicrous. And again, getting a taste of his own medicine. As it stands, so at least they have the ability to get things focused off. They haven't lost, for example, the thermite. They still have breaching rounds and breaching charges from the Ash to get to the floor if required as well. Suzushi going to open it from above here, so over the top of it, they will get a nice little opening and should be able to get some visibility into the site. You can also normally vault over that to get a plant down as well, rather than opening up the whole wall itself, so many options still available.
Cyclops at round 3 have decided it is time to bring out the Anaton Monty plays. Explosives are being thrown his way, and half health damage taken at this point, boosted back up a little bit by the Finker of Black Ray, but still a lot of work to be done from that big shieldy boy. And this is a good position, an important position for Salty, because he's got the flank onto Monty potentially. Should he try to push through and behind that mirror window? But being forced away, that's not ideal, but less than ideal for Anaton is being killed by Take. Candy in the mix as well, and things are looking sweet for Reject right now. 5 versus 2, 1 minute 10 left to go, and as a defensive side, they've got top floor hold still. They've got the site on lockdown. They can just sit back and hold those angles.
They can indeed, yeah. And for the Monty, I think maybe overextending a little bit, being a bit too far ahead of the 2 or 3 members that were sat inside a small tower still. I understand you want to make an impression and get yourself aggressive and try and pick something up for your team here, but that level of desperation is what will just keep on costing you rounds, because again, Tim, this is that offsite that we needed to see get right. Igator took a little chip there. I'm not quite sure what from it. I saw his health go down. I was like, huh, where's that come from? But he's still trying to work his way through the upstairs here. The pair of them are pushing in together. The Rejects, I was going to say they're going to sit back and let them just walk at them at this point, but hell no, are they? They're still looking to challenge absolutely everything they can, and there it is, the reverse angle. The trade comes through, but it's still a 4v1.
That's it, Lisa Sushi, seriously low health and dead as Take is going to get in a third kill for the round, opens the round, finishes the round, and what a great performance we're seeing from Reject at the minute, absolutely running over a Cyclops that just haven't turned up to the races so far today. That's going to be 3-0, and there comes a point, Des, where we start wondering, is it one of those days where we cast 2 maps and only 14 rounds?
It's starting to feel like it, doesn't it? Yeah, and there's the proper timeout I was looking for, by the way. 3 rounds in, got another quarter to go. Let's have that conversation now to get things back on track. I think Cyclops, we know, have at least got the capability to be able to bounce back. They're one of our top teams. They're currently sat in 3rd place. They should be able to pull this back against Rejects on this side. Even if you walk away with just a couple of rounds, it gives you some padding on your own attacking half to get things course corrected here, and on your defensive half, and get things course corrected and working back in your favor. Yep, for Reject, one of our air quotes slightly, well, they are our newer team. It's the newest team that we've got here in the competition. Maybe you'd be saying, okay, look, these guys have still got to work on their attacks a little bit. Given recent history, I'm not really convinced they do. I think they're in a great spot. They're looking full of confidence today. And I'm glad Cyclops are taking the time to have a conversation now rather than a couple of rounds when it's 5-0.
On we go then as the tactical timeout passes. That's going to be the minute that Cyclops have to discuss with their coach, with each other, and try and put the brakes on the runaway train that is Reject right now. They are well and truly out of the station and on their way to a solid victory. If this continues, the defences have looked good so far. They've been completely on top of Cyclops. They've brought that mirror along again in the shape of Take. We've seen that have certainly an influence on at least 1 or 2 rounds so far, so they're going to double down, bring that along again, and Cyclops not really having an answer to that as of yet. They sort of went to their stock mirror answer in bringing Anaton along on the Monty, but it didn't really do the job, so this time we're going to see Anaton on the Twitch instead, again maybe aimed at trying to deal with that pesky utility.
I think it's quite smart from Reject as well, because in round 1 they ran the Warden out of fear of seeing a Ying come through, but maybe fear with that glass taken offline. Cyclops don't feel they've got all the components here to pull off a really good Ying execute with the Glaz also in support, so instead haven't touched that in any of the 3 rounds. And this is where Reject are taking, dare I say, a bit of a gamble by not picking the Warden. There's every opportunity for Cyclops to see what comp you've got and picking a Ying there and make your life absolute hell. Things like the Ying will absolutely help, the mirror will absolutely help out with that as well. But I feel here they've kind of said, look, we don't need a full Warden. Mirror's going to help us a little bit, and we know what's going to come at us in this round. So it's a good read, I think, by Reject in terms of the operator picks for this site.
Going to have the Twitch drone just buzzing around the top 2 floors, looking for any of those roamers. Salty is out in the map again. He's tier 2 big tower at the minute. If my eyes don't deceive, thank you very much. He's just stepped his way back down to rear stage. That's going to give him an opportunity to potentially play on the flank. I'm not sure that Cyclops have spotted him out yet, and that's not really a shot that you can be missing, I'm afraid, Anaton. That was a bit of an easy one on the Twitch drone, and that does not bode well for any high-intensity gunfights he might find himself in.
Nah, not overly. I think they maybe got himself caught at the maximum kind of elevation of Twitch drones. Before, they used to be really low, because obviously you used to get Twitch drones in the droning phase, and you could use that to go around and shoot out default cams if the angle was any higher. So they were just low enough that you couldn't quite catch default cams. Whereas now that they're only there in the actual action phase, that range is a lot higher. Clearly not as high as Anaton thought it was there. It's only a shot wasted. It's a small detail. I'll get it back in no time. But just one of those things about adapting, I guess.
It is. Second Twitch drone is going to go down. There's one already at the bottom of the stairs, question mark. But he's going to gets one shot out, sends the second straight in. They've seen it. Did he get the mirror? That's the question. I think I did hear the sound of it popping. We'll just have a little look. Yes, it is gone. So a great shot from Anaton that time around. Taraniki, however, goes and finds a great shot of his own. He's going to trade the mirror window for a headshot, and Anaton goes down. His job is partially done, opening up Freezer a little bit, and the explosives are going to start raining in from the attackers, but there is still a very important mirror window still in position. You can actually get an angle on that to play into the Freezer at a tight angle if needs be.
It's twice now that Talaniki has just like swung around, drive-by laundry stairs and found himself a kill, by the way. It's Irrigator round 1, it's Anaton here in round 4. So Cyclops just not learning the lesson, and clearly Talaniki full of beans here, more than happy to go hyper-aggressive. Now have all these flashes raining on through. Drones still pushing their way in as well. Taraniki kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. No man's land stands between him. Take finding one with the Vector and looking for a shotgun in hand for the next fight. Not really what you want there. It's a 2K in for Gatorada, and maybe Cyclops have got something going here, Tim.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit too keen at looking for the down there. There's actually 2 players down, so it's 2v2 effectively, and there's no way that the man inside the Hibana Suzuki is going to risk trying to pick one of those up, I don't think. First bleeds out, second is actually collected. 2v1 as we have a quad kill for Gatorada. This could be an ace. He's chasing it. He's got a pistol in hand. He knows where the last is. Shut down by Taraniki. Just survived. The time ticks by. The 6th man wins the round. It's going to be Reject again. It's going to be 4-0. Cyclops almost had something going. Like you say, they were launching a bit of a maelstrom of disaster out of the freezer, but they just couldn't get the round done still.
Just better. Do I say better, really? Do I really want to say better here? Probably not. You've had Gatorada pull off one of the best plays he'll make all season. A massive 4K pushing in down freezer in what was a pretty open position, being challenged inside a highway. You had Taraniki off to the far side on the Ella also challenging you. You had players coming up close to come for the challenge. There was a lot going on inside a freezer, especially when there were a lot of allies around as well. So he's hit himself a mega 4K, and Taraniki has still managed to win the round. If Cyclops can't win off the back of a 4K, I'm really concerned about where they will find a win.
Well, they're going to have to keep trying. They've got 2 more rounds to have a pop and see what they can find as. They're going to be going to Dorms again this time. It was round 2 that we saw this last time out. Salty had a good performance out on the roam, got himself a kill, kept Cyclops guessing, and just made the life a little bit of a misery, really. And it was Take who opened things up with the peek out onto Gatorada, if you remember, and then he finished off the round as well. So it's looking good for Reject, I think, to hold on to this one again, get themselves a 5-0 start. Taraniki is on the Oryx that we did see brought along last time. Didn't have a huge impact. I'd like to see a little bit more from him this time, but I'm sure Reject have got no complaints at this point in time.
There is something I want to stress here about this game, because it might feel largely pointless. That we've got Cyclops sat in 3rd place. They cannot get into the major now. It's already been locked in as down 1 Kira in Sandbox. So what is there to play for? 60 SI points is the answer. 3rd place has 205, 4th place has 145. If Reject win this game, they bounce over not just Cyclops, but also Fnatic to jump into 3rd place. For a team that got slammed in stage 1, that's incredible in itself. But Cyclops do a lot of damage to their own chances at making SI if they don't finish in 3rd place. They've really got to recover this game, Tim, but Reject might already be just too far ahead.
Like you say, Reject, they've got a lot to play for. If you look at the difference of first stage, versus this stage, it's huge for them. Anaton going big and getting a kill onto Salty. That is exactly what Cyclops needed. I picked up on it previously that they've not been getting those entry kills, and this time they can at least play with a man advantage. It didn't pay dividends downstairs. They were still shut down even in a 2v4. They lost the round, but still, it gives them something to build on. But yeah, absolutely agree with you. Reject really fighting tooth and nail for everything they can get out of this one, Des. They're looking for that better final performance than they had in stage 1. And, for them to be fighting over 3rd place, I'm sure it's going to feel like a huge achievement for them and a building block for the future.
Absolutely. Well, let's put this focus onto the Attic push here coming in from the Oster. They've got 2 of them trying to push around here together. All 5 still alive with a couple of the Azami Kiba barriers on site, as you can see, just making games a much safer place to be playing in. It's why it's been less soft. But I'm still nervous about, I think it's the Oryx of Taraniki that's charging around the map here. Was around Small Tower for the longest time. Is now underneath double window, back through kitchen. He has got control of the downstairs. He's like the dragon waiting in the basement here, just waiting for his invitation to strike.
Take just being cut down as Anaton was on the flank watch. A cheeky little attempt from Reject that will not pay off. Window manages to get Ayagated, but immediately traded by Anaton. We've got Candy in a tight spot, taken down by Suzuki, and it is now all up to Taraniki, who has come up that hatch. He gets 1, can't get 2. Shut down by Anaton, and that is the round closed out by Cyclops. They get their first on the board, and that leaves us now in a 4-1 scoreline.
Well, I said if you're not going to win off the back of a Gatorada 4K, what can you win off the back of? Answer is an Anaton 4K this time round. Big round for him pushing in through Attic. Yes, they finally get it on the board. Little technical pause coming in once again here this time round for Reject, who want to deal with a little bit of ping, and then we can get back into things. But I think in that round again, it was more of a... You could see that Reject were trying to do the same sort of stuff, right? Where you had the Oryx roaming around downstairs. You had Take trying to pull off the flank. So at least here, Cyclops had flank watch on the go. They had drones deployed down. They had Anaton kind of as the free man to watch around the attic area. and fundamentally pushes through and finds himself a huge 4K. So fair play.
Yeah, it was well played from Cyclops. Just like I say, getting that man advantage at the beginning was big for them. They were able to then continue that momentum through the round. So I'd like to see them focusing. And, you know, this is not a criticism that we've often made of Cyclops, to be honest, that they're losing in the entry battle. You know, at previous majors, we've seen that they've, you know, by far and away had the highest numbers on entry where they weren't converting them to rounds, you know, but they were still getting those opening kills. But, you know, today they haven't even been able to achieve that. But they get one there, they get the round, and that was certainly a positive for them. I think we'll be getting back into game in just a few short seconds, and we can continue this one. We're going to be going into the final round of the defensive half for Reject here, and I think even if they come away with a loss in round 6, they're going to call this defensive round a success at least, because they'll be 4-2 up, but they are going to be chasing that 5-1, I'm sure.
Absolutely. I mean, I think for Reject to snag it here on the last play, they would be absolutely wonderful for them. I spoke back about stage 1 and how it really wasn't it wasn't a warm welcome, should we say, into the upper echelons of tier 1 play for them. They finished with just 2 wins, 5 losses at the very bottom on just 6 points, and it was like, ooh, this could be a really rough year. Because back then it was only Salty that was really making things happen. You know, we all commended him for how much space he'd make on the attacking side. He'd be the first in the building. He'd kill 2 or 3 players. He'd really forced a lot of respect from teams that I think just wanted to try and roll over Reject. This stage, it's not so much that he's been quiet. He's had to take more of a background seat because the rest of his team are just doing so much work. I can't think of a game that hasn't gone by where we haven't celebrated players like Take, like Tadaniki, who have got on board and done a lot for them. Even Candy's been up there as well. So between them all, it's really starting to feel like a very, very capable team in the top level.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, you got to remember, this is the first stage that we've really seen them like this. You know, there's a lot of time for this team to grow yet. You know, I know obviously we're talking about the growth that we've seen so far, but I've said it a couple of times, I'll say it again, they feel very similar this stage to the Damwon Kia that we saw in stage 1 last year, where again, we felt very similar, that they had that ability to grow, they were entertaining, they were playing aggressive and fun siege, and they certainly feel in the same way. You know, if they can find themselves on a similar trajectory to Damwon Kia at that point, they are going to be laughing in 12 months' time, because we're going to be seeing them at majors. But, you know, there's a lot of work for them to do. I don't want to get carried away. All I'm saying is there's a glimmer there. It reminds me. You know, there is work to be done. There is, you know, Damwon Kia have put in an awful lot of time, an awful lot of work in the back room. I'm absolutely certain of that, to get to the position that they're in. And Reject just need to take a look and take a lesson from that.
I think when you look at how it actually builds into the overall standings as well, like relegation was the thing that Rejects obviously were going to be scared of after stage 1. They win today, they pull themselves out of relegation. Spear Gaming take their place with FAV just below them as well. Fnatic they end up tied with, and we've all spoken about Fnatic and say how we cannot have, you know, an organisation as prestigious as Fnatic, who have just moved everything over to Japan, find themselves dropping out of this league. Well, Reject could be yet another challenger to that, to say, actually, we're the ones that should be staying and you guys should be going. Do I think, for example, Fav and Spear might be able to catch Fnatic? Not with how they're playing right now, absolutely. But there's 2 teams here that have escaped any kind of conversation around relegation so far this stage, and I think that has been Fnatic and Reject, who are having a vastly improved stage.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think it does. Again, I don't want to get carried away.
I do.
I know you love getting carried away. You know, when we look at Fnatic, we think about Fnatic. It feels a little bit like they've started the bounce back. You know, I'm not saying they're going to be at the major next stage. They're going to be this, they're going to be that. I'm expecting a very solid stage 3 from Fnatic, is what I will say.
Top 4.
Yeah, I'm expecting a better performance where they drag themselves away from that relegation. I don't think that's going to be a question for them personally. And I think we are starting to see the beginning of a little bit of a resurgence.
Absolutely. I just hope that, I'm not all saying it would be Mag's fault if this did happen, but if they're bringing Mag into the team, for example, I'd hate to see all the good work they've done this stage to get themselves to this quality standard be undone, but no doubt a lot of that is the work of Phenomene behind the scenes as well, their coach, who used to be with Gamma Gaming here in the European Challenger League. So, European coaches not doing it too bad. Up we go on the top floor then. Kids and Dorms we head into for the final defensive round for Reject. They are looking for that 4-1 half. Shock horror, we have a player up in tier 3. They've had that pretty much every single round in the game so far. Some more effective than others. Salty was just left here staring at emptiness the whole time. Whereas, of course, we saw Warden, which I think was Window back in round 1, having a lot of impact.
I don't think the little sort of stutter ping issue that you're seeing is on the side of the players at the minute. I think it might be an observer issue, but we'll persevere for the time being. We'll see. I think we've just had an immediate bit of improvement there. The Lion scan seeming to sort that out for us. Thank you very much, Lion. We're going to have a nade coming in from underneath. Window is going to take half damage there, so it was well aimed from Black Ray, but not quite well enough as the Kaid just manages to wriggle away and keep his life at least. Black Ray is going to continue trying. He's got a second nade in pocket, so I think there'll be another attempt once he gets the information in. He's looking to play into kitchen at this point, just make sure it's safe to do so. A little bit of a concern that there's maybe not as much of a roaming presence in the map for Reject this time around. You picked up on the player in T3, still out there at this time in point, Taraniki, but you know, if they start losing men from underneath like that, then it is going to be questions that they'll be asking themselves.
And now you've got the Ying and the Candelas to roll behind as well, plus a bunch of smokes. This could just be everything. They're putting pretty much every single Candela inside of there. I think saw 2 or 3 come out in the end. Now, with all that going off, no one's moved. It's more of a bait here in a way to try and draw out C4s, to draw out utility from the defenders, but there is nothing to be found right now. Now they're in through the windows. Window has stepped out of sight and might get himself swung on. I lie. It is the Iana Gemini. Of course, I've been baited by that.
It's because it puts the blue silhouette around it, Des. That's what confuses us. Gatarada's looking to potentially head in through the bottom of White Stairs, but rotates himself away to Game's window. I think he's looking to actually get that diffuser in hand, being that he's on the Ying. He's going to be looking to launch those Candelas. As you say, sort of strange that didn't have the diffuser. They want him to be the one to plant, but they dumped a load of utility, including Candelas, in there as if they were going to go for it. I don't know whether they were just trying to bait a response out of Reject and look to pick up a few cheap kills, but here it comes. Out goes the Candela. In comes the diffuser. There's not likely an opportunity for Reject to do anything about this. Take is underneath, but doesn't know the plant is going down, can do nothing about it. Taraniki gets us started inside a site, but immediately traded by Gatarada. Salty fighting, but shut down. Take onto Gatarada. 1 versus 3 for Window here. Bad throw on the Nitro. Will be taken out. Needs to find these gunfights. Finds the first. Loses the first. Loses the round. Cyclops get 2 in a row before they head into the side switch.
Not bad, not bad. So the fact they recovered this back and got those last 2 rounds on board is mega. It did feel like we were going towards a 6-0 half. And I think a lot of that came down to, realistically, the attacking side of Cyclops there weren't playing a really high requirement attack. They didn't need to get control of large parts of the map. They were outside it for the most part. They were outside double window. Candelas and smokes were sort of their go-to, I don't want to say panic button, but they got control of the below. They got themselves some Candelas and smokes in. They got inside, planted, job done. You've got control of whatever you need to have control of there. So more of a direct site approach rather than worrying about getting control of Attic, for example, and trying to work your way up through Shower and so on and so forth. They got exactly what they needed and played from there. Good simplicity and a well-deserved second win.
Cyclops kick off their defense with a laundry site. They're going to be taking us all the way down into the depths, into the basement. We've got a fairly standard setup looking so far compared to the first time that we saw Reject down here with the entire freezer wall open. This time we've got the half reinforced, we've got elbow half reinforced, shield played on there. Kaid, Electrical will no doubt go on the meeting hatch to try and keep that closed. Shaco's reinforced off. We've got a couple out in the map, all looking pretty standard so far for Cyclops.
Alrighty, now this is where things really get spiced up, is how well Reject can attack this. You've seen the disruption that came out of Reject in their first half on the defense. No doubt Cyclops want to pay back sort of a taste of their own medicine onto the Reject side. They've got that Monsion side that we saw get employed once by Cyclops. They were a little bit too aggressive with it, I felt. And I spoke about Salty being the space maker back in stage 1. Here he's doing it, just not so much with a gun in his hand. Instead, it's going to be a shield.
Pressure coming into bunker immediately. We're going to have Candy launching the nade in. The ADS had been burnt. Nitro comes out, will be unsuccessful. Gets a drone, but no more. And that's going to be Anaton having to make a decision now as to how long he stays in elbow there. Doesn't have the shield to protect him. Doesn't have a Nitro to be able to play behind. Isn't a smoke. Can't shut down the push. Is going to be leaving himself exposed. Tadaniki's likely to pick him up on the drone now, so they're going to know that there's an opportunity for a straight fight to be taken, and they might just look to get themselves in and do exactly that. But meanwhile, we've got the knock up above. Take just working through potentially towards Freezer Stairs. I think it's a little bit undecided at the minute exactly where that backstab attempt is going to come, but they could be getting outplayed here as we've got Irrigator on the Malusi up on top floor, and I'm not sure they're aware of this.
Well, this is the thing. I was going to comment as soon as you finish that little piece there, Tim, about how much anti-flank they've got on the go. They've got the Nomad. They've got the Claymores coming out of Zofia, for example. They're really trying to focus on not getting disrupted by Cyclops, which I think is a really good idea to go for. You know, keep them away from shooting you in the back as you're trying to think about and execute. The question is, none of those Claymores have gone down yet. Only 2 of the air jabs are down. Is it enough to stop Irrigator slipping through the net?
Irrigator just holding his angle there. He's not going to catch his man, I don't think. Steps away. Nice and easy. In comes the Nomad, and you can protect your flanks all you want. If you don't know there's already somebody on it, it's going to be a problem. Suzuki gets taken down by Taraniki. Black Ray onto Taraniki for the direct trade, and that leaves us now in a 4v3. And nice movement from Irrigator here. Take's looking to push onto Laundry Stairs. They've absolutely no idea. Take has completely outplayed them so far this round.
I think that Electric will have given away, though, that he's around here. It's why Irrigator's now trying to look skyward, and Take's on the hunt. He thinks he's still up here, but obviously has no idea that he slipped across in towards Garage. Instead, he's very much trapped in there, because as soon as that window, or the doorway, sorry, the barricade gets opened up, they're going to know exactly where he is. So for now, at least, those 2 players are sort of out of action, and time is running away from them.
The Malusi with an impact nade in hand, it's worth remembering, so that barricade can go very, very quickly. If there is a shout that there's a push onto Laundry Stairs, I think that's, there you go, I think that's probably the intention all along there. Going to move his way out, and it might not actually be clear what that explosion was. You won't necessarily associate it immediately with a barricade being taken out. Final kills come out from Gatorada and Black Ray, though. It's not going to be Irrigator that has the main impact. It's going to be those on site, shutting down the remainder of the attack and closing out the round and bringing us now to 3-4. 3 in a row for Cyclops, and they get themselves right back in the fight.
Didn't really look threatened at any point in that round, I didn't think.
No,
I think
it was a weak
had an
attack.
idea of what they... It was, that's exactly it. It was a little bit flimsy. They didn't know what it was they wanted to do, I don't think, strictly. They kind of hit a roadblock where the Monty couldn't get himself inside Pillar 2 comfortably. It was like, okay, well, what do we do now? They were left kind of chasing their own shadows, being worried about a Roma that was no longer really present. And just, they beat themselves in a way, I think, Tim. Not to say Cyclops didn't do anything, but Reject lost their own fear there, I think. So hopefully in this round, we see him sharpen up a little bit. Cyclops going up onto the top floor. There's the Frost being brought along, sorry. And Tim, I know you're you got a real thing for Frost mats, Tim.
A real
Hopefully,
fear?
Reject don't.
I've got a real fear.
I don't know.
I've got a real fear of Frost. I'll be honest, I've not gone into a Frost mat in absolutely ages. And I feel like in saying that now, I'm probably going to magnetize towards a bunch of them. I've not been playing against many Frosts, I think is the key. I've figured out the key to not going into Frost mats, and that's to not play against Frost.
Breeze, do you just get an all chat and just say, guys, can you not play Frost?
Just leave
please?
it out.
Cheers.
Just leave it out. Yeah, you know, let's keep this as a fair game.
Ban it. This is why you keep playing solo, because you ban Frost.
That's it. I'll just encourage everybody to ban Frost.
Right, I see. Big brain plays, mate. Big brain plays. You are right, though. She has somewhat come out of the meta a little bit now. Whereas before, she was like stupidly popular. Alibi has sort of become a lot of players' go-to for when you want a shield-bearing operator. She's a little bit quicker. The gun's still amazing, for example. And the 1.5x being moved has had that effect. Frost is still valuable, especially when you know a team is quite rapid or they're quite likely to miss steps in their approach. And I think that's sort of what Gatorada's trying to ride on here.
It's going to be top floor at this time for Cyclops as they've just won down in Laundry. Taraniki manages to find Gatorada to kick things off. Gatorada having a good game so far, to be fair, leading the way in terms of frags on his team, but he's going to be picked up at the top of Laundry Stairs as Taraniki heads downstairs to make sure that there's nobody else in the basement. Irrigator is on the roam and could well head in that direction, so something that Reject need to be aware of, but Irrigator just being careful. He doesn't want to overcommit because he is playing around Kitchen for a specific reason. He wants to be able to play that verticality onto the double window potentially. For the time being, he's just conscious of the fact that somebody might appear from rear stage stairs, because of course the call out has gone out from Gatorada to say I've been killed on Laundry Stairs, and that tells you that Taraniki might be heading in that direction into the basement. But I don't know if Irrigator knows about this. I think he certainly does. The Knocker's got himself established inside of security, picked up on the drone, and they should be able to manufacture a pinch here, and that's exactly what's coming as the Lion of Taraniki moves upstairs, and Irrigator gets more and more stuck until the point that he just has to call it a day and get that reinforcement behind him in Attic.
He's held them back is the most important part. They're taking out a number of drones, but we're down to 2 still out on the field here for Reject. That was the case as well when they were at 1 minute 40. So a really good job by Cyclops to take away that information gain from the attackers here and still get back to site alive. Great roam.
Alligator just now establishing himself inside of sight. He's going to continue to try and help Suzushi hold on to Pit for the time being. Candy's got himself onto double window as well, so Anaton needs to be careful here. Doesn't want to overexpose, does exactly that. It's Tadaniki, however, on the white stairs that manages to find the kill. 4v3 as he gets a nice headshot. 38 seconds, so plenty of time left for the attackers here. Nitro comes out, but it's a little bit premature. Alligator managing to finally take down the Lion, who has been so deadly so far. Black Ray does see the knock on the stairs, and the call goes out. Alligator able to take the kill, and that leaves us now in a 2 versus 3. 20 seconds left to go.
It's really coming down to the pinch here, and Reject are just starting to run out of steam in these later stages of the round. We've seen it in both rounds now, and they look a little bit lost on ideas. In through the smoke, instant crouch, and they know exactly where you are. The second one being picked up by Alligator. Cyclops starting to look really comfortable now, Tim, and this is where I started to get a little bit worried for Reject and that chance of taking third place.
Yeah, absolutely looking that way. Like you say, they've just, Cyclops settled into things now. You got to remember all these rounds coming back to back as well. So it started out with 4 rounds for Reject. It's just gone now 4 rounds for Cyclops. The question is, can they continue the trend where they were able to shut down Reject or not? I mean, it's looking good for them. Like you say, Reject are not really getting close to these sites. Yes, they got a couple of kills that time. Yes, they were more competitive in the round, but let's look at the absolute, basics of Siege. Were they anywhere near getting control of the site? Were they anywhere near putting the diffuser down on the ground? Were they anywhere near finding all of the kills that they need to win the round? And I would say on all 3 counts, absolutely not. So Reject, as much as it looked a little bit better, it still wasn't really impactful in terms of putting another point on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. Well, Black Ray here looking to dig himself inside of security. I love the mute jammer placement, by the way. Just a couple of teams have forgotten about it as such, and they still manage to get themselves inside and drone you out. Nades start flying through. You're basically screwed from that point moving forwards. But just one mute jammer being dropped down on the door does mean that they can't drone you out comfortably. They have to eat nades, for example, to get that one burnt out. And you as the defender inside of security tend to get a sniff that that's coming, can get out of dodge before it gets too hot in there. So whoever plays inside there should be able to waste a good bit of time and keep their life as a result of that mute jammer.
The Ossa is going to be pushing up to the main door to begin with, just pinging out the default cam, make it a nice easy pick up through the barricade, and then don't need to open it up, don't need to announce that much presence. At the minute, Cyclops are shaping up for a meeting defence. They're going to be heading away from Showers Corridor. Black Ray just giving up a little bit of ground there, looking instead to challenge onto this white stairs window. He sees one, he knows that they're back there, he goes for the challenge. Salty going to take a little bit of damage in the midst of all that, but Black Ray unable to find a kill. But importantly, and something that Cyclops have done well so far that you picked up on, Des, they're holding them back. We're a minute into the round and Reject is still not inside of the building.
That's it. And this is the aggression I keep on speaking about as well. They managed to get Small Tower, which is, as it suggests, a small part of the map to have. But let's not forget what was successful for Cyclops on their attacks. It was going direct to site, taking the minimal amount of control required and making a play happen off the back of it. Now, they've still got a lot of work to do here, but they've ignored anything really going on towards the other side of the map, at least for now. Take, I think, is thinking about green control as a bit of a late round backstab, and has got to be so mindful about the 2 players that are lurking above him. Alligator and Suzushi both up towards the north.
Large cost for the Nitro there. Obviously, it's, usually looking at a lethal kill, but instead used to take out the Ossa shield, but it just goes to show how important those shields are. Alligator with a nice creeping peek to take down Take to begin with, but Window is there to find the refrag. That leaves us now in a 4v4 after that trade, and Reject, they've got themselves established inside of small office now. They've lost the Finker, which is not ideal, but they do still have another Ossa shield that they can potentially play behind, so they've got a bit of utility here to help them, although the first Ossa shield has been dealt with very, very nicely by Cyclops.
Yeah, he was just there purely for flank watch as well, so dying off there, not ideal. It means they've now got the freedom of movement on the defensive side to move to wherever they feel they need to be stepping into. Otherwise, there's a lot of pressure coming inside of security, like I mentioned, the Aruni dropping away. That's what I was speaking about earlier on in terms of the mute jammers as well.
Taraniki moving into Zulu corridor there, just looking to move through, maybe get a little bit of top floor control, knowing that Cyclops are going to be holding on from above. There is indeed 2 inside of Kids Dorms at the minute. I think one might have just dropped the hatch. We're going to have a nade going in. The Kaid might find himself in danger, but no, able to keep away from it. Anaton just keeping himself safe for the time being, and then taking down Candy. Big kill there, but we have the return. 5 seconds left to go. Window, you got to get this diffuser down. It's got to be now. Black Rays there with an essential kill. Time ticks by. 2v1, and it's going to be Cyclops putting themselves in the lead for the first time. 5-4 now.
Came close. They came down and started Nicky getting that kill at the end, but once again, late stages of the round is where we're seeing a little bit of flailing. But what I will give to Reject, they got a lot closer in that round. They took the minimal amount of control they needed. They had the flank watch inside of green. They were doing all the right stuff to actually pull off an attack. It's just when it came around to actually pulling the trigger, they'd already lost a little bit too much. They didn't have the control they needed, for example. The pressure just wasn't really there in the mid-round to get anything set up to make it happen. So they had to force a plant inside a smoke, just inside a kitchen door. So good attempt by Reject, and like Cyclops, they are also going to have their own timeout here as they've realised things aren't going to plan. They've got to get the plan back online.
Honestly, I know I keep saying it, but Reject are just so similar to Damwon Kia in Stage 1 last year. Go back to Stage 1, watch Damwon Kia versus Fnatic. I'm pretty sure that it was on Oregon as well. You know, and the comparisons draw themselves. The way that, you know, Damwon Kia were dominant in many areas of the game, but then would lose it in the final 30 seconds, the final minute, the last push, and they just didn't have that answer. They didn't have, you know, that last 30 seconds that they needed, and it took them a couple of stages to really develop that and get to the point where they did. And Reject are just on such a similar path at the minute. It's just whether they can walk it in the same way. But, you know, hopefully they can, and hopefully we have another big boy team in the league to be fighting out for those major spots. That's what we want to see now. You know, we always talk about a rising tide raises all ships, and, you know, Damwon Kia has been, I think it's fair to say, that rising tide in APAC North, and now it's time for these teams to raise along with them, and I feel like we are starting to see it, and hopefully it continues, because this could become a devastating region in the world of Siege. You know, what we've seen from Reject has been fun, it's been explosive. Now they just need to find some answers on the attack.
Yeah, the big thing for me that I've said this stage really, and I think prior to this I didn't really hold this viewpoint, but whenever I talk about APAC North at the moment, I've done it on the UL show as well, is saying essentially Korea is the region or country to watch out for now in terms of capability. The fact that they have ingrained in the culture in Korea a really big focus on esports, dating all the way back to the original StarCraft, for example. It's a big thing in that country, and every single team I've seen is playing in a team house together. They really do go the extra mile to make sure they're really well supported, well coached, for example, and become really competent teams. And we're now seeing that in that we have 2 Korean teams going to the major. I think Japan for a while enjoyed being the kind of top dog in the region of APAC North. You know, Korean teams are still trying to have a sort of a real challenger come in and represent them, for example, to really stick their neck out and go, okay, we're really going to be able to fight against these Japanese teams. But I think also what we started to see is Japan move away from, say, 2 or 3 years ago when we had teams like Father's Back that were a team essentially of 5 celebrity Siege players in Japan, big YouTubers, for example. Now you're starting to see a real focus on getting good infrastructure in there, getting coaches in place. And Fnatic, I imagine, are really going to help the whole region level up in that sense. It's not so much a Korea are definitely going to fly miles ahead now of Japanese teams. No, it's just very different play styles, and a couple of Japanese teams are really willing and ready to challenge that sort of angle we're now starting to see where Korean teams are better. That won't be the case forever, and that only as a whole raises the entire region upwards.
Absolutely not. I mean, you know, you've only got to look towards the national level competition in Japan. You know, we can't ignore the sizable prize pool that is available for the JPL. So that in itself is going to drive that level of competition, that level of investment, that level of, you know, dedication to getting better. Like you say, not being a celebrity team, not be, you know, you want to be a highly functioning team here, because there's great opportunities both nationally and internationally for Japanese teams. So yeah, I absolutely have 100% faith that we're going to see, you know, that level of improvement and that level of competition continue to grow. And I, for one, cannot wait for it. Cyclops just waiting out this technical rehost that we've got going on. They've got themselves 5 rounds in a row. They were 4-0 down to Reject. We were talking about the potential of a second 7-0 win of the day, but Reject just seemed to have fallen off a cliff since then, and Cyclops have really notched it up a gear. They've put their foot down on this one. They're giving it some gas, and they are now starting to pull away from Reject.
Yeah, it's one of those that I look at and just think, oh, it's a game of two halves, Tim. I think if nothing else, that's the one thing I've learned more and more at this stage, is that you can never, I've always said it before, you can never really count a team out until you see the second half. Ever since I think I want to say it was Sandbox had was it a 6-0, got turned back into an 8-6 against them on Consulate. It was ludicrous. And so I'm thinking back to games like that and just saying, look, you cannot prove that any team, no matter how good they are, has won a game until they've got 7 rounds on the board. Or 8 if you're in overtime, obviously.
Absolutely, like you say, it's not done until it's done, and that's part of the professionalism of these teams, is being able to continue playing, continue fighting until they get to that point. And it's quite often where we see teams crumble. Like, we've even seen big names like BDS in EUL do it. This year against Na'Vi, we've seen them go way ahead and then be reined back in. So certainly can't be resting on your laurels and feeling like anything is done until it is done. Hopefully this rehost is going to be done fairly soon. We're going to be getting everybody back in and we can get back underway. Only a couple of rounds potentially left to go here. I think we're going to see Cyclops on the defence heading back to Laundry now. They've done their complete defensive rotation. They went Laundry Dorm's meeting. They've won all 3, so I think we're likely to see them on the downstairs again. And remembering back to round 7, Reject, you never really challenged into sight at all. I think a lot of it was lost around the map rather than having any realistic opportunity to put the diffuser down. I mean, I haven't seen Reject set foot on a single plant spot yet.
No, the closest they got was just inside of the kitchen door in that last round, if you remember, and Window then it got sprayed down from the side, yeah.
It's certainly not a default spot. A default spot.
No, it was a Hail Mary.
Yeah, exactly. They've not been into an optimal position with the diffuser as of yet, and that is a big problem for them right now because it takes a weight off the mind of Cyclops. They don't have to worry too much about the site. They can just let themselves worry about getting out on the roam and finding some success out there.
Absolutely, yeah. Like Tim said, we should be back into the game in just a moment. Looks like all the players are at least online and ready to go in just a moment. So when things settle down, we can get back into it. Maybe related to the occasional stutter issue like we saw inside of the game itself. So once that settles, we will be able to get back into things once more. In terms of the overall, I guess we've got a bit of time to talk here, potentially, Tim, as well. What's been your biggest surprise this stage so far?
My biggest surprise has, I think, been Reject's performance.
Stretching sessions with Rejects, by the way.
Yes, certainly. Keeping themselves nice and limber, nice and flexible. I think, Reject have definitely been a big surprise, but not to talk too much about them. We've already covered that off. The other 2 surprises, for me, one has been...
look at Window. What skill?
How far dare he go?
Look at him.
Oh, how far dare he go? No, that's it. That's as much... I wanted it off camera then. Thank you, Window, for that.
Cheers, Window.
Cheers to you.
Drink for that. Not an alcoholic drink.
I think the drop off of Fnatic surprised me. Given I know that there's been a lot of changes within the organisation, but I just thought there might be mentally a little bit more stability there, a little bit more. We're in position now. This is the start of something, and we are starting to see it now towards the end of the stage. And I don't want to be too critical because we can't necessarily expect teams to just immediately dive straight into something and find success. But I would have just thought there'd have been a bit more fight in some of the games than we've seen. But that is certainly starting to improve now. And then I'd say Spear towards the end of the stage as well. The last couple of games, Spear have actually looked pretty good. They've sent a bit of a message ahead of stage 3, I think.
I really want to see 11 back and playing because I was so excited to see Mephi and 11 together. Like, for the longest time, we've all picked up 11. We know how good he is. I remember back last year when it was the battle between Yas and 11 to decide who was the best player. It was T1 versus Talon, actually, the game at the time. And it was just insane. So much fun to watch. Then you've had Mephi come in, who's this new young gunner. He's kind of in that little group of new young gunners around the world. Players like Mowgli, Benja, Spoit, Newers, all these players we keep on talking about. Volps as well, of just players that are transforming the way some teams play. It's really exciting. And the team around it maybe is... I don't want to say they're not good. They're not as hot maybe as they'd like them to be. Like Roy Boy, for example, was a substitute player for Damwon Kiers, had some good games. Crazy Boy, similar sort of story. But it's taking time for them to blend, I think. So lots to be excited about still. It just takes a bit of time for some of these teams. And like you say, for Spear, I think you're starting to see that awakening. For Fnatic, it came in 3 or 4 days into the stage, which for them is great because it means they do get to fight away from relegation.
I don't think we're too far away from getting back into things now. So... we will be persevering with the technical rehost, but hopefully not for too much longer, and we can see the conclusion of what... I mean, we came into this saying this was going to be a fun game, Des. You know, we knew that there was going to be some entertainment factor here. We've had some nice kills, we've had some vertical play, we've had a little bit of everything, really. I could just do with now seeing a little bit more site play out of Reject. I don't think that's something that they've accomplished so far, but that's not really to their detriment. It's to the credit of Cyclops. Cyclops have just been able to stop them getting anywhere near at the minute, and I think it's just about winning some of these attacking gunfights for Reject. If they could carve themselves, there's nobody creating any space. They're going in, they're losing the entry battle, they're 4v5, you know, they're always having to work from behind. I want them to get in there, get a couple of kills, 5v3, we've got a little bit of room, we can breathe, we can move, and I think that could do them the world of good.
Okay, well, Susie, she's gone for a
Susie,
stroll
she's
around,
run away.
for a couple of minutes. That's it. Look, surely the boys have got some more tricks for us, right? Let's get pouring some more water. Come on, got some more fun.
I could see the lobby on Anaton's screen there, and we've got at least 5 names on the right-hand side, so we're not doing too badly.
Oh, Christ. Reddit must love you, mate. A true detective.
Indeed, indeed.
They're the kind of... I remember there was a whole thing around, like... was it around the latest operator? They're looking at where the major was going to be. And they're like, oh, well, if you take these certain creases on Jackal's latest like reveal thing, then you can see it says Barcelona.
It was a pattern on a pattern on a uniform that was a map, and it was very similar to the map of Barcelona was what was going on. I mean, I love stuff like that. I don't want to, you know, it was a great idea, but I just want to point out Jackal is one of the Spanish operators. So it may well have been more to do with that. If it is indeed Barcelona related, it may well have been more to do with the fact that he is one of our Spanish operators.
Let's just say they would not hold down a job in a criminal investigations unit, because you'd be missing that basic detail at step 1. Why has he got Barcelona on there? Is it hinting something? No, he's just Spanish, mate. Come on.
I don't know Jackal's full lore or his bio, you know, immediately off the top of my head. He may well even be, I don't know, is he from Barcelona possibly? I don't know, you know, he certainly could be. From? I don't know, he certainly could be. Maybe he's from Ibiza, because that was the map that came in, wasn't it? It was Coastline that came in, which is obviously based on Ibiza. I'm not saying it's his house, but it's certainly based, you know, it's based on the Isle of Ibiza, so maybe that's where Jackal is from.
It's a Spanish autonomous city. It's Ceuta, I think it's called.
All right,
Ceuta.
okay. There you go then. He's not from Barcelona.
He's not from Barcelona, Tim. Can confirm.
Well, time ticks by. I hear game noise. I hear game noise in my ear. So that little brief pause that I gave you was all that we needed to get us underway. We're going to be heading back in. There you go, Windows celebrating the return to the game. The thing is here, this could play into, you know, we always talk about these. This could play into the hands of Reject a little bit. Cyclops have just won 5 rounds in a row, and now they've just had 10 minutes where they've had to just sit cold. And you know, that could have an impact on them going forward. I don't think it will, because Cyclops are one of our most experienced teams. So I would have thought they should be able to handle that. But it's certainly something to watch coming into round 10.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if that break has reset anything here, because again, for Reject, for the last good few rounds now, I think 5 rounds in a row, they have not found a single win. Did not win the last 2 ones of the first half where they were on the defense, and have yet to find an attacking round win. So hopefully their fortunes change. This stays competitive, and that 3rd spot is a real battle all the way through to the end.
Sure, we're going to be loading in any second. As you say, the battle for 3rd spot is what is at stake here. If Reject can get themselves, I'll say a regulation win. I don't know how it factors exactly if we get into overtime, but if they can get a regulation win at least, then that is going to take them 3rd spot. It's going to get them additional SI points. You know, it's going to put them on the road at least towards maybe considering the possibility of a qualification for the biggest show on earth in February. When we see, obviously, the top teams from around the world of Siege coming together to compete. It is the main prize. It's the goal. It's what everybody wants to work towards. And, you know, third place points here could be massive for both of these teams in trying to hunt down one of those spots.
Absolutely. Well, I heard the game sound start up. I can see the operators on screen, so we should be good to go in just a moment. Do apologise. Look, you normally have to put with me into having to fill a bunch of crap normally, and we do have all kinds of random topics normally to dive into, but the remote versus in-studio thing. I can't give Tim the funny little side-eye looks to say, you like that, huh? But no, he can't do that today.
I can feel them though, Des, don't worry.
Oh, always, mate. I'm always side-eyeing you.
It's a bit like Ghost. You know, I've just got you sort of... It's a bit like you're a shimmering presence to my side. I can still feel you here.
That's just the voice in your ear, mate.
We've got the game back. It's time to celebrate. We are going into round 10. It's going to be laundry as expected for Cyclops to defend. They've gone through their complete defensive rotation now, and they're going to be heading back around it again. They're going to be back on the merry-go-round, hoping that the ride is just as enjoyable as it was before. For Reject, it's a little bit more of a case of the louder you scream, the faster we ride, because right now things are looking a little bit terrifying for them. 5 rounds in a row have gone against them, and Cyclops looking like they could cruise through these last 2 to finish this off, given now that they've got the primary and secondary sites to play through.
I quite like that Anaton's playing on the Echo here as well, like knowing again that Rejects have left things down to the last 10, 15 seconds to actually make the play happen, and even then it's on kind of shaky terms anyway. Things like the Yokais are going to be so effective here in terms of slowing them down, trying to waste time, disrupt the plants in the dying seconds, but also feed information as they try and step their way through. So overall, a really good pick in my opinion. What I need to see this time round, though, is Window not being the first one to die to a Roamer. There's a beautiful irony when like a Jackal or a Nomad dies to a flank or a Roamer, in my opinion. But Window's the one who's got to be locking these things down, stopping them getting back to site. But it is a whole team effort to make sure those Roamers aren't free around the map.
Yokai drone just being used to have a little look outside there before being sent in, rather than being used for stunning purposes. This one is being used more in the sense that you would see the attacker drones used. It's helping Black Ray, feeding information into the alibi, giving him a little heads up of where the push is going to come from. The hatch has been opened up above him, so he knows that there is an immediate presence inside of the map here. He's actually getting quite aggressive onto this. The Yokai drone just bouncing up there, giving him the little bit of information that there's the potential of the sledge above him, and guess what? Black Ray uses every drop of that information to get the entry, take down 2 nades, take down Salty, and take down the sledge.
Absolutely. Again, big starting kill. This is exactly what Reject were doing to Cyclops the entirety of the first half, just getting up in their face, taking out key players. Beautiful stuff. Because now at least Reject have only got 2 nades on side in the back pocket of Take. Even he might be in danger because he's trying to challenge in towards security. He goes down here, things are going to start looking real shaky.
This is it. Black Ray's just going to hold his position for as long as possible. Now that he's got that entry kill, he doesn't need to worry too much about his life. He, of course, will worry about his life. He doesn't want to throw it away, but the more time that he can burn on this mid-floor, the better for his team. So it doesn't leave them short-handed. If he loses it, if he wins this fight in Kitchen, and I don't think the Twitch knows that he's here. The drone didn't go far enough towards the hatch. I think they could see the hatch was reinforced, so they just assumed, hey, there's nobody in that corner. The hatch is reinforced. Black Ray, no, he just looks the wrong way there, had the potential, but he's going to find the Hibana if he moves quickly enough. It's an absolute freebie. He could get himself back to site. He knows diffuser's down as well. Takes down the air jab. Beautiful play from Black Ray on the alibi. That's 2 minutes wasted before he loses his life. 2 kills as well. Perfect roam.
Oh, big from Take as well to equalise things out there, because for a second it looked like Cyclops were absolutely going to be in a 5 versus 3, and round was going exactly the way all the previous ones have, just being picked apart one at a time. At least here they get the reset back into a 3v3, but it does hurt the attackers more than the defenders here, because they're losing that crucial utility, whereas the defenders, most of theirs is already deployed.
19 seconds left to go, and still Echo onside. Anaton has just become an extremely important part of this defence. If he can keep himself active on the Yokais, there's no way a diffuser goes down. Ayage to Gatarada. See to the fact that 1 won't be needed as 3 kills come in, and Cyclops get themselves onto 6, get themselves onto the match point.
And there it is. They've dragged it all the way back, Tim. That's what, 6 rounds on the bounce, now they've pulled back.
Unstoppable.
Unreal.
Unstoppable.
Which makes you now worry for Reject. You know, these are the kind of games that if you want to be a top 4 team, you've got to be able to start battling through. And at least here, they'll be kept just outside the top 4. They'll miss out on any SI points. Those instead will stay with Cyclops and go to Fnatic if it ends out this way. And I do struggle to see how Reject are going to find a single attack here. I think this is done.
It's certainly looking that way. That much is for sure. Reject just... They seem... they're not rejected right now. They're dejected, Des. They're just absolutely broken at this point. They're a shell of the team that we saw in the first 4 rounds. There's just very little that they can get going at the minute. Cyclops have got the answers to absolutely everything. It's going to be up to the top floor we go. Dorms, we saw this back in round number 8. It was the second defense for Cyclops last time around, and it was another one that Reject just didn't even get close into sight. They didn't, manage to have any opportunity to put the diffuser down, get any, significant kills in terms of shutting Cyclops down. So Cyclops, once again, they're going to be trying to replicate that, and they're just so slippery at the minute. It's just so difficult for Reject to nail them down anywhere.
It's really interesting because you'd assume that Japanese teams in general will be really all over being good at dealing with Roma aggression, given they play against it all the time, both in the Japanese league, but also here in APAC North. But both teams have really struggled to shut down the Rome game, the aggression coming out the other side. That's the kind of thing about where I worry about how they might stack up against big Korean teams, because Damwon Kia, for example, wonderful at shutting down that aggression, as they've shown so many times this stage. But being able to do that yourself, I feel, as teams like Reject or Cyclops on the attacking side, that's going to be the difference maker that will pull you ahead of all the other teams in your country and get you to start competing with those top Korean teams.
Candy takes a lot of damage on the Sophia there. Half health gone, straight onto the drones to try and see exactly what's going on, maybe support the push of his teammates. But either way, it's not a great start once again for Reject. Just again, Cyclops coming in on top of and see exactly what's going on, maybe support the push of his teammates, but either way, it's not a great start once again for Reject. Just again, Cyclops coming in on top of a fight. I'm not sure if Gatorada got spotted out on the Aruni there, but relocating himself, it's not going to matter too much. We've got Salty trying to apply a couple of SAM cams here and there. That should give him the information that he needs, that there's somebody up on T3. It might be time for Ayagator to call this a day.
Maybe if Reject want to commit the resources to it, though, and that's always the fear. If you're not going to push 2 or 3 players to try and pinch him out, then he can stay here and just keep on taking that 1 versus 1 against you. Going to drop himself away here as well, maybe aware, or Salty at least is, that of course he's still held up there for now. Ayagator going down to Taka as he works his way in through Kitchen. Some good control being taken here by Reject.
Yep, good start for them. Anaton managing to find Salty though. That's the 0 down, and that is not good for this Reject push. We've got Take underneath, 1 nade left in hand. The first vertical one not finding any success. Window going to be sending in the Gemini decoy just to try and gain a little bit more information of what's going on inside of site, but you just feel like Reject are on the back foot here. They've got a minute left to go. They've not really got anything established in terms of a plant situation, so they need to start finding some kills. They're currently burning through utility, trying to go through that checklist and do those things, checking where men are positioned, but I'm not sure that Sophia canister, the stun canister, went in deep enough to activate on the man behind the bunk beds. So they might not be aware of his position.
Addison almost went down there as well. Of course, without the thermite, they can't open up the walk-in wardrobe breach. That's the big one. So gaming is now safe for the defenders to play in. Reject are really going to have to just strong-arm their way through this one, I think. In through the windows, in through laser gates, you name it, and try and pick up a couple of kills. It's going to be a real frag fest, though, in these last 20 seconds.
It is. We've seen the laser gates getting re-energized, so that means more utility required. Blackray is going to take down Window. Candy manages to get one, but finds himself all alone on White Stairs. The challengers come in. Cyclops are feeling brave. They're happy to rush him. Suzushi is going to be the one to find the kill, and that is going to be Cyclops taking 7 consecutive rounds to get this game back on track and to push themselves to victory against Reject, securing that 3rd place spot.
Absolutely. A big swing back. Again, you've always got to wait to see the second half of a game before you can count a team out. But those 2 rounds that they won in rounds 5 and 6 really, I think, got that spark going and helped them bounce things back. No change overall in our standings, then. It's just Fnatic are going to find themselves sat in 4th place, Cyclops in 3rd, and Reject will have to settle just below that in 6th.
They will, and that is going to round out our matches for today as well. And what a classic to finish. And the stage, you know, what a belter to finish on. It was certainly entertaining. You know, it was definitely a game of 2 halves, but Cyclops showing their quality to come through in the end. Our analysts are going to break that down in just a second. We'll have a short break, so don't you go anywhere, and then we'll round up the whole stage for you, because we're good like that. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, friends. Our final matchup is complete, and with this CAG victory, it puts them up by 3 points. Reject could not catch up to them even with a singular point, and that puts Fnatic in 4th also.
That's really good from Fnatic's point of view. Nobody expected that literally 3 weeks
Fnatic
ago.
were literally CAG's biggest fans of this game, but CAG pulled it across the line.
Absolutely, and it was looking a little bit shaky at the start of the game, and we're thinking, oh, Reject's there here to play. And CAG, they've had to dig deep, they've had to show character there. I think it helps their opposition in the end, especially once CAG got onto the defense, playing into CAG's hands, 1v1 peaks, that's CAG's playground. But they've always got that quality. And that's what I will say about this team. When they have to dig deep, they can dig deep. They had to today, but they got the win.
They did it on the individual performance, just as you said. Reject were giving them constant one-on-ones, trying to sneak around the map or move in a position where you can be peeked outside a lot in their attacks, and they got punished for it time after time after time again. There was just like no adaptation from Reject that could have stopped them from doing so. Had I been in Reject's shoes, what I would have done is go straight pushes. If you're going for top floor, just go master bedroom, close off lobby, have a guy sitting outside the door if you so must. But go for straight pushes. Allow CAG to make their aggressive mistakes, punish them on it, and then when you get them to sit still, use your nades. That's how you win against CAG. Really did none of that.
Well, we'll talk about that in detail after we come back from our interview. Let's have a chat. Hello, Suzu C with Kobayashi, our interviewer and translator for this interview. Congratulations on the big game, Suzu C. You're 3rd place in APAC North Stage 2.
はい、鈴木さん、勝利おめでとうございます。今回3位が確定しました。はい。Thank you very much.
There you go. Very well done. How do you feel today beating Reject as a team that's been coming up bit by bit in Japan as big competitor?
本日リジェクトに勝利したわけですけれども、日本のステージの中で徐々に力をつけてきたリジェクトに勝った感想をどうぞ。
正直ちょっとホッとしましたね。はい。
Yeah, to be honest, I'm very relieved that we were able to win today.
Okay, can you talk to me about Reject's glass ban for this matchup? Do you think it had any impact on you or not? And even that Jaeger ban, because you ended up playing on Oregon, of course.
じゃあ、今回のグラズのバン、そしてイエーガーのバン、今回オレゴンのマップの中で戦うことになったと思うんですけど、どのような影響があったかと思いますか？
いや、グラズのバンは正直僕ら、たまに使うぐらいなんで、それが多分嫌で警戒してたんだろうと思うんですけど、イエーガーのバンは結構効いたというか、もともと結構使ってたので、防衛きついかなと思ってたんですけど、でもバンに関係なく味方がよくやってくれたので、よかったです。
So, in regards to the glass ban, we only very rarely use the glass in our matches anyway, so that wasn't too much of a problem. However, we do use the Jaeger quite a lot, and we thought that might have an effect on our defense. But we played very well. I think we played very well, and we were able to play without too much influence from bans.
What do you feel has changed from last week to today? So, of course, you suffered a big loss against M1 Kia coming into your game today versus Reject. What did you learn from that game to apply today?
で、先週ちょっと調子が悪かったと思うんですけど、先週から今日の間で、先週から何か学んで本日は試合をしましたか？
そうですね、学んだのもそうですし、絶対に3位になってインビポイントを稼がないといけないので、本当に頑張ろうって、今日は本当に頑張ろうって感じで挑みました。
So yes, I think last week had a big effect on us, especially with the points. We really needed those points. We really needed the win this week for the points. So that was a big motivator for us to do good today in our match.
It's 205 SI points out of the max 215 that you can get here out of APAC North, so not too bad, Suzu C. And of course, now we're looking forward to Stage 3. So what do you think we can expect out of you and CAG come Stage 3?
で、今、SLI ポイントも213ポイント215ポイントのうち、203ポイント持ってると思うんですけど、これからステージ3に向けて、どのようなプレーをCAGから、CAGから、サイクロプスから期待できますか？
ステージ3はもう全部のチーム倒す勢いで、勝ってでメジャーも行きたいので、今回メジャー逃したんで調整期間も結構あると思うんで、ステージ3ではもっと強くなった CAG を見れると思います。
So for stage 3, our goal is to beat every single team we come across. Obviously, we've missed the opportunity for the majors this time, but that gives us time to prep. So you'll be able to see even stronger and even as Cyclops in even better shape for season 3.
Well, very excited what happens there. Well, hope you guys will have some time to rest up in between. But Suzuki, anything you want to say to the fans out there? It's the last moment to do so, really.
非常にステージ3楽しみにしてます。少し休む期間もあるかと思いますので楽しみにしてます。で、最後にこれが最後の機会になると思うんですが、ファンに向けて一言お願いします。
そうですね、今シーズンはちょっとメジャーに行けなくて申し訳ない気持ちもあるんですけど、来シーズンは絶対カムバックしてみせるので応援よろしくお願いします。
So thank you very much for watching us this season. Obviously, we aren't going to be able to make it to the majors this season, and we're very sorry for that. But next season, we will definitely make it into the majors. So please follow our progress, and I look forward to seeing you next season.
All right, Kobayashi, thank you very much for translation for this interview, and thank you so much, Suzuki, for coming in. Congratulations on the victory. Hope to see you both come stage 3. Until then, arigatou gozaimashita, and we'll see you soon. Sayonara. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu. And there it is. CAG victorious, not just victorious, but with all 3 points, they end up in 3rd place in this stage. Not too bad.
Not too bad. It won't be where they wanted to be, though. True. Particularly that loss against DK last week will have been the real kicker for them because they had a lot of opportunity. But as I say, they've got a lot of quality in this team. It's just about finding that baseline stability and then building from it. And I think maybe they're starting to realize that. Maybe they're starting to see the improvement of other teams. Because remember, CAG used to be the top dogs of this region by a mile. Other teams have overtaken them now, and I think CAG have started to realise that. In terms of today's performance, you know, it wasn't another day at the office. Like I said, they had to dig deep. You can see that 4 rounds, they went 0-4 down and then had to win 7 in a row.
They had, and one thing that it might sound a bit rude, but I would like to compare CAG here a little bit against Fnatic. Both of them have been playing a very individually heavy playstyle. Fnatic, they have been failing on that one very hard, while CAG have seen a lot of success with it. Now Fnatic have started to realize that, hey, we need to play a bit more with our strats and our basic as a team and put up our composition, and I hope that CAG can copy some of that to try to mimic, not Fnatic and how they're performing, but mimic the basics of how top teams in other regions play. Because that one have for sure come with the basics. I think that Talon had basics in the last stage. Sandbox for sure have the basics. Now Fnatic showed that they had them. I think that CAG can keep on slipping and slipping and slipping unless they get these basics down, because you have so much you can get with individual performance, but there is a ceiling to it, and I think that they're at that ceiling. Now it's the other work that they need to put in.
Yeah, now, as you're saying, there's so many other teams that are stepping up within APAC North that if you start slipping in Stage 3, you're not going to have a good time, which means that Stage 3 will probably be the most competitive stage we've had this year. That's exactly what I'm excited for. So let's wrap up our day here. Final Playday number 7 in APAC North. This is what it looked like with 8 teams, 4 matches in total. First of all, our match of the day, Sandbox versus Damwon Kia. Wasn't really a seeding match. It wasn't really anything much than bragging rights on the line, but Sandbox were able to take it and defeat Damwon Kia 7-5 in a very exciting matchup. Highly recommend you go back and watch it on a border. Fnatic smashing through Talon. Looked like broken wings, or at least they were clipped off in this game. 7-0. 7-4 for Spear versus FAV Gaming, and finally 7-4 Cyclops Athlete Gaming versus Reject. And that's how we end our day with these rankings. that's it. That's the stage done. So, who is number 1? Clear. Damwon Kia at the top at 18 points. Right behind them at 17 are Sandbox. These top 2 teams will be representing APAC North at the Berlin Major in just 2.5 weeks. And for those that are going to the Major, I hope you are ready for it. Now, of course, 1 point difference. Can't really make that up anymore. Cyclops at 3rd. They will not be making it to the Major. Of course, only the top 2 teams will be going. And the top 2 from APAC South, our sister region. 14 for Cyclops and Fnatic against all odds sit at 4th with 10 points. 9 for Reject, 8 for Talon, 6 for Spear. Finally, 2 for FAV Gaming.
Yep.
Our predictions for today.
Go on, then. Let's go through our predictions.
What do they look like? Bring them up. Predictions. Come on, we got graphics here. There you go.
Because you didn't do the click Milosh.
There you go.
What a day I've had.
Man, I'm on top of Des at least.
Ooh, Fabi, that's unlucky.
It's not unlucky. It's teams failing.
Fresh, Ace, and Flute. Honestly, Emmy is...
Who won? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, M and Tim are like the best 2 predictors.
I must go join Tim for
out
the
of
post-show.
APAC. And yeah, please. Because Des has buzzed off, I guess.
Des has lost his mind on predictions.
Winner's corner over here.
Des is asleep at the wheel when it comes to predictions.
He can't be asleep at the wheel on Monday. He's got a cruise, my man. He can't do any of that. Sleep at the helm. And there it is. These are our socials at 61%, which means that everybody except for socials are still just better than the socials, because that's how it is. We're a monolith.
It's winner's corner over here, Milosh.
That's true. I mean, we're missing Em, but she's here in spirit.
It's the World Championship corner here, so you're not allowed either. Stay away.
I'm sorry. He didn't win a world championship.
No, that's the winner's corner for the people that won the predictions.
I've casted a world championship.
Yeah, but you haven't won one.
I've been on the desk, and he's casted a world championship.
Yeah, so how many?
So
you need to at least do 3, and then you can
take a step back.
Me, I've done 3. I've not done 3 finals. I've done 1 grand final, and I've done 3 invitationals.
Well, when you work the final,
2020, 21, and 22.
When you work another final, then we'll let you.
Then we'll talk.
Not gonna gatekeep
then we'll talk.
Not gonna gatekeep it. But Fabian, it's been a pleasure having you. This stage. Genuinely, it was a lot of fun, and it proved that you're just not the best person on the desk, because
he's the numbers guys. I'm the feelings guys. I go after my gut, and sometimes I actually don't take any responsibility for not having great predictions, because in the end, it's actually the teams on the server that failed me. I had my hopes up on them.
I take no responsibility.
And then they are the ones who have messed up. So
I take no responsibility.
In the end, I haven't done anything wrong, and I'm 100% in my predictions.
Shut up.
Milosh finally loses it live on stream.
This is it. This is the road rage that you're looking for.
We've been waiting for this just 5 years.
Just slaps him.
Milosh finally blows up.
My career's done, but I'm going out on a bang.
Honestly.
I mean, it would probably be worth it if you think about it. Probably feel great to slap me in the face. Go on.
Go on. Give it.
I'll tell you what, there's probably a large portion of the community going, go on, do it!
Actually, Twitch show right now charity.
We probably do it.
You've done a lot of charity work. So.
I have. Way too much. I should have kept all that money. I would be really rich by now.
Whose fault is that?
Mine.
There you go. Jack.
Yes.
How are you feeling about APAC? It's the last day. We're done.
I'm sad it's over. I love my APAC play days. I always get really bad sleep before them, but I do love them.
I eat last night.
Yeah.
8 a.m. start is not the play for Jack, I can confirm.
Yeah, that's usually my bedtime. Never mind the start.
Late night ranky sessions do not align very well.
Do you know what? I feel like we got the expected result through stage 2, but I'm quietly excited for stage 3 because I think Talon will be better. I think Fnatic will be better. Cyclops will be coming back, and our top 2. I think we're going to have 5 or 6 teams really fighting out for the top 2 next stage.
APAC North overall is very exciting. They have been taking steps that are massive in comparison to other regions. Like, sure, APAC was behind for a long time, but now, even if they're just catching up at the moment, those steps that they're taking are... I feel like what we did in years of improvement in Europe, they are taking in months, and they're captured, like coming back and coming back and coming back. And I don't think that Damwon Kia is far off any team right now of the top teams. Sandbox is just behind, but if Sandbox played in Europe, they would definitely be a 5th, 4th, 6th place team.
Tim,
win the major.
You and I were talking about Damwon Kia over the past year and a half now.
I keep meaning to go and find it at the beginning of stage 2, where we all went round and we said, like, which team's going to go big? And I said, Damwon Kia are going to go big from here on in. And there was a few questions, there was a few raised eyebrows, but, you know, they were on that path.
Yeah? I see you're itching to say something, Jack.
I just think that team, it's probably a little bit disrespectful to APAC, so I'm just going to say it on the APAC broadcast. But internationally, I think teams, i.e. the North American, European, LATAM teams that go to the major, won't really be too fussed about most of the APAC teams, apart from Damwon Kia. Damwon Kia will be feared. The others will be kind of accepted. And I think teams will not want Damwon Kia in their group, and I think they're going to be very dangerous going into the major.
Nobody wants to be in a group with the ultimate winner.
That's true. Sandbox is right behind. Elevate's number 1 from APAC South. We're still waiting for the second team. That will be decided, well, tomorrow morning, basically. And
they're playing against each other for the spot as well.
Exactly. That's the Knights versus Game & Gladiators. So that's going to be a big one. Make sure you're tuning in for that. I know Hap and M have already left. Dez is already home, so that's what it is. But if Hap is watching right now, or Manon even, hey, Benelux LAN is soon, in like, 10 days?
Mm-hmm. You can actually see the real Hap in person.
It's quite cheap as well.
It's €5 for the basic entry and €10 for the more expensive one, where you still get merch.
Is that where you get to meet Hap?
No, they paid you €5.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry, that's the third ticket option.
So if you want to get paid €5 to meet Hap,
sorry, Hap, we love you.
Hap has just like the you know, like meet the fans sort of desk, and he pays everyone who comes there a $5, and then he puts on social media, look, I'm a big profile, and then that's how he gets his job. He pays everyone to be there, so it looks like he's a big profile.
Excellent. Yeah. And it's not a shoe in the Benelux LAN either. A lot of people thought it would be an easy spot for Jailings. I don't think it will be. I think
it's not a farmer league anymore.
No, it is, but I think it's a bit more competitive than than you initially see.
Deepak won't be able to collect any more trophies with it, of course, on Rogue, but maybe he can collect a trophy in Berlin. There you go. That'd be the more interesting one, as they're hosting it in a church in Amsterdam.
Yeah, it sounds really cool.
There's like a couple hundred people that are going to be there, at least the spaces that they have, so very much hope that people can make it. I know a lot of people couldn't get tickets for Berlin because there's a lot of people that want to go, and not enough spaces, I guess, in Potsdamer Platztheater, but I guess you got to make do with what you have, and if you live in the Benelux, 100% you should be going to it. That was completely free, by the way, Hap. All I asked for is a hug. I think we'll be fine, and Stroopwafel maybe next time. Closing thoughts, gentlemen. That's it. That's our APAC stage. We'll be back for EU League on Monday, where we still have 2 more slots for the major to decide. There's the music starting to play. Happy?
Yeah. So well, you just got me thinking about Stroopwafel, and I'm actually flying through Amsterdam tomorrow, so I'm going to buy some.
Oh, you're going to buy a lot. The
I'm going to buy a lot.
Mad if you do not bring any.
Exactly. So I'm more than happy now because I've just realised that.
Tim, you bringing any sweets back home?
I can bring some sweets. I can bring some British delicacies. I'm sure we can find 1 or 2 things that I can bring along. I'm going home tonight. I'm straight away.
Same. We're taking the train together.
We're taking the train together. Me and Milosh, travel buddies. I've got a bit of a dodgy elbow. Get that looked at tomorrow, and then I could bring you some.
It has been in a sling. People don't realise this. Tim's been walking around in a sling.
This is true. I've taken it off for the broadcast, but it's not great at the minute.
We should put some stickers on it. Fabian?
I mean, there's nothing I can really bring back to Sweden because the best things in the world are already there. Like everything that's done in Sweden is the best. I'm just happy I can go back to vacation.
You've not got a good football team. Lionesses. 4-0.
Yeah, but we had a goalkeeper.
Amazing back heel.
That's like a complete dinosaur.
Like you.
She did 2 really bad. I don't even know what it would be called in English, but she messed up twice.
Okay.
I'm sad.
Okay. Well, let's get you home. Let's get you home, old man.
So I can be in the best place in the world.
Well, at least home to the hotel, and then you can go home on Monday night or Tuesday.
Tuesday
in it.
Tuesday.
Well, friends, thank you very much for the stage. We'll be back on Monday for EU League. Emmy and Des will not be joining us for that show, but Hap will be here, so stick around. Pay you $5 if you're there. And that also applies to, by the way, this is not legally binding in any way, shape, or form.
Just to clarify, Happy's giving nobody any money.
No, especially not anybody outside of this room. And what else? Thank you to Medics and Easy. We'll all be back on Monday. Thank you so much for watching APAC North. We hope you had as much fun as we did covering for the stage. And we'll see you stage 3 for it. Till then, take care. We love you. Bye-bye. Ta-ra!
Where are the guns, Kazan?
What?
The guns. No.
Beautiful, beautiful.
For the second, but Shile, he hits back.
He goes down to the bench at the end of it. Fnatic just showing they are.
Started to look like a team that could do more, but it was unfortunate.
To rush him, Suzushi is going to be the one to find the kill, and that is going to be...
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big.